think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
It's the first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
All right, good morning to one and all smiles, looking forward to a great day of summit and awards. This is your host Shubhajit. I welcome you all to the BW CFO World Future of Finance Summit and the BW CFO World Finance 40 Under 40 Awards. The event, as we all know, is organized by BW CFO World that aims to keep you updated on the latest business, economic, financial, and industrial insights relevant to the CFO community. We do this through roundtables, interviews, expert opinions, and the most recent news updates discussing the implications of recent regulations, updates, and changes in the global business ecosystem. The BW CFO World Future of Finance Summit is an exclusive gathering of top financial professionals, CFOs, and industry experts. We are here to explore the ever-changing landscape of finance and its future implications. The summit provides a perfect platform for thought leaders to discuss emerging trends, technological advancements, and strategies that shape the finance industry. We'll engage in insightful discussions, share the best practices, and gain valuable insights into how finance is adapting to the challenges and opportunities in our rapidly changing global economy. It's an essential event for anyone wanting to stay at the forefront of finance innovation and excellence. So I welcome you warmly over here. Let's give it up for this wonderful event, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. May I please request the BW team over here to kindly play the audiovisual, the community audiovisual, so that we can give them all a sneak peek into the BW CFO world. Can we have the AV, please? so much. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. The BW B2B communities organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders to create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would certainly add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are also exciting offers for all the attendees of the events. Our latest issue talks about the Amazon's customized playbook for India, Gen AI as tech of the decade, and more. Don't forget to check out our exclusive upcoming luxury and festive special issue, which talks about the changing definitions of luxury, growth, mapping of India's luxury economy, and what brands are doing this festive season, and a lot more. For more information, please contact the registration counter. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels, and also on www.bwcfoworld.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the special hashtag #FutureOfFinance. So keep tweeting, keep posting. Now may I please request the team over here to kindly play today's event. AV, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that no event or initiative is actually complete without the support of partners, so it's important that we take out a moment to thank all our partners for the day. Associate partner Resurgent India, organized by BW Business World, event partners Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBat.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me please request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of Exchange for Media, to kindly come up on stage for his visionary opening address. Let's give it up for Dr. Batra, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the BW CFO World Summit and this BW CFO World 40 Under 40 Award. I'm a little nostalgic. My colleague Nazia Rehman Alvi is here. She's the editor of exchangeformedia.com. I was telling her that we started our first event in Exchange for Media, Mr. Tyagarajan, our Impact Person of the Year, which is in the 18th year, in this venue. So, you know, we've come a long way since then. It's my honor and privilege also to welcome all the speakers, our keynote speaker, Mr. B. Tyagarajan, who's the MD and CEO of Blue Star. Please give him a big round of applause. He's a very kind man, and you know, I think that's what I cherish about knowing him. I'd like to welcome Mr. Robinson. Thank you for being here, and he says namaste better than a lot of Indians. So, thank you for being here. I'm sure I'll get to know of you, some of you. I'm not going to talk to you about finance. You're the chief financial officers. You are the chief futuristic officers. You're also the chief fiduciary officers. I could keep giving you many acronyms for CFO. But I'm going to talk to you about things that I think people like you are so... and I request all of you to sit down, you know, it's a little distracting. And the guys at the console, please, can you be silent? I can hear you very loudly here. Nandini, I request you to sit down. My parents are academicians, so I have the academician gene. You know, I can be like a professor. I'm going to talk to you about, of course, this forum is about CFOs, and the role of CFOs in the last 6 to 8 years has got even more accentuated, whether you're a listed entity or an entity that is going to be listed or a mid-sized enterprise. The role of CFO is pivotal. CFO is in charge of course, the cash flows. CFO is in charge of compliances, which are very, very important, which can mean everything to a company. CFO is also responsible for strategy. So cash flows, compliance, and strategy, these three really are core roles. The CFO has to work with the promoters and the CEO to make sure that the present is right, but also think at least 3 to 6 years ahead, especially with the way the world is changing with AI, ML. The lines between industries are blurring. But these all of you are very, very important. And again, the CFOs have a segue to becoming CEOs because they understand companies in a way that nobody else understands. Because they also have an admin oversight. Because of that admin oversight, they also have insights into leaders, how leaders behave. So really, the CEO is very well positioned, he or she, to become the CEO of a company. And it has happened in many companies. For example, in Randstad, my friend Paul Dupuy was CEO, but when he moved as a chairman of Asia Pacific, Mr. Vishwanathan became the CEO. He was the group CFO. And I have at least 20 such personal examples that I know of. So really, I think CFOs are very, very important. And as they become more empathetic, because they deal with numbers, but at the end of the numbers are done by human beings. So as CEOs add leadership skills and groom themselves for becoming CEOs, more and more CFOs in India will become CEOs. I do want to talk about 3 things that I think are very important for senior leadership. These 3 things are sleep, the quality of sleep you do, and I talk about it at every forum because we have young leaders dying at 42 out of a heart attack. They're dying at 39, 48. So I think, and some of them are very fit in terms of their physique and outwardly presence, but possibly they deal with a lot of stress. All of us do. We put pressures on ourselves. We put targets on ourselves. We want to be perfect. So I last night I slept at 10:45. I was supposed to wake up at 8:30, but I woke up at 9. And in a hurry to come, I had a breakfast with Nazia. Something was on my mind. I cut myself because I was really not mindful and it could have been worse. So really, I want to talk about sleep. The other thing I want to talk about is sustainability. I think we know what's happening on the planet needs to get better. Climate change is not a hoax. Donald Trump may have said it, like many things Donald Trump says. This one isn't true. And third, I want to talk to you about kindness. So I know it's a CFO forum, but I'm going to talk to you about sleep, sustainability, and kindness. I read this book maybe 6, 7, maybe 10 years back. It is a book by Matthew Walker called Why We Sleep. Once I read the book, and then I was very conscious about my sleep, and my energy is good today because I slept well. I am calmer because I slept well. I ate little less breakfast than I normally do because I slept well. When I read this book 7, 8 years back, and about 6 weeks back I was going to Bangalore, I carried the latest edition of the same book, and I read it. Sagar, my presentation. And I'll come to that. But I do want to talk to you about a person, and do you know who this guy is? Does anybody know who this guy is? No. So for starters, he's an Israeli. And I started talking about him before 6th October. That's when the conflict between Israel and its neighbors started. It's a young Israeli. His name is Nadav Ben Yehuda. about 12 weeks back, more like 15 weeks back, he almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. He was a couple of notches below the Mount Everest, and one of his colleagues who was climbing the Mount Everest with him died. And another one almost was dying. So he had a choice to either go forward and become the youngest Israeli to be on Mount Everest or save his friend who was dying. And he chose to come back, saved his friend who had frostbites, who had a lot of issues, and with lots of difficulty, he and one more friend of his were able to carry this friend down. They decided not to go up to the Mount Everest. And so instead of achieving, he decided to give a life to someone. I think in corporate world, we are too busy, me. What will happen to me? And to some extent, being selfish is okay. You got to be okay before you help others. But in a world which is so much about cutthroat competition, how much money you made, what is your title, so much ego. And we in the media companies give awards, make people, so I do want to talk about kindness. I've had the opportunity to know Mr. Tyagarajan for a very, very long time. I met him when I acquired Business World about 8 years back. I first had a call with him, and since in the last 4 or 5 years, I can say I've spent a lot of time with him, including I had lunch with him last Saturday with my family in Delhi. He was kind enough to, on his transit, meet us. And I can only tell you that I know, because in what I do, I know a lot of big people, accomplished people. But I think what I value people is when they make time for you, when they're genuinely kind, when they're empathetic, when they're mindful, they give you their time, they're fully with you. So I do want to talk about, I'm sure all of you are kind, but I think if you can be a little more kinder to oneself also. I cut myself and I was flagellating myself, saying, Anurag, you are so reckless, you're lousy. And for 10 minutes my self-talk was like, you can't even shave properly, Anurag. What will you do? But then I said, it's okay. And I gave myself a very bad example to kind of, sometimes we look at relatives and say, oh, we are doing okay. And when I was younger, my parents would tell me if something happened, something big has been, taken care of. So I said, maybe something bigger was going to happen, then, something small took off it. And you have to be optimistic in life. So be kind in whatever you do. And I do recommend books. I buy a lot of books. I read a lot of books. I read this book called Human Kindness. It's by a Dutch philosopher called Rutger Bregman. And he's written this book where he's done research over the last 150 years about how human beings are kind. And he's contradicted every other account. Where they say human beings come to their base forms, they claw people and so on and so forth. Yes, we are competitive. We are competitive. There's no question. And that's okay as long as, competition is also okay. As long as you do it the right way. So I would recommend that book to you. I then ended up reading his first book called Utopia for Realists, which again has some ideas which are really, they can change the world. So I believe in a world as you grow as leaders, especially in your role as a CFO, as I said, you deal with admin aspects and give away the personality of a leader. You deal with almost everybody, including your boss, the CEO. You deal with the promoter, and you deal with everybody downwards. So you really know the character of human beings, because you deal with money, you deal with approvals, but still stay kind. This is a book, there's a YouTube, I don't get any money on the sale of the book, but there's a YouTube talk also, Why We Sleep. And I'll a little ahead, in the book, this is the latest edition. In the book, there is a chapter which says, scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer. It enhances your memory and makes you creative. It makes you look more attractive. It helps you slim, lowers food craving. It protects you from cancer and dementia, and it goes on. Guess what is it? It's sleep. And of course, I was reading this book yesterday on the flight called Discipline is Destiny, and I can be very disciplined in a lot of my work, and mostly maybe 1 or 2 areas I can be a little more, but I'm very disciplined in my own way. And again, there is a chapter on sleep in that book. Every book I read about leadership, about growth, has a chapter on leadership. And we have to keep our phone away. I keep my phone in the study, uh, it's not near. Even in the room, I keep it a little far away from me. So if I have to really go for it, it will take me effort. And once you go to sleep, it is difficult to get up. So sleep more. If you sleep more, you'll live more. You'll be kinder. You'll be mindful. It does help you live a better life too. So executives are busy because they get mails at 8 p.m. They're thinking about work. They get calls. They get WhatsApps. Constantly bombarded. So really, I do want to recommend, after you read this book, and of course there are 3 fundamental pillars of health. One is sleep, the other is nutrition, and third is movement. And the only way to elongate your life or have less diseases is to slow down your breath, yoga. Right? I don't like exercise, but I can walk, I can do yoga, and I sleep 9-10 hours every night. So, I'm broadly healthy. As I lose weight, I'll become healthier. And again, the best time to sleep is between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. That's the circadian rhythm. It's the best time. So if you sleep early, because we're sleeping late, and there are 2 companies in the world responsible, 2 phenomena rather than companies. One is companies like Netflix and Amazon. They want you to binge watch. They want you to watch series, one episode at 9 p.m., the second at 10. So you don't sleep. And I've done this to myself once, or maybe twice. And then there are companies, food delivery companies. You can order food at 2 a.m. in the night when you're watching Netflix, sir. So you eat in the night. When you eat in the night, you won't sleep well, right? So really, in a world which there are so many distractions, everything is available. I think the more you can deny yourself and have control as I'm getting older. And I can say in terms of food, sometimes I can be more disciplined, and I'm becoming more disciplined. So really, sleep is 60%. Nutrition and movement of little lesser, because if you get this wrong, everything else won't matter. So get this right. And I know senior executives, because of the responsibilities, all of you also have family responsibilities, you have old parents. So there is a lot on mind, but that's how life is. Now coming to sustainability, I do read magazines, newspapers, and I want every media company to do well. Life is about abundance. So I read Time magazine some 8 weeks back, and it had a cover. This is the Habitat Library, though I subscribe. Mr. Tyagarajan, this issue I stored, and it asked on the cover, what is the most important place on earth? And ironically, the most important place on earth is not a place on earth. It's the oceans. As the oceans are shrinking, the carbon dioxide emissions are not being absorbed. The large mammals in the oceans and their excreta actually take in the carbon dioxide emissions. And it gave data how in some parts of the world the oceans temperature have risen by 8 degrees, 10 degrees, and how they're creating havoc for the flora and fauna. And if the flora and fauna die, what does it mean for us? If the oceans shrink, it is a bigger danger to humankind than the war that is happening in Israel or Ukraine. And it may happen over the next 10, 20 years. It may not happen immediately, but for our children. And really, as leaders who control finances, who decide allocation, and I know ESG and sustainability are very important. And I must tell you, as we speak today at the BW CFO World Community, which is a young community we have, we are not in the business of magazines, website events. We're in the business of building content, and we have a brand, and through that audience. Today is also the World Sustainability Day. As we speak, my colleagues have just launched bwsustainabilityworld.com. After this, I'll do a virtual address there. So we're launching communities dedicated to sustainability. You, in your role as leaders, you're pursuing, ESG compatible investments. So really, being most sustainable is not a matter of choice. It is a matter of self-preservation. So I'm sure as you grow your company, you'll also grow the practices that increase more sustainable approach to building businesses. Also, individuals, we live in hotel, the amount of water we use, the resources we use, we are flying, we have cars, and I can go on. Your devices are plugged all the time. So really, in some way, becoming frugal. And the book that I'm going to recommend next, I read a lot of books. Last weekend I was going from Bombay to Delhi. I bought 35, 36 books. I bought a new suitcase just to carry the book. And I do have a Kindle for last 12 years. But I like reading physical books. So I want to end by talking to you about, how do I go back? Yes. This is a book about kindness. I think at the end of the day, I'm getting older. I'm about 50 now. And I was talking to Nazia, Nazia worked 6-7 years with us in exchangeformedia.com. And, she noticed that I was calling my wife and, talking to her about me having cut this. And, I was telling her that, I should have been more mindful of, I shouldn't have been thinking work while I was shaving myself. And, I should have been, and, at the end of the life is about small things. Sometimes I'm also very driven in work and I want a certain output done in a certain manner. But I think we have to be kinder to ourselves because all that I tell my colleagues, I hold myself to that. It's not that I tell them something but being kind to oneself and being kind to others will automatically produce better results. Kindness again is not weakness. Kindness is if I may use jargon from business school, is a sustainable advantage, right? So really, while we will talk about what's happening in the world of finance, what are CFOs doing to make sure the longevity of the organization is there, how they're helping you all are helping your organization prepare for the future. And I keep saying CFOs are chief futuristic officers. And some of you were at our BW Hotelier event on Friday, Saturday. Mr. Tyagarajan was there, you were there. And I can only say that we will have our CFO 40 under 40 awards. I'm in a hotel where I've been living for last 18, 19 years. And sometime early last week, this main corporate chef of the hotel was calling me. I have his number. And he said, "Oh, I've been shortlisted for your regional awards. I hope I win the national awards. Can you put in a word?" I said, our awards are such that I do not interfere. I have no brief for the jury chair or any jury members. Mr. Tyagarajan, you've chaired our awards in various domains. You've been on the jury. We are only custodians of the process. And I met him yesterday as I checked into the hotel and apologized to him that I couldn't help him. But we do our awards in a very honest way. No awards are perfect because they're decided by human beings based on data. But ours are close to perfect. But they're definitely very, very honest. In fact, when Tali shared the list, and I looked at some people and said, why are they not? They said they did not present well that day. That's why they're not in our jury. They did not select them. It doesn't mean that the ones that were shortlisted to present did not win. It's like Virat Kohli is a great cricketer, but he gets out at 0 or 10 or 20. I hope he doesn't in the next few matches. He only scores centuries, but someday he gets out at less runs. So maybe that day you didn't bat well. So I would say when you see the list of our 40 under 40 winners in the CFO world today, 30 of them are going to be physically here today. One is going to be represented. So 39 will be represented here today. I can tell you they are from various sectors. The only lament that I have, as the CFOs, more and more women are becoming CFOs. Our list should have more women. That's the only comment I would say qualitatively I have, but the list is an outstanding list. It is representative of the work all of you are doing in various sectors. So I'd like to end my address, welcome you, and I hope you have a day of learnings, connectivity, and some fresh insights that help you on your mission of building organizations that contribute to creation of impact and value. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure listening to you. Can we have louder cheers, please, for Dr. Batra? Wonderful words said by the man himself. And I think a lot of important words mentioned on kindness as well. I know all of you over here who are present in this room, everybody have their own busy schedules, but I think you all have taken out time for this event, so that speaks a lot about your kindness as well. So can you please clap for yourselves as well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward? Perfect, that's how we do it, right. Before we go forward, I'll request the team over here to kindly play the partner AV, please.
leading investment banking firm, we provide bespoke funding solutions. Our service offerings: debt syndication, private equity, valuation services, financial advisory services, credit rating advisory, TEF study and DPR report, insolvency services, training. Debt syndication: a loan offered by a group of lenders who work together to provide credit to a large borrowers. Private equity: an alternative investment class and consists of capital that is not listed on a public exchange. Valuation services: valuations of business, tangible assets, intellectual property, intangible assets, stock and securities, ESOP and private debt instruments. Financial advisory services: primarily focused on providing advisory services in the areas of corporate finance, capital structuring, transaction advisory and M&A. Credit rating advisory: our team's experience can bring in immense value by getting the desired rating upgrades or saving them from downgrades by fine-tuning the strategy. TEF study and DPR report: evaluating the technological feasibility and economic viability of project to finding out the degree of risk involved. Insolvency services: assess the financial position of the firm, partnership, LLPs and individuals, in several instances and try to save their business. Training: we are a pool of senior banker, academicians and professors specialized in all kinds of soft skill training. We are specialized in solving your all types of financial needs.
Perfect, AV. I think a lot of good work done in the AV as well. We are all set to begin this wonderful day of Summit and Awards. We have a special performance in the evening as well, so I believe all of you can remain hooked and entertained throughout the day. We're all set to begin, so the first session that we have is a special keynote address. The topic for the moment is New Frontiers, Scale, Speed, Smart, Sustainable. For this, may I please have the privilege of calling upon stage Mr. B. Thiagarajan, Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, on stage, please. Hello, sir. Welcome. Let's give it up for Mr. Thiagarajan, ladies and gentlemen. Loud cheers. Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours.
It's a pleasure and privilege to address you today. Thank you, Dr. Batra, for inviting me. Again, I'm not a finance professional, and this keynote should have been by Mr. Ravi Sethurathnam, who is going to address you at a later date, at the later part of this program. I think he's addressing you in the afternoon, and much of the things that I've learned from him and the professionals like you, I'm basically practicing CXO or CEO and come from the manufacturing, marketing and sales background. So I would like to first of all compliment and congratulate BW Group and specifically the BW CFO World for organizing this conference and putting together this award. As is the case with BW Group, each of the awards or each of the events are reinvented again and again, and I'm certain that today's program also will be a unique one. I will dwell first on what's really happening in the world and in India in particular. So we are very clear that the GDP growth will be somewhere between 6.1 to 6.5, more like 6.5, I suppose, though the latest forecast says it is 6.1, and despite the ongoing conflict in the Middle Eastern region, I think we will deliver that. There is a clear agreement among the stakeholders, not only the government, the businesses and the CEOs, CFOs, that it is India's decade, and there are a lot of good things happening, and we can take pride in the fact that we are part of this particular decade where India is poised to shift an orbit and play a major role as one of the emerging economies in the world. Many structural changes are taking place, and I will deal with some of them, which are unprecedented, and specifically the 40 and other young CFOs will benefit from understanding this. Much of it calls for even unlearning what we had learned in the past. One big change we are witnessing is the de-globalization. Though it is not acknowledged, it is very clear that the globalization as we know is no longer existing, and I am not seeing that coming back. Professionals like me benefited from globalization in terms of my own career growth. Many of us in that era, and the companies made wealth. We learned a lot, and India benefited. Unfortunately, I don't think that is going to exist. The protectionism and the trade and non-trade barriers, despite WTO and other entities playing their role, the reality is it is going to be a different world altogether. The new supply chain ecosystem, therefore, is a different one, and CFOs, much more than money, may have to worry about the supply chain itself. You may have money, but it is very likely that still you won't be able to either get the goods that you want or connect to the world. Though India has an ambition that we will connect to the global supply chain, and I am not sure how it is going to take place. That's a big structural change all of us are fighting with. And the manufacturing, for many decades, it wasn't growing, and it was less than 17% of our GDP, and it became a services-dependent economy with more than 50% of the businesses or the GDP coming from services. That seems to be changing, and manufacturing investments have come up. Quite a few enterprises are thinking big in manufacturing, but I can say across the country, huge investments taking place, reasonably good size after a long gap. That also is a challenge from CFO's point of view, which I will tell you that in a little while I will deal with the talent shortage in the finance professionals category itself, and how this manufacturing services also is going to play an important role. The post-pandemic, it was believed that India will play a very major role in manufacturing, and I do not know how the word China +1 got coined, and we all took for granted that that +1 is India, and therefore it is going to take place. And the reality seems to be different across various sectors, that we still have a long way to go in connecting with the world. It is not everyone in the world is, or the global supply chain managers are waiting for India to deliver. There are huge gaps out there, and a lot of work needs to be done. There again, CFOs will have a role. I will deal with it. While Make in India is a laudable initiative, and it has gained traction, investments are flowing in, new hopes, new horizon, and the free trade agreements are being talked about. In many cases, it is under conclusion. India's own position not to be part of certain other trade agreements like RCEP, and the geopolitical stances that are being taken. My personal view is that the right balance between what we will make in India and what we will depend on has to evolve. I do not think in quite a few cases there is even a business case for Make in India. So we live in an environment where quite a few tariff, non-tariff barriers are being slammed, and whether it is in the long-term interest of the country, we do not know, because this growth is unprecedented, and I think we are learning while doing the things, so there could be some changes happening there. The PLI as an instrument was very effective in quite a few sectors. It did miracles, and therefore, the assumption of, or the desire of many industries to be depending on PLI and PLI alone will make us globally competitive, that is no longer true, and the government has rightly decided there are no more PLIs and that era is over, which means one will have to reorient towards this non-PLI led and building competitiveness for competing globally. The clear message across many sectors where the Confederation of Indian Industry has been working on these, many other agencies have tracked these. The penetration gaps in quite a few sectors will change, and which means it is going to be consumption-led growth. That is very clear. And at a very rapid pace, the tier 3, 4, 5 rural economies will begin to consume many categories. Which means the growth is coming from aspirational middle class. So the India's future growth is dependent on consumption by aspirational middle class, and growth is going to come from tier 3, 4, 5 towns. Growth is going to come from MSMEs. In this particular context, the value proposition of the companies, whether it is products or services, may have to dramatically change. In other words, it is those affordable products and services which are going to drive the growth of the companies. So the India Inc. will have to reorient itself to providing those affordable products and services. In the time period, more than 15 years, it was also China which helped us to keep the costs down, whether it is as a full product or as a component. And even if you would have sourced from Europe, it would have been from a Chinese input. The clear understanding is that quite a bit of products emanated from China in some form or other. Even in logistics, they dominated. Now, as we disconnect from China in terms of sourcing through tariff, non-tariff barriers, how will one go ahead and make the product affordable to feed the growth? I mentioned it's a market which is going to ask for affordable products, and we do have a compulsion to bring down the costs. And you are also trying to connect with the global value chains, and while it is not yet ready, we do have an opportunity to be that one of the China plus one. There are multiple issues there. The number one is connected with the quality standards. Since manufacturing was not a focus area, barring a few industries, that quality movement was not intense enough to be playing that role in the global value chain. China learned it, and we had forgotten that, is my view. We need a new quality movement to put ourselves on a platform where the global players would want to source from you. The second part is there is absolutely no way we will be able to compete with China because of the scale itself. That I can tell you about the air conditioners industry. India's market size crossed 8 million units last year. This year probably it will be 9.5 million units. China's market size 2022 is 87 million units. And China produced for themselves and rest of the world 120 million units. So India with a 8 million to 9 million market size to be competing with China, which is 120 million units they produce, with a domestic market size of 85 million units. If air conditioners industry wants to be a global player, so you can imagine it's a complete mismatch, which again, the component ecosystem is not there. It is still a China-led component ecosystem. So a PLI scheme was introduced, and manufacturing capacities have come in, but then that scale gap will still keep you costlier, and you have to go ahead and build competitiveness through many elements, including quality, which I mentioned. Now, in this context, if India has to play a role, it has to come through innovation and R&D, that we can deliver a superior solution, a breakthrough technology, in which case you will be sought after. We do have the capability, but unfortunately, you know there that our R&D investments, India is at some 0.62% of GDP, compared with 2.5 to 3% of any developed economy, including China. And if you plot the R&D investments and the GDP growth across the countries over the past 50 years, you will clearly figure out economies grew when the R&D investments were higher. So there is whether it is Korea, whether it is Japan, whether it is Europe, whether it is United States and China, you will see the R&D investments went up when the GDP was growing. So this has not changed yet. It is now the cabinet took some decision, and again private sector investments are poor there in terms of R&D. It is still government-led R&D investments, and we have, unfortunately, within CI we debate this as well, that we have reduced it to whether we will get 200% depreciation. We are not looking at value proposition or competitiveness, and which is if I invest in R&D, I am definitely going to grow my business or improve my profitability. That part is not being realized. We are bringing it an advocacy issue of whether there will be a tax concession in the form of 200% depreciation. That's one example. But I'm coming back to this point. We are well poised for growing, and we are taking for granted this growth will happen. And while I agree it is India's decade, I think there are quite a few other things that will have to fall in place in order to build that competitiveness for even domestic market. We have to reinvent ourselves to provide those affordable products and solutions and deal with this. So when I come back to this, it is about 2 decades ago, C.K. Prahlad, we are proud of having interacted with him in India quite often. He has spoken in many forums, and he has helped Indian industry in a number of respects. Unfortunately, he is no more. But 2 decades ago, he made this point, and in fact, he went on repeating this. The fortune at the bottom of the pyramid, that we have to look at those as consumers of the future, and that is what will drive. So that has come true. Our growth is going to come from there. And he was urging at that point of time that what we will do for rural development, what we will do for helping them to become consumers, and that will help the country. And this is the real situation now. The second part of his pet theme used to be that only innovation and creativity will differentiate and make us larger players in the globe. So that point of a time, IT industry was growing, and he was urging manufacturing industry that look, invest in R&D, figure out how you can go ahead and play this, because it is not going to happen in the rest of the world. You will be able to do that. So that is true today. If we want to compete with China, whichever is the category, you take ballpoint pens, you take paper, you take pencils, anything you take, that scale is formidable if we want to compete with them. And in that context, it is only an R&D which can, or innovation can help us to do. The third part of his, much before the so-called ESG as a terminology came into being, he was very clear that the sustainability as an agenda should be looked at, and that's what will differentiate the winners and the losers. Now I come back to the topic that I'm supposed to speak. One is about the scale, and the scale that we are witnessing in every aspect is distinctly different. And I know that India Inc. at the CEO level is trying to understand this and recalibrate ourselves in terms of opportunities that we have ahead, and what we need to do to cope with this scale. Take for example the manufacturing industry. We have been looking at factories which are, some 10 acres used to be a big factory, and it wasn't uncommon in India that to look at some Pondicherry, there is a concession, some Dadra, Silvassa, and Jammu, Sikkim, and migrate as gypsies, not thinking about creating large factories because demand was not there. So today, the visibility of demand is there, access to capital is there, and of course the financing costs are still higher compared with the global costs. The scale which we have to look at is distinctly different. In the process, the manufacturing industries came up in their own way, because you could not benchmark our manufacturing units with what is there in China or Japan or Europe or US. That is no longer going to serve the purpose if we want to cope with this scale. Obviously, the scale is different. Your factories are not designed for that. The companies like even ours that we created over the years, because you don't want to invest, the demand is coming, slowly create 1, 2, 3, and for a 8,000 crore company, some 7 factories is not required at all. That isn't the way one should be doing, but we were compelled to do so. But today, if there is a greater visibility of what is going to happen in future, even the manufacturing capacities have to be reimagined. The second part is connected with the investments that we will make on even look at digitalization. It was a big cost item slowly we were doing, and it is very important now to accelerate those investments. What we thought even 18 months ago that the AI will come one day, but the thing is, it is happening now, that AI for business and growth is a reality, and we need to go ahead and invest. And we have to invest in cyber security. So the digitalization related investments in quite a few companies may have to be even higher than 2.5% of the revenue or so. The R&D I mentioned, if we want to be successful, the Indian private sector R&D is, other than pharma invests a lot in R&D. It is less than 0.2% of the revenue is the average. Ironically, since I come from consumer durables industry, the board looked at advertising expenses as a percentage of revenue. R&D in quite a few companies were looked at, but it was not. Now the metrics may have to be what is the R&D investment, what is the digitalization investment, and what is the investment that is needed for R&D. So the metrics is expanding into, these are not discretionary in nature. We need to do these investments in order to derive the benefits of the growth that is visible. So the growth comes with investment. So that's important for you as CFOs or finance professionals. The other part is connected with speed. That as I was driving down to the hotel, I was thinking that when I began my career in 1979, it was almost 8 months it used to take for the accounts to be closed. That was true even in 80s. The accounts used to be closed in so many branches, and the factories, it will be consolidated. By the time it is declared and the AGM happens, 8 to 9 months, and we have come a long way into that. And I think even more speed may be required, like many companies are doing. Within 10 days, 15 days, the quarterly results are done with. And we all suffer from this. The thing is, once a quarter has ended, till the accounts are closed and the board meeting is over, in my view, it is an unproductive period. Somebody is occupied with something. So how fast I'll be very happy in 10 days that is done with and you are focusing on. So this is one of the painful areas. The planning for the capital and getting the capital and closing it, it is possible today to do, whether it is NCD or a QCO. Regulatory frameworks are stronger, but within that, how fast this can be closed without dragging on for time. From the time you decide to set up a factory and to go ahead and commission that factory, it is easily possible today to do within 12 to 18 months of time. Given that the cost of capital is very high compared with global rates, we will benefit by cutting short that time. An IT implementation, there is still 25 to 30% time can be reduced there. And most importantly, that one of the painful areas which we will deal with, and we are going to deal with for quite a lot more time, is the talent shortage. From the time you decide to recruit and the time you have a person on board, in CFO's case, I think we have a huge shortage, and it is good for you all. You have a huge opportunity, and my estimate is, only yesterday I was mentioning, if 10 CFOs are needed, I think we have only 5 CFOs. That may be on the optimistic side is my view. The country is not having enough finance professionals to cope with this growth. In a framework that will evolve in terms of regulations and many other things that are to be done by the company and discharged by the CFOs. So therefore, speed, I'll come back to this point again in terms of talent shortage. And the smart part of it, I told you, clearly 1 year ago I would have foo-fooed AI. It is some IT company is trying to sell something. But AI for business growth, profitability improvement, and customer engagement is a reality. We need it, and we should have started working. Even in Blue Star, I end up saying that we should have begun our work 1 year earlier instead of waiting for. So that what more is going to come, we don't know. And the ESG, I have a different view. I think we all derailed with that terminology, and I will be controversial. I don't want to deal with it. And but all that I can say is that the nations, the businesses, boardrooms, consumers can relate more to net zero and carbon footprint than ESG. So and we should look at it from the point of view of whether it is helping my business. It's not from the point of view of raising a finance, whether it will help my business. And there is business case in quite a few net zero initiatives, that whether it is today renewable adds to your bottom line. Circularity, waste to wealth, it is integral part of profitability improvement, and that is sustainable in nature. The most important thing is whether net zero missions or net zero objectives can open up a business opportunity for the businesses to pursue that. Like even in air conditioning, if we are wanted in Europe or wanted in the United States, is because we can develop air conditioning, refrigeration solutions that can help decarbonize. That can, whether it is in heating of air or heating of water or cooling. So energy efficiency improvement, decarbonization should be also looked at as a business opportunity, how we can invest in and grow those businesses. That's how it should be looked at. Coming back to the scale or the speed and the smart, sustainable future for the businesses, you can imagine what kind of talents will be required across the value chain, specifically this being a summit pertaining to finance professionals, how equipped finance professionals are. So one complaint I have, it may not be applicable for all the firms. I think we have to create versatile finance professionals, because someone is starting career in the direct taxation, he continues and becomes a direct tax specialist forever, or indirect taxation, or finance planning, or to do with accounts or treasury. If we have to meet the demand for the CFOs that are needed in the country, I think we have to quickly rotate people, and yes, there will be some difficulty in rotating people, and you as professionals who are younger, who have a dream to become CFOs, also should insist you will not do the same job forever. This may be an important thing to do. The next part is the CEOs have to come to terms with this, that I think the salary levels have gone up dramatically, and it was an era of marketing professionals for many decades that their salary levels went up very high, and I think we need to go ahead and come to terms with that. Their good CFOs are not available for the money that one will be able to pay. whether it is the nomination remuneration committees or the CEOs or the business owners have to realize this, that the CFOs will have to be paid more. But if you deserve that higher pay packet, you have to raise the bar to deliver that. And the CEOs are in great demand. And if you talk to headhunters, the most difficult recruitment they will have is to hire a CFO. And that's the reality. Of course, manufacturing, same problem is there. Till now, we are poaching from here and there and managing, but some point of a time, that may not be possible. The good news is we are in the right place. In no other country, this kind of optimism will be there. And I spend most of the time in deliberately in tier 3, 4, 5 towns. Since the growth is coming from there, and that's where the future of enterprise like ours will lie. So you will find in quite a few towns, it is 8 years ago a vice president visited will be the story, or a regional head, because we all believed that some WhatsApp and email or phone call will solve the problem. But it is important to connect with those places, and which means also quite often I wonder there is no reason for us to be here in Mumbai at all. If you look at advertising companies will be sent here or the NCR, but the activity is shifting to some other place. And equally, in that new market environment, the controls that you may have to bring in, and this is my last point, watch out for this. Whenever growth has happened, there had been governance issues across the globe, and you will have frauds happening. And therefore, as CFOs, you shoulder that responsibility to handle that. And when the market spread out to these places, factories spread out to these places, how you are going to be creating that architecture, you need much more people. And with those words, you are in an exciting era of the transformation that is happening. And it indeed belongs to below 40. I think you have the ability to unlearn and learn than the experienced ones. All the best to you, to the winners and those who were shortlisted, who participated. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful insights, wonderful detailed information. Let's clap louder, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that was a fantastic presentation. Thank you, sir, for taking out time and being with us over here. On that note, we move forward to our first panel discussion for the day. To tell you all a bit about the topic for the moment is data-driven decision-making, unleashing the power of analytics. My friends over here, they've all started to assemble the panel. I'll quickly announce the names for all of you. So the session will be chaired by Mr. Prasar Sharma, Director, BW Business World. We have in the panel Mr. Kumar Subaya, Executive Director, Finance and Chief Financial Officer, CEAT Limited, Mr. Sandeep Modi, CFO, Hindustan Zinc, Mr. Satish Gundevar, Chief Financial Officer, CSB Bank Limited, Mr. Nilesh Dalvi, Senior Vice President and Head, Investor Relations, Credit Access Grameen Limited. May I please have our panelists and our respected moderator on stage, please, so that we can go forward with the next session. Let's clap loud, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's all set to be a fantastic panel discussion, the first one for the day for all of you. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining. Let's give it up once again. I think the final panel. Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, thank you. Is this on? Am I audible? Yeah. All right. So thank you so much, for taking the time today. I think we're running a little behind schedule, so we'll try to keep It's slightly compact. I think the topic that we are covering is extremely interesting. I think as we've been seeing over the last few years, and I think Mr. Tyagarajan was also mentioning in his address, technology is evolving at a rate that, of course, we've got Moore's law, which says that technology will evolve exponentially, but I think we're surpassing that. Earlier we were just having a chat, and I was talking about the fact that, look, in the late 90s, early 2000s, we had the internet come in and change. Of course, the internet came in earlier, but started changing the way we do business in that period. We had the smartphones coming in. We've had, the Web 2 revolution. We've had the Web 3 revolution. The key thing that has been happening with that is the gap between each of these tech waves, as you may call it, has started reducing to an extent now that we have the next tech wave coming in before the previous one subsides. So we had, your big data, AI, ML wave being a big thing actually pre-COVID, and if you actually discount the COVID and the post-COVID impact, you had blockchain coming in, and now you've got generative AI. That's the big thing. And you keep hearing about things like quantum computing, et cetera, right? And which means, that we have to be prepared for the next tech revolution before the previous one is over. One of the other things that's obviously happened in all this evolution over the past 3 decades or so is that technology has moved from being a support function to becoming a mission critical function to now becoming core to businesses. You can't run any business without technology. And I think we have a great panel today, with a mix of companies that have already started investing in technologies, some of this emerging tech, along with others that are already that have already made it the core of their business. So before we kind of jump into the discussion, I'm going to leave it to the panelists to quickly give an introduction of themselves and give us an overview of how you've been adopting these emerging technologies to improve the way we look at business, especially from the CFO's perspective.
And thank you, first of all, for inviting us. Like how technology has evolved, the finance function has also evolved. Okay, and when I got into the first finance role, the role of finance was more about closing the books, preparing a monthly or a quarterly accounts and submitting it. And the head of finance used to be called as chief accountant of an organization. Now, I think the role of finance has evolved, and for the role of finance is no longer a preparation of books of accounts. It's more about partnering with business and ensuring that we drive decisions. We partner with business to make sure that we allocate resources appropriately. It could be a capital resources. It could be relating to operational related decisions. So the function has evolved. For all of us in finance to be successful, it's important for us to leverage the technology. Okay, and there's no one way of doing it. And as Sandeep just now mentioned, that how technology has evolved in 80s, 90s, and in the last 20 years or so. So therefore, what we thought was the latest technology a year back on, say, on blockchain, not many people talk about blockchain now. A lot of people talk about AI, Gen AI, and I'm sure what is going to be permanent is a change as far as the technology is concerned. And it's up to us to see how to leverage and make use of it. So we are in tire or auto ancillary business. So we manufacture and sell tires to original equipment manufacturers, and people like you would be buying in the replacement market, and we also export. So it's very important for us to become competitive. And one of the competitive features which we think, that will help us to hold or retain or increase our market share is to how we leverage technology. So there are multiple areas, like how can we use technology to make a difference to customers? How can we use technology to improve operating efficiencies and things like that? And any changes in the technology, and how do we leverage that and make it relevant for us so that it makes a big difference to the customer in terms of experience. That's why I would like to start my introduction. Thank you.
So thanks. That was insightful, Satish.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for this opportunity to be here to present my views. Largely, my career has revolved around the banking and financial services space. almost 28 years been into this industry. And I just wanted to resonate with what Mr. Kumar was just saying, that at the early part of the career, technology means if there are computers on the desk, it means that, yes, we are technology, everything is done through computers. But that was an era where physical ledgers existed, and as Mr. Tyagarajan was saying, that days and weeks will just go, or months will go in just closing the books. Today, as Mr. Kumar said, the role of finance has completely evolved in terms of course, there are some things which do not change, that closing the books and coming out with financials, of course, that do remain as a core function for finance. But at the same time, what is important, and from a bank perspective, is something called business finance, where we are able to partner with business and try to help the business achieve their goals by giving the right metrics so that they understand the business well. Coming to the theme of the conference in terms of data-driven analytics and all that, I'll just touch upon, say, two areas which are very important from a banking perspective, or finance to be specific, or three areas. One, I call it as a product analytics. Second, I call it as a customer analytics. And third, I call it as a people analytics. Product analytics, as a bank, any bank will have a plethora of products. And today, every product that a bank is offering to the customer is competing with each other in terms of the return metrics. Every product, it has its own various characteristics. And as you all know that as the banks grow, it consumes capital, and it requires to maintain a minimum amount of capital as per the regulations. So the more the bank grows, it always requires capital. Unlike any other manufacturing company, doesn't have that kind of a capital adequacy kind of norms. So when we are launching products or when they are giving returns, it is very important to analyze very carefully as to what is the risk-adjusted return of that individual product, and is it beneficial for the company, or whether we should slow down on some other products. When I'm talking about, say, customer analytics, it is very important that every bank acquires thousands and lakhs of customers on a yearly basis, and to understand that what is the customer journey that we are having, when does a customer become profitable, what kind of cross-sell opportunities are possible, what kind of campaigns should be done for which kind of customer, what is the effectiveness of these campaigns. Third, I talked about is the people analytics. As banks grow, the number of people in the bank also grow. Many banks have thousands of people working from them as they expand their branches. What is the productivity? When we talk about productivity, people talk only about frontline productivity, or in terms of what is the frontline delivering, how many sales he has done, how many products he has sold. But productivity is actually encompassing the entire ecosystem. Every function is important to see the productivity. Coming back to, if I have to do, or a finance function has to deliver these three different agendas, technology is absolutely important and a core part of the function. Today, the skill sets that we are looking for in finance is not the one who will sit on Excel sheets, deal with tons and tons of data, and come out with some actionable insights. But today, technology helps us in deriving or concise information, or what is the right set of data that is required, and to derive the actionable insights. So just to summarize, of course, technology is the core behind whatever we do in finance, but ultimately, these are the things that finance has evolved over a period of time. Thanks.
Thanks. So I think, very interesting point about the fact that earlier computers on a desk was considered to be technology readiness. I think we'll move to Sandeep.
Yeah, thanks, first of all, Business World to invite me. For me, data is what we say is the oil, but in my view, the analysis is the refinery. If we don't use the data in a manner which can give the insight, we can't get anything. I will just give an example. Suppose we are in the mining company and our products are being traded in the London Metal Exchange. So if I see just 5-year data and see the prices are going down for me, but if I don't correlate what is actually happening in the external world, I will be taking the wrong decision. So for me, the analysis is very critical. It is like having a car without the fuel. So data is a fuel, but analysis is the actually core engine for me. We also get a lot of data. In case of mining, we are the second largest producer in the zinc globally, and the silver 5th globally. For us, it's very important to have a productivity at very high. Given that in the mining company, many of the people believe that it's just like taking the ore out of it and convert it into metal. It's not that easy. It's like taking the ores, getting the ore, geotechnical technologies are there, but at the same time, money matters. So for our job in the mining company as a CFO, wherever the money is getting involved, I have to get involved. So even one diamond drilling happens, it costs crores of rupees. So what is the data coming? What is the analysis going from the last 5 years, 10 years, success rates are there. So all these things as a business finance, we have to also look into whether the exploration where at the area we are doing, what has been the trend in the past, through the agency through which we are getting, whether that agency has been having the trend of the success in the past. All these come through the data. In our industry, we have like a kind of very large fleet of the equipments, which are like 60 tonner, 800 tonners, which are called jumbos. And the productivity plays a very big role because running of that equipment underground 1 kilometer have a lot of fuel and ventilation and other requirements. So we keep a Power BI dashboards, which we developed around a year back, along with some external agency, and that gives the complete equipment-wise analysis, how much diesel has been consumed, how much power it has been consuming, how much output it has been giving, what is the benchmark, and accordingly any action which we have to take against that equipment, that it may be because of some OEM, it may be because of specific to the driver or operator who is running that equipment, where it is going. So wherever the ideal situation should be there, so that kind of analysis has been doing, and we are getting really good results. And technology only has helped us because it's not humanly possible to input the data. Second example is like in case of mines, seismic events keep on happening. And that also costs us a lot if the production doesn't happen. So again, it boils down to money. So we have implemented a technology from the Australia where in a proactively it gives that this is the area where some kind of seismic activity can happen. So earlier we used to evacuate the whole area of the mine. Now with that equipments getting installed, sensors getting installed, we are only leaving like, okay, 5 meter, 10 meters is the area where you have to evacuate, other area will keep on mining. So that is the power of the technology, AI, whatever we keep on talking. And similarly, third is for the safety is the most important for us. It is not humanly possible to give all the physical training to the 26,000 people. It can be a classroom. But what in company we have developed the technology like there is one equipment, and without opening that equipment, the person can see, it's like X-ray machine. You can see what are the nut and bolts in that equipments, and we have implemented through the Google AI that technology, so but somebody can just see what is within the equipment, which is the confined area where we should get into. It is so all these technology have helped us reduce the time in the trainings, improve the productivity, and because any safety incident in our kind of industry, let's just stopping the production. So that again boils down the money. So I get very much involved, and my business team get very much involved into wherever the money matters. So that's all in what we see the data as well as the analysis.
Sure, thanks Sandeep. So I think very interesting, right? You would least expect a mining company to be that deep into tech. I think we'll leave it to Nilesh to.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So I come from a microfinance industry and okay, am I audible? Yeah. So hi everyone, good afternoon. I come from microfinance industry, and being in financial inclusion space, we always have believed that technology is a key enabler because we have to largely work with customers who will have a relatively low digital as well as financial literacy. At the same time, we'll be having a large workforce which will be operating from the rural markets. So that is where today, to give you a perspective, technology, we being a NBFC microfinance institution, in 2015, much ahead of time, we had implemented our core banking solution. The purpose behind doing this was that since the customer is not equipped to analyze, to understand the financial products, it is the onus is on us to offer them customized solutions and make the life easier for them. So today the robust tech stack is allowing us to operate seamlessly across 1800 plus branches across 16 states, more than 360 districts with more than 19,000 workforce. From a finance perspective, managing the reconciliations on daily basis it's very important. In this business, we still largely operate on cash-based collections. So almost 97% of our collections is in cash. And by today, 12 o'clock, we have already collected, we have completed our daily collections, which is in the range of 60 to 70 crores. And there is a real-time dashboarding which kind of helps both the business as well as the finance to track the daily collections, disbursements on a more frequent basis. A year back, we used to report our quarterly numbers after 45 days. Now we have brought it down to within a month, and our MD is kind of aspiring to bring it down to the first 15 days after the closure of the quarter. So this is possible because of the robust tech stack that we have built. And going forward, we believe that data analytics and artificial intelligence will play a greater role as we kind of deep dive and further penetrate in the financial inclusion space. Here today we see that when we go in the rural markets, the credit penetration is still at 10 to 15%. I mean the formal credit penetration. So when we are targeting new customers, we have to largely rely on softer information. We will have limited access to formal set of data. And that is where we believe that by leveraging the data what we have built over last several years with respect to household income or household leverage, credit bureau information, understanding the borrower's asset ownership patterns or spending patterns, and then also kind of leveraging various other data sources like SMS details or mobile app details or transaction details. So we believe that we can leverage all these data sets to one is fast track the customer onboarding process. Second is reduce the loan turnaround times by developing various customer profiles, business profiles, customer screens. So that is where we have also implemented a business rule engine, which has already started building various customer profiles which we can use for onboarding new customers in a shorter period of time. We are also working on leveraging analytics for personalization, wherein we can do targeted campaigns, product offerings for our customers. At the same time, there is an opportunity for predictive analytics to kind of imbibe that into our forecasting mechanisms, wherein we can identify potential default cases. And all this data will also help us in aligning with the changing regulatory environment, because in microfinance, being a microfinance company till now, we were working on a fixed pricing mechanism. However, last year, RBI has now changed the regulations wherein they have allowed us to do dynamic pricing, which will be based on the credit history of the customer, past repayment track record of the customer, and this will vary from market to market. So dynamic pricing will also be an outcome of leveraging the data going forward. So exciting times for us, and we believe that technology, while the customer segment has been less digital savvy, but we believe that over the next 5 years, we are anticipating a sea change in the digital adoption of our customers across the rural hinterlands.
So thanks, panelists, for those those insights. Let me actually pick up from what you were just saying, Nilesh. See, I think between you and Satish, I mean, you're in the same vertical, so to say, but in two very varying businesses, right? And like we were discussing earlier, a microfinance fintech-based company, for example, has to rely much more on generated data, because you're talking to unbanked people who they may not be that technology savvy, although everybody has a smartphone these days. Whereas for a bank, it's more about provided information. You can rely on on the credit bureaus, on customer histories, etc. So being mindful of time, in a couple of minutes, I'd kind of first ask you, Nilesh, and then Satish. Can you talk about how you're implementing technologies such as AI, blockchain, thinking about even stuff like quantum computing coming up to start leveraging better data or better opportunities?
So as a first step, as I said, we have implemented rule engine. As of now, the rule engine largely we have aligned it with our credit policy. However, going forward, as we are also working on data analytics, wherein will be implementing data marts, which will allow us to segregate information across multiple departments, multiple applications, and that is a starting step. So once the data analytics becomes richer, we will start imbibing that in the rule engine as well. And blockchain we are not largely using, it is more towards the distributed business setups. However, we do believe that there is a scope for artificial intelligence to work along with the analytics for better understanding the customer. So AI, we believe it will help us from transitioning from knowing your customer to understanding your customer. That is a transition we are working on, leveraging the AI over the coming years.
I think very interesting KYC to UYC, let's say. Satish.
So yeah, internally we call ourselves as a 102-year-old startup. So our bank is that way about 102 years old, but the entire shape or the structure of the bank is undergoing a massive change in the last couple of years. And to that effect, very important to understand that technology is a differentiator today in terms of ability to offer the right product to the right customers. And if we do not, and to that effect, as Nilesh was mentioning, core banking, the latest core banking, I mean, there are hardly few choices in that. But the latest core banking is a key differentiator so that our ability to offer the right products or the right customer experience in terms of the app or the internet banking is very important today. Otherwise, all banks that way look very same in terms of the product offering. So we are, as a bank, investing significant amount of money on technology. Like we are in the process of implementing the latest core banking. Plus there are systems in bank which we call it as LOS and LMS for various businesses, for SME business, wholesale bank business, or for retail business. So we are implementing the latest LOS, LMS in the system, in the bank. From regulatory compliance perspective, as well as for analytics purposes, we are also implementing a good GL system. The other differentiator today many banks use is the Oracle OFSA, so we are implementing that as well. So as we even talk to analysts, what we say is that whatever is existing today, 3 years down the line, nothing will be there, including the email system has undergone a change in this bank. So I would say that we are in this journey where I wouldn't say that we will have much better technology than anybody in the market. Of course, I cannot say that. We are a very small bank at this stage. But at least we should be at par with the larger banks and what technology stack they are having. We should be having that stack so that we are offering the best-in-class customer service, best-in-class customer products. At the same time, we are able to leverage this technology for good analytics internally so that we are able to drive a profitable business.
All right, thank you. So I think, that makes a lot of sense, in terms of the fact that you need to have that kind of a tech stack which at least is on par with the market, if not ahead. So, let me kind of pull that now to the two more traditional business kind of companies like CEAT and Hindustan Zinc, right? So my question is that, look, of course, when we were discussing earlier, you said that you're scaling up and, Hindustan Zinc is, of course, implemented it to a greater extent, right? But in terms of building that culture, right? Because, your companies by nature, even the employees would not associate it with a, high technology company from a pure electronic tech perspective, right? Of course, there's tech in your businesses as well. First from you, and then, from you, Mr. Kumar, what is it that you're doing in order to make sure that technology becomes culture, given that, how technology is evolving in the future?
So I will partly not agree. It's a myth that manufacturing organizations are traditional, but at the same time, they have a nimbleness to start up.
No, I certainly agree. I'm just saying, I'm talking about perception, right?
Yeah, perception. It's a perception. So I will try to close that perception, correct the perception. If you see in finance, when I joined around 2.5 years back, Hindustan Zinc, I'm a part of Vedanta Group only, but still I keep roaming the organization. So there were a lot of Excels, reporting, everything used to come, 50 emails every day and all kind of thing. So we implemented a dashboard, it's called North Star, which is worked on the ClickSense model. And all the reports are integrated with the SAP into that. And there are certain set of people who have to get that kind of information. So no Excel is maintained on the reporting, even from the operation side, like it's called a DPR. In our environment, it's a DPR, daily production reporting. It does not come automatically when the ore come from the in the truck from the mines 1 kilometer above the on the surface. It has a sensor which takes the volume, and there is a bulk density automatically fed into the system, and automatically production booking happen. So that is the level of technology which we have went into. As far as finished goods is confirmed, it's a completely is a link with the SAP. So we don't report anything on the Excel, everything comes to the SAP, and a single source of truth is the SAP. Second is the, in terms of like treasury, we handle almost 1 lakh crore rupees of treasury in both in the borrowing kind of thing. So we implemented along with the IBS completely automated accounting. Like for the mutual funds, it will be very normal for the banks. But in the manufacturing kind of setup, we are the first, one of the first people who have implemented such kind of thing, where we just the valuation from the CRISIL at the end of the month and got uploaded in the system, and automatically accounting entries are got passed. And you have to just review it. So these are the kind of technology we have done. You are right, from the operating person who is on the shop floor. For him, it is a change of the culture. But I think it's a journey. We have to keep educating them that you don't have to prepare in the Excel, because we will not have a repository in the thing. If they can put in the logbook, nobody can look at the analysis. And that's what somebody can, it can also lead to a fraud or any risk other situation. I think I have to keep on educating the people. Even for the risk management, we are the one of the few companies in the manufacturing sector in India who have put all the KRIs in the SAP. So in the SAP, nobody has done in the manufacturing setup such kind of thing. So along with the Deloitte, we partnered and launched the project Pragya, where all the risks are into there. And this is also is a like a geo-fencing kind of thing, where whatever the happening in the world which impact in my kind of business get triggered there, and the person has to see whether this can impact your function, this organization, and then somebody is to assess and see, okay, it doesn't impact, and close it. So such kind of level of the technology we have gone. Of course, it's like a cat and mouse. Whatever you will do, it will keep on doing new. Because when I joined as a trainee in the 2004, it used to be note sheet and people has to approve it. Then we moved into the SAP, then there was some automation, then the Ariba, then now we have got the Fiori app, then on the mobile we can approve it. Such kind of things are there, but I can assure you that in the manufacturing sector, also it is taken care well.
No, I'm sure it is. I think the idea is to make sure that the perception kind of internally does not remain. So I think we'll give the last word to Mr. Kumar here, and your thoughts on the same.
No, I think finance as a function can define how it wants to influence the business. I just want to give one example to narrate. Okay, I think technology is very relevant for a manufacturing industry as much as it is relevant for other industries. So in CEAT, we went in for a lighthouse certification program. Okay, and happy to share with you, in January, we were the first tire company in the world to be granted a lighthouse certificate in the Global World Economic Forum. And when we undertook this initiative, okay, we decided, how to measure the success or how to define the success. So is it that getting a certificate, lighthouse certification, is that the end game, or can we define it differently? And from finance functions point of view, we said, why not we take top 2 problems of the business and see whether technology can solve those 2 problems. For a tire industry, it's a very highly capital intensive industry, so you need to put a lot of capital. And 70% of our revenue is raw material costs. So these are 2 important things that we just wanted to understand whether technology can help in addressing these issues. So one of the KPI that we had agreed that Lighthouse should achieve, or a part of the Lighthouse certification should achieve, is that there should be a quantum improvement in the capital productivity of the factories, 1. And number 2, in the efficiency, on the efficiency side, can we ensure that input-output yield, scraps, claims come down with clear, very stiff targets. So at the end of the day, all finance professionals, we know what is measured is what is done. Okay, we desire to measure consistently on a regular basis and created that system, and technology helped us to understand as we got into details, and happy with the outcome. Of course, happy to get a lighthouse certificate, but more than that, we were very happy that we were able to address some of the two of the problems. So therefore, finance can use technology in the financial processes side. As a partners, we could also see whether we could ensure that the business uses these technologies to solve some of the core problems. So therefore, it's relevant. As we got into details, we were able to identify more and more areas where we could leverage technology, okay, and solve those problems. That's what I want to say.
All right, I think great insights. Again, I think the interesting part of such a panel discussion is that, maybe 10, 15 years ago, we wouldn't have had a set of CFOs sitting on the stage talking about technology with that depth. So I think that's what's changing. So I think although we are out of time, but if anyone in the audience had any questions for our panel, we'll kind of, yes, the gentleman there. Can somebody give him a mic, please? If you could just put up your hand up so they'll just give you a mic.
Hi, good afternoon to you. My name is Tyagarajan. I'm from Vayana. My question is to the two bankers on the dais. Since you talked of technology stack and leveraging in technology, I would like to understand what are you doing to leverage technology for credit scoring as well as credit analytics?
Thanks for the question. So as of now, as I said, we have implemented the business rule engine. So business rule engine, basically it allows us to take the customer bureau data and kind of incorporate it along with our credit policy to generate our own score for a customer. So depending upon the history what the customer has built with us over several years, this internal scoring mechanism can help us to cross-sell various products to our good quality customers. So that is something what we are doing. It's about creating a green channel for our high quality customers and cross-selling them multiple products. So this is one thing what we have started. The larger part was what I was mentioning is that whether we talk about microfinance or whether we talk about the MSME space, where the credit penetration is very less and underwriting a customer is very difficult given the availability of, the limited availability of information. So this is where we believe that data analytics can help us to create various customer profiles, business profiles across various local markets, because you take any business, whether it's a dairy business or whether it's a tailoring business or whether it's any kind of local production activity, all these business profiles will keep varying from market to market. And the underwriting can be made faster if we have better understanding of the profile in a particular market, so that any new customer applications or loan applications what we are witnessing, we can underwrite it on a faster basis. So that is where we believe that earlier in MSME underwriting, the underwriting time was around more than a week, up to 2 weeks, but now in many cases it has fallen below a week and also in few days. So we believe this is where the data leveraging will help us.
Thank you so much.
You want to add something?
So especially for when you're dealing with SME or a wholesale banking kind of a customer, of course technology helps in getting the various data parameters so that we do the credit underwriting right before we, as a bank, we write a check. But just to reiterate my earlier point, that as a bank, we acquire thousands or lakhs of customers into our ecosystem. And we also have a credit card product and all that. So it is always important to capture as much information of the customer as much possible, because that becomes a repository for you to understand what is the customer base and what kind of campaigning we should do for cross-selling to that set of customers. So it is very important to create a good database of customers and leverage on that database so that you are able to cross-sell right set of products to the customers.
All right, thank you. I mean, we'd love to have more questions, but we're out of time. The panelists, are, of course, here, so you can reach out to them. But thank you so much for your time and sharing knowledge with us. That's what our community is all about. Thank you to panelists. If you could give them a big round of applause.
With the cheers, right. Let's give it a loud round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, respected gentlemen, for the wonderful insight. Let's have a group photograph as well, please, before we move forward to the next one. Thank you so much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to our second panel discussion for the day. To tell you all, the topic for the moment is navigating regulatory landscape compliance in an ever-changing environment. The session will be chaired by Mr. Palak Shah, Managing Editor, BW Business World. And we have with him in the panelists, Mr. Prashant P. Thakkar, Chief Financial Officer and Director, Suvidha Infoserve Limited. Mr. Rajiv Mantri, CFO, City India and Cluster Finance Head for City South Asia. Mr. Suranjit Mishra, Chief Financial Officer and Corporate Governance, Tata Power Delhi Distribution Limited. And Mr. Bharat Agarwal, Director Finance, South Asia Diversity. Can I please have our respected moderator and panelists on stage, please, for the next one? Let's give it up. Loud cheers of ladies and gentlemen. The panel is ready. We have our panelists coming in as well. Thank you so much, sir. The stage is all yours. You may proceed.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for coming here. I think this is the best slot for a panel discussion because a lot of people are very hungry and they won't sleep or doze off. And our speakers won't encounter a lot of sleeping Joes here. So, let's start with some imagination. If I ask you, to imagine a CFO, most of you will think a CFO is the one who is always saying, oh, there's no budget, or the one who is simply preparing the financial results of a company. But that is not how our regulators like RBI and SEBI sees a CFO now. For them, CFO is more of a strategic person who has to understand the best practices and to create that shareholder value. So with this thought, I would like to bring in our panelist here and start the discussion. So we'll start with Mr. Suranjit Mishra. When it comes to regulations and compliance, isn't it very easy these days? Everything is, jotted down, charted. You just have to, it's like a checkbox thing now.
Yeah, so thank you for giving that opportunity. So I would start to say it's easy in the sense, if I break down the compliance, I would say there are two types. One is the routine related compliances, report has to be given, some compliances has to be completed by date, and so we call it as a daily management issue. So a lot of automations and digitizations, and which would ensure that those compliances are being done. But the challenge is those compliances, particularly when I come from the energy sector, I know that a lot of trends, a lot of compliances which are going to affect the core business of the company. And there the role of CFO, I think that that's become more critical because it's may not be important now, but if it is not handled properly today, it's going to affect the future profitability, cash flow, even the survival of the company is also at stake. So I would say it's easy. Some part is easy, some part is difficult. So that's the way we have to play it out.
So do these requirements of, governance requirements and reporting requirements for the RBI and SEBI, do they really steal your sleep at night? Or is it to you only, sir?
Not likely. The way I think we operate at Tata Power Delhi distribution, which I represent, we are closely track the regulations in a sense that we follow 3 mantras while handling the regulatory piece of it. One is that we involve a lot of advocacy, that we ensure that we deal with the stakeholders, we deal with the government, we deal with the influencers on a regular basis to see that if we want some regulation changes that would be benefiting to the customers, and then we enable that by creating that environment, and we deal with the governments. And then maintain a transparency, because now with the digitizations, we know that we have to be transparent, we have to be ethical in whatever we are reporting, and we give a lot of priority to that. And then oversight. I think the last one would be oversight. So we have our internal checking mechanism to ensure that though we enable the transparency and the culture, but at the end of the day, we have to have a strong mechanism by which we see that things are actually happening on ground. So, mostly process takes care of it, and also at something we strategically and take care of it.
Okay, so he's saying at Tata Power, process takes care of a lot of things. But I want to go to Mr. Rajiv Mantri, who's a CFO of Citi India here. I think Citi has a business in financial space which has been disruptive for many years, So I want to ask him, what does keep you on your toes? It is the expectations of the CEO managing the shareholders, or it is the compliance and regulations?
No, thanks, Palak. I hope everybody can hear me. I think CFO's role has evolved significantly, right, over a period of time. And, we're not just people who take care of accounts and finance and stuff. It's really about managing various kinds of risks which are there in the organization, right? So it's a pretty broader remit. I think the landscape that a CFO sees is pretty similar to what a CEO sees, right? And I think that's where the CFO becomes an apt business partner to the CEO itself, and a right strategic advisor as well, right? So I think the role is pretty broad. The role really requires you to have a franchise view on various aspects, right? Looking at what exactly would be the key risks to the franchise, what would be the key opportunities to the franchise, and how do we maximize the opportunities and protect against the risks, right? But to your point about compliances, of course, that is a key aspect that we need to look at. Being a banker, I think we are a pretty regulated sector, and I think there are tons of regulations, RBI being a key regulator, but we have SEBI and various other regulators as well. It is important to be aware of all the various regulations that affect, the organization, and what kind of changes and what kind of trends are coming through within that, and being completely on top of that, right, in terms of how do we manage that. Especially, it's a pretty global world nowadays, right? And every organization is interconnected across the borders. So therefore, it's not just the risk emanating from the country, but also global risk, right, that need to be looked at. So absolutely, I think that is a paramount focus.
But CFO is, you said it's more like, CFO is similar like a CEO. But then I would like to say that CFO is the first casualty when something goes wrong. So what is the kind of pressure you are under that time?
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I think at the end of the day, financial risks are the most important risks.
Nobody cares what CEO says that time. It's only the CFO that everybody wants to, everybody is looking to hear them when something is going wrong. Like SVB Bank, the CFO has been, class action suit has been filed against the CFO as well.
No, you're absolutely right, and I think CFOs do play a very important role in that aspect. I think at the end of the day, every other risk manifests itself in the form of a financial risk, right, or a financial impact. And therefore, who knows a financial risk better than a CFO, right? And I think that's why it is the time of the CFO, is what people say, right? It is important that you have good amount of line of sight in terms of what are the various risks which are coming through, and how exactly those can be prevented. And therefore, CFOs play a very important part, right, in terms of managing that. You absolutely rightly pointed out the SVB example. I think this was a case of sudden surprise that came through to the market, right? And there are clear indicators that could have been looked at, right, at an early stage, and those kind of indicators could have prevented that kind of
Yeah, there were
catastrophe
clear
from happening.
indicators. I mean, more than sudden surprise. I mean, it could have been surprise to the common people, but then those who are in the financial markets, I mean, was it really a surprise? Something like a
No, not really. So
SVB bank.
I think those indicators are well known, and you know, people should have been able to manage
like
it out.
if you can give some idea how,
So like-
what are the parameters that you look at first, you know, to avoid that kind of risk?
Certainly. So let's say talking about the banking industry, I think liquidity and capital are the two key paramount aspects, right? Liquidity risks are the ones which actually choke an organization even more than compared to even capital risk, right? And there are regulations which have been tightened around that space. You have Basel III related regulations, you have liquidity capital ratios and various other things, right? It's all about how in a stress situation the bank will perform, and there has to be a very clear line of sight to be able to look at that. So I think that is something which every banker should look at and every organization also looks at. There are certain triggers which are clearly ignored in this case, right? And I think it's important to be able to recognize that these regulations do play an important role, not just in the form of a form filling kind of an exercise, but in terms of really helping you manage those risks, right? What is the kind of risk appetite everybody has got, right? Every organization has got, that needs to be defined. And then how you actually make sure that you're within the risk appetite, how you are making sure that you actually track and monitor your bank's performance or your company's performance, right? In terms of being within those risk appetite and risk parameters becomes very important. I think that is a key lesson that comes out from any such saga, be it SVB or be it any other situation which happens. You know, like the whole 2008 global financial crisis which happened, and there were a lot of tightening which came through after that in the right way, right? At the end of the day, the regulations do look at how do we make sure that the various organizations are protected, safeguards are created, and every organization then moves forward with eyes wide open on the kind of risks that are coming through, right? So I do see it as a positive development, right? When people do take learnings from that and then try and implement it, right? And CFOs, to be honest, are really the ones who spearhead, right? Making sure that that compliance is in place.
Right. Thank you. So key takeaways that you have already said, like he said, there are processes. You're also saying you have set those risk parameters which you have to look. So I would go to Mr. Bharat Agarwal, Director of Finance, Diverse. It's a growing company. So I would like to ask him, you know, CFO for a company like yours, which is coming up, you know, is expected to paint a picture of a business and translate financial data into meaningful commentary, trends, and actions. But when some episodes like PwC scandal, you know, happen, they have often taught us that there is too much of reputational risk to business, you know. So what is on your mind when you're making those projections and financial commentary to the world?
So if I talk about diversity, we are a 100-year-old organization, but at the same time, as you said, we work like an entrepreneur. So that's the entrepreneurial spirit, I guess, most of the organization in the country working right now, right? We heard from Mr. Tyagarajan as well. We going through a globalization, but a localization. So there is a lot of inward looking that's happening in the country across the organizations where companies are looking at more in terms of make in India or make in any other country you operate in. Similarly, there is a digital drive push that you see across functions. It's not only finance. You look at any function, any business, any stakeholder, they want to have that paperless experience, right? And the third thing that comes on the top of my mind is the ESG that we all talk about. And it's not just a talk, it's a reality now. So with all these things in mind, right, now the numbers that we speak, now the way we look at everything is very different. It has to be now measured in terms of, for example, we produce chemicals, we produce machines, which help in keeping, so the premises you currently sitting right now is being kind of cleaned by our products. So we always kind of, look at the numbers in a way where it gives us returns in terms of the green investment that we do. So a lot of investment happening in the space where we come up with the innovation. So we have a team of R&D, 35 scientists who continuously keep innovating in this space. So as a finance, I guess the numbers are now talking more story in terms of how we contribute to the green carbon emission or how we kind of lower down on that. At the same time, right, a a lot of regulations are changing all around. So I take care of the South Asia market, which includes around 7 to 8 countries. So you look around the India, all the neighbors are going through some bit of turbulence in their countries. So how do you make sure you keep a very close watch on the developments happening in this countries? So all those things become very important when I just present a number or I give a meaningful message to the numbers when I speak with the board.
So is there any pressure for you to be very conservative or give out numbers that will enthuse people to look at your company?
So I guess
I mean, that's the case most of the time in financial markets. You know, you're coming up with quarterly numbers every time. So CFOs want to be conservative, but then the management wants to be, oh no, we got to put this picture across. So is there that pressure that you always face?
That's a situation, but again, looking at the reality of India, where our GDP is going to grow at 6.5%, I'm sure no company is looking at a growth which is less than 2 to 3 times.
Anybody from your company sitting here, management, sir?
No, so see, I'm sure, and I can talk about my company, I can talk about the community I kind of, the finance community I talk with. Most of them, right, businesses are expected to grow at least 2 to 3 times of the country's growth that's going to happen in the coming year. As a CFO, how do you bring the vigilance, how do you bring the credibility to that number is what I would say my job is. Whether it's 20%, 15% or 10%, how do I make a good due diligence to arrive at a credible number is what is expected from me.
Good. We'll go to Mr. Prashant Thakur, CFO Director, Suvidha Info, sir. You know, we were just chatting outside before we came here. So Mr. Prashant Thakur was of the view, oh, everything is so good. Things have turned so well in the past few years, you know, it's been automated process. And so I would like to ask him, what does the rising cost of compliance really concern you? You know, and in this scenario, how do you optimize business without compromising on regulatory requirements, and what role does technology play?
No, so definitely I would say, the cost is something has definitely grown up. Looking at the kind of complexity the compliance has brought in over last 1 decade, I would say. The more than anything else, I guess, it is an improving index, definitely helping organization to be, more vigilant and doing it. But, as far as cost is concerned, if you see, that can be rationalized by, using technology. So I'll just give you one small example of, the AI. So the way, in our organization, we use an AI, artificial intelligence, into many, regular mundane tasks. So, the compliances are primarily been divided into, the way I look at it, that, it's a one-time compliance and there is a lifetime compliance. In between that, there are time-based compliances and event-based compliances. So, the one-time compliances are easy to sort out. You just, invest your time into it and, do it just like registration of company or acquisition, due diligence and all of that. And lifetime compliances are again easy, because then you just have to maintain the register and you have to just give it to someone that, okay, this is what you need to ensure. Like as small as like, displaying the board into a vernacular medium and a English medium outside your office. That's like a lifetime compliance. You cannot, even, get that some addresses have just got misspelled or, it has just gone wear and tear. Most importantly is when it's a time-based compliances and the event-based compliances, in which the AI, in the time-based compliances, AI, gives a real help. So what we have actually done within our organization is, as we are the fintech company, so, whenever there's a technology team which has little buffer, we keep doing all this experiment. So there are master datas of all the informations of the company, which gets replicated into various forms, various data. So like, register of the members, register of, so we have like 54,000 shareholders. So whenever you have to give some information about the shareholders or the information about the directors or the KYC, they're all available into a repository. So when you click into any of the forms or any type of regulatory compliances, they're all like auto-filled. So rather than somebody going and, scratching his head that who is the director right now, when did he resign, and, opening up all those Excel sheets and all of that and investing or rather wasting his time, I guess that has been, taken care through technology. That has actually helped us optimize the cost. But in my experience over last 1 decade, definitely cost is like now 2.5x of what probably I would be, incurring 10 years back.
But what if we go by what you are saying? Can we say that few years down the line, I mean, a CFO would be threatened of losing his job because everything is automation now? I mean, is there any such thought that comes into your mind? Oh, everything is just being process driven and automation, and your relevance is not there.
No, I would, the way I probably look at, the role of CFO is, and exactly, you asked a similar question that, CFO being the first casualty. I would say it's a game of a business running a business is like a game of chess. You are like a queen and you have to protect a king. So before king dies, obviously queen has to die.
Is the king shareholder or the management?
You put any, the king is either a shareholder if it's an, a public listed company.
It can be one.
No, not really. It changes as the, organization keeps changing, but CFO is always a queen. So, before anybody attacks to the king, CFO always have to ensure that that's the first casualty before, a checkmate happens.
That everybody else will ensure. CFO doesn't have to ensure that.
No, exactly. So that is the reason why, the biggest thing is, while the way we play in the chess, the job of a CFO is not only to ensure that it protects the king, but also protects the entire game by ensuring that the key players and even the smallest of the player needs to be protected by ensuring that everything is taken care, not on time, but every time, right? And that is a reason why I probably call compliance department in our organization is a ceiling fan, right? And just to come to that analogy, why I would say ceiling fan is the ceiling fan. When you switch it on, you need not have to actually watch and keep eye on it, saying that it is running or not. Compared to like a pedestal fan, where you have to keep ensuring that it turns the air onto you. At the same time, then you will tell me that new technology, why the split AC is not allowed. I would say split AC are very costly. So there the cost is there. But the ceiling fans are something which keeps running smoothly, keeps giving you air, and it keeps helping you keep running the business.
It's a wonderful way he's simplified into ceiling fan and a costly air condition. And that's what a CFO is. But I would like to bring some important statistics, which is going to pinch you all, I think. So there was a report by KPMG Forbes together, where the report was titled View from the Top. Some 549 top executives from 6 continents were surveyed by KPMG and Forbes. Almost 1 in every 3 CEO is worried that their CFO isn't prepared for the challenges. So they don't have the skill sets, to fight today's challenges that are coming like waves, scandals, regulations. So what is it, the skills that CFO lack today to gain that confidence of top management and of course shareholders? If anybody can, if you can, Sir Suranjit ji.
Yeah, my take is on
Sir,
that.
One second. Tata Power is Tata's culture, as a journalist for 20 years, I've seen, is a very easygoing culture that I have seen. So I don't think he feels the pressure that we can just see it.
I would say that's changing now. At some point in time, people used to remind that you are not a government company, you are a private company. So, but those things are now changing. I understand as a CFO, I would say that my understanding about the business acumen, finance is the functional domain. I'm supposed to expect it to know, all CFOs are expected to know that. But understanding of the business, that's I think is critical to appreciate that how the businesses are being changing. So I spend time to participate on the business reviews and not much to, present, but probably I go through a lot of reports and ask certain questions so that I get myself updated about what's happening around on the technology, what's happening around on the customer side, what's happening on the commercial side of it. And then all those inputs can be taken to take a decision when you are taking the financial decisions, because financial decisions has to be a culmination of all these inputs to see that whatever the projections we make and what are the plans we make, that takes into account all the reality and reflects the true position where the business stands today. So that I think is quite critical, and if it comes out in the survey that CEOs are having those views, probably that's right. I mean, unless and until the CFO really understand the pulse of the business, it's very difficult. Just the finance domain knowledge is not going to, I think, help much.
You want to come in, sir? With the city's view on.
No, I think I would say it's time that the companies invest in the CFOs, right? So I think CFOs do play a very important role,
like
as we had discussed.
So
I think to your question, I would say one, like what Surajit mentioned about the CFO spending time to understand the business and the business drivers. I think equally the CFOs have to spend time to get the external perspective, right, and external lens. There's a lot of time when CFOs actually spend a lot of time internally looking at the organization, looking at the cost structures and various other things. It's equally important for the CFOs to spend time externally, understanding the various risks that are coming through from the external world. It's a very dynamic, like we say, it's a VUCA world, right? Volatile, uncertain, etc. And I think it's important that not just the CEOs, but the CFOs also have a very good pulse on what's happening in the external world. Regulations are changing very rapidly. Risks are emanating very rapidly. And I think that's an area that needs to be focused upon, right? So, and I think that will answer a large part of your question. As the CFOs start taking great amount of focus on the external world, understanding the risks, and the organization investing in the CFOs, right, on that front.
See, my 2 cents on this is, like we have gone through an unprecedented time, right, in the pandemic. Currently, we're going through an unprecedented time in terms of the changes happening all around. And whether it's a CEO, whether it's board, or any senior stakeholders, right, the expectation from the CFOs is to kind of take care of everything, right, from what's happening in the plant to managing the regulatories, everything, right? So that's where I guess, apart from investment piece that Rajiv talked about, reading piece that they talked about, I think what can do well with the finance community or CFOs is to definitely read, because things are changing. Read, listen, and be vigilant in terms of what's happening all around. Raise these points in the forums you are present, because most of the time we believe that it's my responsibility, it's finance responsibility, and they just get stuck there. In any forum where you are present with the leadership team, it's important to raise these points, because some of the time we may have a blind spots in terms of however market visits we do, but there can be spots which we are not able to see around. So read, raise, and third thing which I would like to leave here with all of you is make people responsible. As the CFO, we are accountable to the world to make sure the numbers are presented with the most integrity. But everyone in the organization is responsible for the compliance, right? When you draw a RESI matrix, you can take the accountability of it, but responsibility lies with everyone. So these are the 3 things.
I'm sure audience sitting here will agree that a job of a journalist is most difficult. And that of CFOs is very easy. They have systems, processes, and everything is set. While for us, nothing is set. We don't have any process to be followed, any system. It's just at night, we have to be awake. So anyways, it was on a lighter note, but I would like to open the floor for questions. I'm sure there are a lot of bright faces who want to, ask some questions to CFOs. Let there be some difficult questions. Sure. Can we have the mic there? Can we have the mic there? The gentleman sitting there.
Hi, my name is Vivek Thakur and I'm a CFO at YOLO and I am an angel investor as well. My question is to Prashant Thakur. World is heading towards the AI. How to allocate funds in future? Yeah, hi. My name is Vivek Thakur. I am a CFO at YOLO, and I am an angel investor as well. So my question is to Prashant Thakur. Uh, when world is heading towards the AI, how to allocate funds in future innovations? And further, do we have any benchmark for this specific segment?
So when it comes to allocation of fund, I guess technology always takes a superior bucket because that is the one which solves all the problem of, I guess, all the department. So AI, maybe the people are saying that it's going to be future and all of that. I don't think so there is any investment to be worried about to start with. I guess it's still in an experimental stage, just like when some decade back the Xerox machine got invented. It is just like that as an AI. Everybody's talking about it. Nobody really knows what it is about. And everybody's using it to their utilization. I've also seen, my kid using an AI to, generate one 3-minute video for his school project, or rather a college project. So it is like, based on people. I think so it is still a time. Companies cannot be, dependent at this very moment saying that, oh, we will be dependent on the AI and we'll do some future planning. I think so time is still there. But yes, experimental things are already on. Everybody's experimenting. And finance, obviously, as I said earlier, what CEO doesn't want to do, everything has to be done by CFO. So yes, the budget allocation and all of that is all CFO's responsibility.
Thanks, Prashant.
Any other question? Really? You have the CFOs? Yeah, I think he's saying we are coming between the lunch and... So fine, let's just... Yeah. Yeah, sure. Can you give the mic there?
Hi, I'm Monish Advani from Capgemini. I'm a solution architect. So I just wanted to understand the cloud investment which CFOs, you as CFOs are thinking of, because majorly it's a multi-cloud setup these days and a hybrid cloud, meaning an on-prem and a cloud setup, right? So coming next might be 4-5 years. How do you think the cloud investment in the Indian market, right, would be shaping up? Anyone answer?
Saying how the investment in cloud systems
Cloud
and all
systems.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, we the early adopter of the cloud, and I'll tell you, being a fintech, obviously we had, we've been doing all these experiments. So definitely cloud, but the, the biggest thing, like I'll just tell you the backdrop story. There is nothing called as cloud. Like, when you say my data is on the cloud, I think so there is nothing. So I think so that myth, I want to just bust it. There is always a server which is now then created into the cloud, and we feel that our data is in cloud. What I guess the cloud gives a flexibility, and CFO love that, as an, I personally love cloud. The only thing is it gives you a flexibility to keep increasing and keep reducing as your organization moves, and it has a direct impact on your cost. So look at it from a 20-year back. I just have to invest into technology, a server, and the full racks and all of that as a fixed cost. Now I have moved to a variable cost. So I'll tell you, in the season of Diwali and all of that, our business is like always 12x or 13x kind of thing. I need not have to worry about, preparing 3 months before or 4 months before. I'll just be like, sitting there and, keeping my cloud agencies to be, like, okay, be ready. And I'll just keep like, the way you switch on the button and keep increasing the regulator of the fan. It is just like that. So that's the only beauty of it. So it is going to be increasing day by day, is what my view is.
City likes to keep a lot of data on cloud?
To what you're saying, I think cloud has definitely multiple advantages, right? So one is the whole cost of storage, etc., comes down significantly. The second is there is a lot of perceived risk with using cloud, but that's really perceived, right? In reality, it actually offers you greater cybersecurity because of the expertise which actually goes behind it. So I think it's a great way forward. What will be key is how the regulators, especially the regulated industries like banks, they perceive it, right? Are they comfortable? Are they comfortable with banks actually using it, right? And like they say, you know, a car is driven faster when you have a brake in the car, right? So the regulators needs to get their arms around it. They need to understand, you know, what exactly is the whole thing, and then organizations can actually adopt it much faster. But clearly that's the way to go, right? In terms of improved cost as well as greater
But then
security.
regulators are always behind the curve, don't you think? I mean, organizations are always faster to adapt technology, to understand. Do you face this problem with the regulators, or they don't understand, and you know, what is this? I mean, we want to move ahead.
No, I think it's a very valid point. To be honest, it is also very clearly our imperative to make sure regulators understand the new tech, right? So let's say artificial intelligence, let's say blockchain, let's say you know, the whole cryptocurrency, etc. The regulators are getting their arms around it, and I think the faster they move is the faster the industry can move, right? So it's very important that the regulators get their things around it. I think they're moving fast, I would say.
Sir, what is the mindset at Tata's? Do you do it in a very traditional manner, or you're also bent towards, you know, getting a lot of technology into play to manage your finances and CFO's job?
In fact, if I talk about my company, so it's all about technology reaching the customer. So we put a lot of emphasis on the OT side also, operational technology, and also the IT side. So it's the integration of both OT and IT. That actually makes, I think, the whole feel of that, you know, that infrastructure, IT, technology to the customer. For example, the smart metering, and that using those smart metering to give those insight into the customer about their, you know, energy optimization plan. Or we talk about a finance process like decapitalization. So mapping all the fixed assets, which, you know, for a distribution companies are all lying on the parks or the footpaths, and to the fixed asset register in SAP, so that any maintenance changes happening, so immediately it get affected, you know, reflected in the SAP, and then, you know, those reports can go to the regulator. So both OT and IT, I think that's the way we focus both side of it. And I think artificial intelligence and the cloud, so those are the new thing coming, so that will, I think, will add to what the integration is already happening. So all, I think, keeping the customer on the focus, we see the technology side of it.
See, cloud's gonna grow. There is no doubt about it, because the way you see the digital push, most of the things will come on a server, right? But what the concern that I see here is regulators, as you said, right, running behind, in the sense that there is a ask that all those servers should be based in India. You talk about Amazon, you talk about any other cloud service providers. There is a regulation now that they need to find a way to place their servers in India. They need to have in the systems, they need to have the trail available for all the transactions that happen. So all those things somewhere will create a bit of a disturbance or a disruption for the companies working on the cloud as of now.
No, why? What is the problem in having servers in India?
Most of the places as of now don't have it, right? So they have to probably either find a way where they put a server here, shift everything here, or probably kind of, you know, liaise with regulators to bring a change. But if you don't do that, from this year onwards, your financials will be qualified by the auditors. So all those things gonna come our way as regulators learn, right, what's happening in the gaming space, right? All of us know. So all those things can be a disruptor.
Right. So any other questions, or we'll? Yeah, sure. Can somebody give him the mic? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi. Today we have
give
the
your name.
my name is Tyagarajan. I work for a company called Vayana. We are a supply chain financing platform. With the concept of private cloud coming in today, when a lot of banks are also having their own private cloud, do you expect the regulators to still push back on the cloud concept? As CFOs, I would like to understand, is there any major concerns you have as far as cloud is concerned? In terms of security, in terms of you know, breakdowns or something, because we are a hosted platform on cloud, and till now we have had 99.99% uptime, right? But as CFOs, I would like to hear from you, do you have any major concerns on cloud?
Maybe I'll start and then fellow panelists can join in. So I think let's take a step back, right? Regulators, if you talk about banks, they actually have a lot of restrictions and rules even around outsourcing, right? So they generally want banks to do most of the stuff in-house, and they really look at with very threadbare what kind of stuff you're actually outsourcing, right? So it starts from there. Also, as we discussed in the previous question, it's about them becoming comfortable with the risks which are emanating from this, right? Why they're uncomfortable with outsourcing is the kind of risks which are there. Will you have the same level of standards that the banks have internally, with the service provider? Is the same thing with cloud. Ultimately, it's nothing but a product which is being provided by a service provider. Would the person or the organization have the same level of controls, right? That's there. If you ask me, I feel definitely comfortable with that because A, you're getting the benefits of scale, you're getting the benefits of expertise of that particular area. How much can you keep creating capabilities within your organization, right? It is a world where you have to tap into expertise that's available. And it's that kind of a flavor which the regulators are also getting their arms around and trying to understand. They do have very strict and stringent requirements, but it's really about them becoming more comfortable with that. So unfortunately, in the banking industry, while we may be very comfortable, we need to make sure that the regulators are also comfortable around that, right? But it's getting there. I think it's definitely becoming a lot better. It's a journey across any kind of new age products, new age technology, etc. It's a journey of making them comfortable around that, right? And then they also come up with standards and rules and regulations around how exactly that needs to be looked at. So it's a journey, but definitely becoming comfortable.
So, So, I'll just add to that saying that, the regulator, if you see in general, the regulators are always a proactive in following the trends, but very reactive when it comes to an implementation of any rules or regulation. We have many examples like cryptocurrency and, even going back 3 decades or 4 decades back, opening up an, foreign organizations or foreign company, FDI route. So prior to that, if you see, today we are able to talk so nicely. In 1990 or 1991, if somebody has to speak about, Coca-Cola coming and opening up a factory in India, oh, no, boss, kaise hoga? It will not happen. But now it's like, somebody coming outside and, opening up a company is like people are creating vibrant Gujarat models in all the states. So regulators are always watching, like if you look at what's happening to the gaming or a cryptocurrency or anything else, I think so the cloud is closely watched space. Only thing is, I guess what is happening is this war situations of Ukraine and now the Israel, always that worry of, having a data sitting outside your country has always been there at the regulator's mind. I guess, if that worry gets checked out as to, how do you have an access to data instantly in any kind of situation, I guess I feel regulators are overall not having any other concern as far as clouds are concerned. They are like very happy saying that because it is going to be bringing the entire cost of any servicing or any kind of cost for an organization, which will like easy for them to take care. But, barring aside this concern, I think so there are not much other concerns at the regulator end.
So I think we'll close it here. Thank you, everybody. I think we had a great session, and the panelists were great in answering all the questions. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, taaliyon ki goonj of the loudest intensity for this wonderful session. Thank you so much, respected panelists and moderator. Let's have a lovely group photo as well. Perfect, sir. And I promise I'm going to be paying more attention to the ceiling as well instead of just the air conditioner. All right, on that note, we move forward to our third panel discussion for the day. The topic for the moment is sustainable finance, merging profitability with environmental and social responsibility. I'll give my friends over here some time to quickly set up the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having lunch after this session, so I think we're all getting ready for lunch. We all are hungry. I can see the smiling faces when I talk about food. I think that's a common emotion for all of us. Are we ready with the panel setup? Yeah. Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, the third panel discussion of the day, I'll quickly repeat the topic for all of you. It's sustainable finance, merging profitability with environmental and social responsibility. The session will be chaired by Ms. Rajani Pradhan, Special Correspondent, BW Business World. And she'll be joined on stage by Ms. Mukti Hariharan, Chief Financial Officer, Lenskart, Mr. P.K. Harihara Subramanian, India CFO, Head GBS and Whole-Time Director, Cognizant Technology Solutions, Mr. Rohit Parekh, CFO and Head Corporate Development, Goki. Can we please have our respected moderator and panelists on stage, please? Let's give it up. Yes, come on. I love the energy in the house. Ma'am, you first. And I believe this is the first panel discussion for the day where we also have women, so I think we can clap a little louder as well. That's what we want, right? Thank you so much for bringing up the energy in the house. The stage is all yours, ma'am and sir.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rajani Pradhan, Special Correspondent with BW Business World. I'll be presiding over the session as a chair. To begin with, I would first like to extend a warm welcome to all of you as we gather here today for what promises to be an enlightening panel discussion on a topic of paramount importance: sustainable finance, merging profitability with environmental and social responsibility. Our esteemed panelists here are leading lights in the field of sustainable finance. I would like to commence the session by thanking them all for joining us today and request them to kindly introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mukti Hariharan. I'm CFO of Lenskart. Before this, I've worked for about 15 years in investment banking, and then last 5 years I spent with Unilever. And so really at the edge of sustainable finance. So very, very happy and delighted to be here. Thank you.
Right, hello everyone. It's a longish name as you see there behind me. So keep it easy like PK, and you're reminded of the film and you will always remember me. So PK Harihar Subramanian is a longish name. It's a pleasure actually to be there in the panel today, and what I really enjoyed, on a lighter note I should say, I'm happy that I was not in the previous panel because Palaksha had so many loaded questions. So I'm happy that I was not on the previous one. But on a good side, the true side, I'm really happy that we are in this panel which has got the best diversity so far. The previous two panels were all loaded with men. Come on. And now we have like, two
Thank
each.
you, PK. That's so kind of you.
Fantastic. Thank you. I'm so glad to be on this panel. Off to you, Rohit.
Thanks. Rohit here. I'm the CFO and I also had corporate development for Goki, which is a preventive health company. You might associate Goki brand with one of the fittest Bollywood icons, Akshay Kumar, who happens to be our brand ambassador as well, backed by Mitsui, which is a Japanese conglomerate. Personally, I was an investment banker before this, so helping companies raise fund, do M&A, that's what I've been doing. And personally, for me also, I think, an angel investor in some of the companies who look at sustainability. I think personally, sustainability environment is something which is very close to my heart as well. So very happy to be part of this panel. And yes, G, which is governance, and 50% of the panel being represented, it's definitely a good panel to be in. Yeah.
Definitely, the topic is very close to my heart as well, Rohit. So thank you all of you. So without any further ado, let's kickstart the panel discussion. And my first question for the session is how to incorporate ESG factors into financial strategies. Mukti, would you like to start?
Yeah. So the question is, how do you incorporate the sustainability practices into financial strategy? And actually, I would like to take a step back and say, why do you need to incorporate sustainable practices in your financial strategy? I think it's not an option anymore, and it's more of, something that you ought to do. So last week was my birthday, and I ended up buying a new phone. And the first question when my 7-year-old saw the new phone was, how are you going to dispose of the old phone? I hope you're not just going to throw it away. The waste actually goes into the environment. And, that made me think, and, honestly, sustainability as such is not a choice that the businesses have the freedom to make anymore. You know, all of us know climate change is real. We were all complaining of the heat outside if you stand in the waiting lounge. And so the stakeholders that we have, be it consumers, be it government, be it shareholders, everybody is looking at businesses to incorporate sustainable practices in how we do business. When I used to work at Unilever, they used to say, it's not important to do ESG because it's good for the environment. And yes, it is good for the environment, but it's good for the business. Because your consumers, your stakeholders are looking at you as businesses to incorporate sustainability. And then the question is, how do you actually incorporate ESG into the current business practices? And I think the CFOs have a big role to play in there. You know, we are really the channel, the beholders of data in an organization. So I think from the perspective that I actually also bring to Lenskart is, first, define what is ESG for you. Second, you know, what is the cost of doing this? You would not be able to incorporate sustainability if you're not able to establish a return on investment. Consumers, while they want sustainability, I don't think people are ready to pay for incorporating sustainability. How many people in the room actually pay more to get sustainable packaging, right? We all buy stuff from e-commerce, knowing very well the carbon footprint of stuff that's getting delivered to us is much higher. So I think it's very important for financial officers really to strike a balance, a trade-off between the cost and the benefit of incorporating sustainability, so as you could still bring affordable products to your customers.
PK.
All right. So I'll just give it a a different twist so that we understand the concept well. You know, I mean, yesterday or day before there was an interview with Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citigroup, and she was talking about ESG with a different flip. She said now the S has to be seen not just as social, but more as security. It's more about with the world actually like entering different phases of war in different spots. She was saying now it's more about looking at security for everybody. Whether we have enough food security, enough job security, and so on. But truly speaking, when you look back at ESG, for you to understand it clearly, of why we really need to do something about ESG, it's about understanding what it means. What does the acronym stand for? And my definition of it is exploitation for selfishness and greed. That's truly what I say as ESG. That's at the core of it. That's the underlying foundation of it. And if you look at exploitation, then we know that we are exploiting the environment around us. We are exploiting the earth, the natural factors, everything. So we have to do something around the environment. And look at the S part of it, selfishness. Obviously the opposite. If you have to undo that part, you obviously have to look at doing good to the society. And there comes the social causes. And finally, greed. Now, can you really address greed? Can you really stop? You can only govern, put some boundaries around it and say, okay, you can make profit, but have some limits here, have some boundaries here. And that's where governance comes in. So looking at that, I mean, ESG, it's kind of evolved over the years. But I would also say it's also because of how we have come into life. The society, like it is every one of us, not just one. Like all of us, we have come into the consumerist, consumer's mindset. There is maximum amount of consumerism, maximum amount of, I want this. And look back at, what Mahatma Gandhi said in those days. He was like, there is enough available in the earth and nature to satisfy everyone's need, but not enough to satisfy anyone's greed. Right? Very simple. I mean, that is what he lived by. And so we now have an opportunity for us to actually get back there and make the world a better place. And belated birthday wishes, Mukti. But I get the very interesting point of what your daughter asked you. And that's a good thing because the new gen is really, really so focused on ESG matters. I mean, we as a generation in between, I would probably go back to the Native American proverb which says, we don't inherit the earth from our forefathers. We actually borrow it from our children. In your case, it's so exactly true, so aptly true, right? It's a clear case that where your child is actually standing up and asking, what are you doing? How are you leaving it for me is a question. So for all of us to answer that, I think all of us individually have to really wake up to the situation, the alarming situation around us and start contributing. So that way, I'm so very glad that we have so much of knowledge and discussion happening in this area. And companies are doing their best. I think with more regulation coming in, companies which have been shy of doing it have also been forced to, step in and start doing something. So it's a great thing. I think it has just begun, in my view. There is so much more that we are going to achieve, as humanity, and the possibilities are immense. Rohit?
No, so look, I think if anybody still is thinking that ESG is a good to do thing, I think that time is clearly gone, right? There was a interesting data point that in 2011, only 20% S&P 500 companies talked about sustainability. That number has increased to 90% in 2019, right? So that's the kind of increase that has happened. So ESG clearly is something which you cannot wish away with, right? Having said that, if all of us start burdening ourselves by saying that, look, tomorrow we need to invent a button which we just press and everything would be fine, obviously that's also not going to happen, right? So in my view, the right approach is to take calibrated measures in the right direction, right? And 2015 United Nations SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals that they put in, were clearly landmark in this. Because in my view, I think that actually brings a common currency or common talking language to what ESG could be, right? So I think for any company to start with, I think the first approach should be that, look, read the 17 points, 17 SDGs that UN talks about, right? See what could be relevant to that company, because all 17 points would not be relevant to all companies, right? And then break it into ESG 3 categories to see which 17 point is relevant to your company, right? Some of it could be external, as Mukti was also talking about sustainable packaging, for instance, using renewable energy, etc., etc. But some of it could be purely internal as well, right? From your own employee base, workforce perspective, are you being more inclusive, right? Are you putting the right governance structures in place, right? So my view is that, look, if everyone starts doing their bit of it, it may not be that complicated a task either, right? But yes, I think intent is important. Starting is very important. And I mean, clearly, it's no longer about, wishing that ESG is a good thing, but it's actually there. You have to do it.
Such interesting insights. And I also think that sustainability is like it's a conscious choice that we have to make every day. It's not that one odd day we decide that today will be sustainable and tomorrow then we again forget. So it's a choice. It's like, even in my case, I have a kid. I mean, he teaches me so much, like, about sustainability. He might not know the word, but then yes, I learn a lot from him. I'm sure he's learning from his school, but then I get to learn from him as well. So from there, we'll just get on to the next question. So, and that is for you, PK, that how do we measure and report the impact of sustainable finance initiatives?
All right, that's going to be a tough one. And if I start elaborating on that properly, I think we will reach dinner. I don't want to stand between you and lunch anyway. So, I will just say this. As a lot of us are CFOs in this room, I think we will really agree on one point. You can't control what you can't measure. Simple as that, right? That's a fundamental principle that every finance guy will vouch for. You can't control what you can't measure. So when the whole world started looking at ESG as an important thing, I'm not taking names of companies, but practically like every company worth its salt and every CEO who was really looking at, or being looked at as a great guy, just started making promises, left, right, and center, saying, okay, here is what we are going to do, here is the amount that we are committing for the ESG cause, etc. But how much of it is really doable? How much of it can really actually be delivered is a question that only the finance guy can answer. So going back to the previous panel's discussion, if you had followed that, he was asking the CFO is actually like, he's the first casualty and he's basically like, on the chessboard, he's like a queen. Practically, who was he, protecting? Then the CEO is actually the king. And then the question is, then who are the investors? Investors are the ones who are actually playing the coins, right? Typically, that's what happens. So it's really the role of a CFO here is being the queen, being truly important and truly actually like all powerful, right? And actually helping the king to achieve the goal of not being checkmated, so to say. So on that, going back to the point of how do you measure that? And that's one area where we have a little bit of a concern. because there are multitude of regulations and standards currently, in play and being developed. As we speak of it, I can just tell you some names. There's a global reporting initiative, a GRI that we have, and there is like the FASB that we know, there is a SASB, which is Sustainable Accounting Standards Board, that's come up with its own innovation. There is a HIPAAS, there is IFRS is coming up with its own version, and there is a new ISO standard for looking at this and reporting up. So there are a lot of moving parts to this particular story. I think eventually, 1 or 2 years down the line, the IFRS will really come up with something that will encompass all these different things. And on top of it, again, going back to the previous panel, they were talking about the complexity, and regulatory challenges. This is one area where we have more challenges on the regulatory side, because SEBI has come up with a beautiful long list of things that a company has to comply with, and that includes a lot of things that has to be measured, what we call as a BRSR, business responsibility and sustainability reporting. And there's a huge list, and the burden is already very big. So we are actually complaining about the regulator when they are reactive. Here we are complaining about them because they are proactive, and they've given us a big list, to start wishing for and start measuring and accounting. So there are, like I said, there are a lot of standards and a lot of mechanics of how do you measure it, but it all basically comes down to one thing, which you call as a social return on investment. How do you measure an ROI for a social cause, what we call as a SROI? And there is enough amount of material on that. There is an institute in the UK, Social Value Institute, that's published good guidelines around it. But to take a practical example, I will look at my good friend Rohit. I see that he's dressed up in nice smart casual. So you sure have a blue denim, right? You do have a blue denim. All right. Now, what did you purchase it for? What is the cost, roughly? Just the top of your head. Maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 bucks? Okay. That's the cost that he has actually spent. But if you have to really look at it from a SROI point of view, if he decides not to buy one more jeans from an ESG point of view, right? He is becoming very aware as a consumer, and he says, no, I'm not going to buy one more jean. You know what is the amount that he's saving? It's not the same 2,000. Every jeans takes typically between 8 to 10,000 liters of water to be prepared and arrive in the marketplace. So, and if you apply the standard rate of whatever we pay for the distilled waters, the mineral water types, say about 20 liters, 20 rupees per liter, and talk about 10,000 liters, you know what amount he's contributing to the society. That's a practical, way of measuring it. And then we have people like, great activists like Greta Thunberg and others, who talk about the importance of ESG. I will take you to one other example back from our own days, from the 1700s in India. There was a lady called Amrita Devi, and she actually gave the metrics of how to measure the value of ESG. And a very famous sentence there, she says, a chopped head is cheaper than one chopped tree. And if you guys have not heard about Amrita Devi, you should go and do a lookup. There's a community called Bishnois, not far away from here in Rajasthan. There was a massacre that happened for Amrita Devi, and her children actually came in to protect chopping of a tree because they considered that Kejri tree as an important one. They stopped it there, and when she was actually being killed, literally, she said this word: one chopped head is cheaper than one chopped tree. That is the kind of value that we have assigned and we have practiced forever. And it was not just her. There were 363 people who were killed trying to protect a tree from being felled. And this is India for you, like decades ago, like 1730s. So there is so much more that we can talk about, how do you really measure and report up. But going back to the point, there are a lot of reporting standards that we have, but it's really important to finally come down to one particular thing, pick up one thread and say, okay, here is how I'm going to report. Now, whatever SEBI did, from the BRSR, they came down to a limited version of BRSR Core. So it's going to start apply to the top 150 listed companies this year, 250 next year, and so on, progressively increase. But the BRSR Core is actually looking at it from a global perspective, BRSR Core is actually going further above and beyond what even the European commissions are demanding, for people to report. European side of it, they are only looking at companies to provide a kind of a reasonable, limited assurance. But here, it is completely reasonable assurance is what SEBI is expecting, which means the number that you're providing has to be auditable. It should be verifiable. Now, there are no comparable numbers today. There are no comparable benchmarks today, but all that will start getting developed over the next 4 to 5 years of time because of this pressure that has been pushed on us by the government. So I think we are going to head in a better direction, but there's going to be a lot of confusion and rush, some bit of madness in the next 3-4 years. And 5 years from now, I think we'll be in a great spot of being able to measure and report on comparable benchmarks.
Wow.
I'll just add one small point. So the T-shirt which we have, the Goki T-shirts, they are made out of recycled plastic materials.
Wow.
So we have athleisure on our app, and T-shirts made out of recycled PET. It's not 100%. Obviously, they blend it with something. Is one of the highest selling athleisure brands.
Thank you, PK. And just 2 days back, I bought these jeans, and after the conversation, I'm just feeling so guilty. यार ये तो अभी खरीदा है. So, okay.
I should clarify, I'm not against buying jeans, or I'm not going to stop the business of jeans manufacturers. I should also put it on record that the jeans companies themselves have come forward to understand the problem, and they are now working with the farmers also to fix this. Yeah. They have changed the method of cultivating the cotton trees, and they are changing the number of chemicals that are involved in washing up and preparing blue denim. So they are doing that bit as well.
No, at least even I got informed. So thank you so much. So from here, now we'll move on to the next question, and that is, investors. That's a very important topic in finance. So how to attract investors through ESG-aligned financial practices? We'll start with you, Rohit.
Yeah. So look, I think the good news first, right? The ESG AUM in India itself actually increased 5 times between ESG. A point I was reading. By 2026, more than 20% of global AUM would actually be ESG focused. So that's the kind of change which is actually happening. And even, we are talking of investors, and maybe I'll come to that. So the way people look at ESG, again, coming back to the point that some people look at it as good to do. There are funds now coming. I was reading about it. There's a very celebrated fund manager who's launching a fund which actually shorts stocks that are overvalued and are doing bad on ESG. Right? Stocks which are doing bad on ESG and undervalued are anyways, have taken the beating, right? But stocks that are overvalued and doing bad on ESG, his mandate of the fund is to short those stocks, right? So, but this is greed countering greed, right?
That's such a wonderful definition. I'm going to remember that. Yeah.
So I think the way people perceive ESG is changing. By the way, in fact, this is again a very active debate. Some investors are shorting stocks that are just doing a lip service for ESG. So even people have advanced to that level. They are actually reading the micro details. They are just checking that, look, is it ESG just for the sake of saying ESG, or someone is actually doing something good or not, right? So clearly, I think the investor mindset for evaluating ESG has moved to the next level, clearly, right? Now, I think when it comes to fundraising specifically, the way I put it is, again, as I said, there's no dearth of capital. The idea is to first have the right data and matrix which you can show to these investors. And comes back to the point of you first thinking what makes sense out of those 17 points to you, UN development goals, and having data for the points that are relevant to you, right? And it may not be very complicated. So for instance, I can give you a live example, from our company, right? So we have coaches on our app, right? Who help people to, fine tune their diet, exercise, blah, 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 right? 90% of them are actually work from home women. They are qualified. They are postgraduate in nutrition and sports fitness, etc., etc. They were working at some point of time, but no longer want to go out of home. We've made it a conscious HR policy to look at people with this background. Now, happy to say 90% of them are from this background, right? So need not be something very complicated. I think the idea is to figure out what could be relevant and doable in your organization and start collecting data. Reach out to investors who are specifically focused on impact if that's the kind of capital you want to raise, which is impact guys. But even a generalist investor would definitely love to have that data. All right.
Yeah, thanks, Rohit. Mukti?
So at Lenskart, we have, I think more than 20 investors in a cap table, and every single investor, when they invested, they looked at, how good are we on ESG compliance. And we've actually set up one of the biggest eyewear manufacturing factory in Bhiwadi, which could manufacture up to 1 lakh eyeglasses every day. And when we were presenting it to the investors, one big question that came to us was, okay, this is great. You have, really automated a lot of stuff, but what are you really doing on ESG compliance, and, how are we making sure that the water is treated in-house? How are we making sure that the electricity consumption is green? And so I think, it's actually, as I was saying earlier, it is not nice to do. It is absolutely important as you are planning new investments that ESG is front and center of your investment strategy as a company. Be it, whether you're a consumer company or an IT services company, I think it's no different. So investors are really looking at ESG as, one of the things they absolutely look at when they are making new investments.
I think they have really summarized it well. The only thing I would add is there is a lot of money available on the table. If you are truly an ESG impactful company, and there are different definitions of what is an impact, what is material impact, etc. But if you are truly ready to make an impact, there is enough amount of dollars in trillions that is available on the table to be picked up and at a lower cost. So that should really tell you the level of investors, the interest in actually supporting ESG causes. So as a finance guy, I would only say I would caution the CFOs to basically jump into the ship, not because there is lower cost of funds available, but truly because you have to do the right thing. And here is an opportunity to do the right thing. So get into the boat, push the king piece to do the right thing, and make sure that you use all your powers to protect him, but also deliver goods of value to the society around you. I think that's where we should really.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think planning early on can absolutely change the game, because then you are not in a reactive mode, but you are, able to look ahead and plan for the, things that are going to matter increasingly in this new emerging, fast-changing world.
Absolutely, like we said, all three of you, like, there's no choice. We have to do it. Like, now is the time, and it's not something that will happen in the future, or we must look at it from a futuristic perspective. That is something that we need to act upon right now itself. And with that, any question from the audience?
Hi, panelists. Firstly, thanks for a very interesting discussion, one of the liveliest that I've been a part of since the morning. Ishan Sharma from the Tata Group. I would like to call upon a very relevant example that you quoted from the genes perspective, right? We are also a part of Gen Z and millennial, cohort. Manner, but at the same time is a big proponent of fast fashion, right, which is one of the biggest contributors to the same thing, right? While we do have t-shirts which are, let's say, made out of recycled PET, etc. What I want to really focus on here is, as leaders and as CFOs, what's your role in ensuring that, ESG does not get reduced to a mere checkbox activity, similar to what happened with CSR, right, where companies are allocating their quota and nothing beyond it. Why should ESG go beyond that, and how to take it beyond that?
The question was for me or Rohit? For me?
All of you. All of you.
All right. See, I think it is a great question, and I'm kind of pleasantly surprised that somebody is still asking questions just before lunch. We are kind of holding you back, but fantastic. Thank you for that. See, I would say this. If you have to do the right value addition as a CFO on this process, it's actually a very, very simple thing. It's about be yourself, be genuine, and be ready to do the right thing is all that you need to think about. Because the way that we have been trained up, especially having been brought up in India, the kind of culture that we hail from, the kind of heritage that we have, I think it goes without saying that naturally everybody respects the nature around us. I mean, if you have like an old grandfather or grandmother, they would have taught you slokas to say, like, every morning just before getting out of bed, you say this sloka, and where you say to Prithvi, Shamaswa, my legs are touching you, and please forgive me for doing that. You say that sloka and get out. So you know how you are kind of brought up and how it is all ingrained in your system. So the only thing that you need to be careful about is, Yes, we are out there in the world. It's a rat race. There's a lot of competition. You have to generate profits. It's all fine. As a CFO, you are responsible to make sure that the company is still profitable. But in that rat race, don't lose your authenticity and your genuineness. And that's one area where I think we as CFOs should actually stand our ground, because there will be other pressures on the CEOs or the marketing guys and everybody else, to run around and get more dollars. But for you, you're actually in the middle. You are trying to do good for the company, but also take it on yourself that you will actually champion the cause of driving ESG. If you do that, I think you will naturally do it. Fast fashion, you touched upon a very relevant point. We didn't talk about the concept of greenwashing, right? And greenwashing is not a new concept, honestly. It's been there like from, I think, 1980s, 86, from, since when that greenwashing was spoken about. But it's come to everybody's attention now. We are talking about greenwashing only because ESG has picked up a lot of pace, right? And on greenwashing, there are a lot of big brands, fast fashion brands that you spoke about, have been caught red-handed. And I see red here, time's up, but red-handed, they have been caught and they've been specifically brought in, and there have been courts who have actually pronounced judgment specifically saying, you guys are just trying to give like lip service. You're giving a wrong statement, but actually trying to make more money, especially from Gen Z like you. Because you want to do the right thing, you are contributing to the, to the social causes, everything. But these guys, there are some big fast fashion brands which actually take advantage of people like that. So the best way for us to contribute is each one of us hold yourself to a standard of integrity and ethics that we have all been known for, and we will continue to be known for, especially the finance community. So, and it's always a case of going back to our golden motto, trust but verify. So if you see a brand that's coming and watching you that, this is a great product, this has got, it's been produced from 100% recycle, trust, fine, but please also do verify. That's your job. And you do that, you can then start marketing for them also. The word of mouth, the social media spread that you guys have access to today, you can actually go around telling people that I did my homework, and not the WhatsApp university types, keep forwarding to 5,000 people, but your own personal account and say, I bought this, I checked it, and here is how it is. I validated this. That'll be a great way to actually build on more trust in that particular brand. Hope that answers to some extent. That indicates that we should wrap the session again, no? The claps.
Even I feel the same. So with this, the session now comes to an end, and I would just like to thank the panelists. And I can confidently say after today's session that with this kind of sensitive and aware CFOs and young leaders with us today, our future is definitely secured. There is nothing much to worry about. And thank you so much for your time. I think we can head for the lunch. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, everybody.
Let's give it up loudly for this wonderful panel, ladies and gentlemen. Kya baat hai. Let's have a group photograph as well. Photographer Dada. Sir, aa jao, please. And ma'am, I'm also a consumer of Lenskart, just showing you hustle. I was not financed for this word of mouth. It's just that I'm a genuine believer of Lenskart products. So yeah. Kya baat hai. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We now will be proceeding for lunch. We'll have a 30 minutes break for lunch. Please enjoy the wonderful delicacies that's waiting for you outside. And like sir said, PK sir, like how he likes to be called, he said, trust but verify. You can trust me, there's some amazing food over there. It's time for you to verify. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the second half. इधर से ले ले, इधर से कॉर्नर Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to begin with our second half of our event in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I request you all to kindly take your seats so that we can proceed forward. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to begin in the next 5 minutes, so I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats so that we can begin with the second half of this wonderful day. I'll request you all to kindly take your seats so that we can begin the next half of the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, request you all to kindly take your seats. We're all set to begin with the second half of the day. I believe we all had an amazing lunch and we can move forward to the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll kindly request you to take your seats. We are all set to begin with the second half of the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to finally begin. I request all of you to kindly take your seats. I know there's a lot of happiness and excitement regarding the lunch. We all had great food. I believe you all agree as well, sir. So great stuff, good food. Now it's time for some good conversations as well. Panel discussions, looking forward to that. I'll request all of you behind to kindly take your seats. Over there at the back, I'll request everybody to kindly take your seats so that we can move forward with the day. So let's begin. सबसे पहले बताइए sir, how was your lunch? You had good food. Is the excitement doubled right now for all of you? Energy is doubled. Are you looking forward to some great conversations? I think it's going to be even more. 2x the dhamaka, 2x the power in the second half. That's what we look forward to. Fantastic. So the first panel discussion post-lunch. The topic for the moment is future-proofing financial infrastructure. The session will be chaired by Ms. Sapna Srivastav, editor, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media. She'll be joined on stage by the likes of Mr. Gaurav Malik, Chief Financial Officer, Experian Developers, Mr. Jitesh Kakaria, CFO and Supply Chain Director, Mohit Hennessy, Mr. Kunal Sanghvi, Chief Financial Officer, HDFC Securities Limited, Mr. Nikhil Sohoni, Group Chief Financial Officer, Blue Star Limited. Let's give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. I want some more energy when you clap. This is the first session after lunch. We can do a lot better. There's no GST when it comes to clapping, right? Perfect. The stage is all yours. You have your mics and everything sorted? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, we're beginning with the first panel discussion post-lunch. I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats. And another request, kindly please have your mobile phones in silent mode so that there's no distraction for our panelists and speakers. Thank you so much.
First of all, thank you for such a warm welcome after lunch. I see everyone is full of energy, so that's a good start to our discussion. We have an interesting topic, which is not only interesting but important, because financial infrastructure forms the basis of entire financial systems of the country, and future-proofing it, I think it should be on the priority list. And I have some eminent speakers from various sectors of the industry. So let me go straight into the conversation. As I have speakers from various segments, let me ask each one of you, in terms of key top two developments that you can tell me which has redefined the financial systems in your specific sectors. Gaurav, let me start with you. You are with real estate. So what are the maybe top 2 or 3 developments that have redefined your segment?
Thanks, Sapna. Good afternoon, everybody. I think if everybody is done by lunch, if you had sweets, then you won't remember anything. So I can be free. So again, so in real estate, real estate in India is about $250 billion market. It's expected to grow to 1 trillion by 2030. Now, there have been a lot of developments in real estate, a lot in the technology side. Financial systems, to be very open, we have not been, in terms of the accounting systems and all, we have not been very advanced in the real estate. We've also, looked at brick and mortar buildings, and how to build is what we look at. In terms of technology, couple of advancements that, I've also recently seen is that ones are, front-ended and other ones are back-ended. I'll tell you one which is back-ended, which most of you may not know, is when we, build a building as a residential or a commercial, there's a digital twin that, we build in the back-end, which is a virtual representation of your building with all your services. Now, that plays a very important role nowadays and a very key development for buildings to, come up on time, built on time. They take about 5 to 6 years for residential, 3 to 4 years for commercial. So this digital twin, which is, a virtual representation, helps the architect and the engineers in the team in better planning and, better management and better architecture of the building. They can stress test, various things in the virtual environment, which were not possible before. People would, do some things, learn from that, then course correct. But now you can do it in virtual environment. It also increased safety, So
this is, digital twin is one. I would say other thing you would have noticed when you've gone to buy houses is now you have, virtual. So before earlier years,
AR and VR.
yeah, when you go out, you are on the, mercy of the broker and channel partner to show you what's there in the market. But now you can see everything digitally, virtually. These are, I think, the, big things that are happening in real estate.
Right. So not directly connected to finance, but helping keep the costs in check for the organizations. So two key developments in real estate, as Gaurav said, are AR, VR, and the digital twins. Kunal, in your segment, what would you, in Jitesh, in your segment, what would you say has redefined your sector, the technology development?
No, thank you so much, and thanks for the question here. But I think I'll give you two examples here. The first example is general, and the second is industry specific. The general one is the way we are leveraging software or the platform or the infrastructure as a service. If you think about a couple of years back, we would have to buy a perpetual license to install a Tally, Oracle, or a SAP. Now there are organizations which can give you this as a service. So think about an SMB sector, a startup, or even a large corporate. If you have to do a small change in your system, you don't need to do that through a transformation. You buy a plug and play model and your financial process is sorted. So that's what I think I really look up to. The one which is specific to my organization, we are in the Alco-Bev side of it. So where distribution or supply chain management is the key. The way the technology has helped us is on our inventory management. We have a fully integrated supply chain from a warehouse to our Singapore office, to our distributors which are spread across to 3,000 points of sale also. So what I get to know every week is what my consumer trends are, what my trade investments are, and how can I pivot it based on the consumption patterns of. So I think that is super helpful, and at the same point of time, I'm able to manage my inventory cost, I'm able to do trade investment settlement on time, so which makes the entire ecosystem moves in the right direction.
Correct. So technology for efficiency, I think that's a very big point. Kunal, you would like to add something to it in your segment.
Yeah, so let me talk a little bit about broking and financial service industry, wherein what we have seen is, as a country, India, we had about close to, you can say, 20 million or 2 crore demat accounts until 5 years back, which kind of got opened in 25 years before that, that is since 1994. And only in last 4-5 years, we had this number just jumping to 5x within no time. And with only last 1.5 year giving 50% of it, that is close to 50 million, that is 5 crores. This is a big transformation as an industry, thanks to the overall shift in digitization, wherein the account opening used to actually be with 27 signatures, or even there are memories of 60 signatures being done by a client, and used to take months, or maybe say, if not days, fortnight or so, and logistical issues, all getting migrated to digital. But the very important two things that has enabled this is, one is the boom of telecom and internet all across the country with high bandwidth, which has actually fostered this in a very big manner, backed very strongly not only by the sector development in technology in terms of developing journeys, but also by regulatory enablement, wherein the things which are in terms of digital signatures, the Aadhaar-based signatures, the OTPs and the power of attorneys, etc., were all legalized in terms of authentication through a mobile, digitally signed, which kind of helped to really expedite this. And as we speak, you can say more than 90% of our new incremental accounts are opening digitally through this process on a mobile app in less than 5 to 10 minutes. So people can just start investing within no time. And the biggest impetus of this is, as you all are aware, globally there is very high amount of turmoil in terms of interest rates, recession, countries undergoing liquidity tightening, etc., which essentially Indian stock market and capital markets are not experiencing as much as globally it is happening. In fact, India is doing better, because of a very huge retail participation which has been enabled by this transformation. So the retail participation is so heavy that the retail buying, retail investments is helping companies raise money, helping counter FI negative flows. So a small change digitally backed by these kind of transformations has actually helped to try and help the whole economy to kind of sustain well. So I believe this big is the
I
contribution.
think smartphones and the Aadhaar, I think they are the basis, for the financial services doing so well these days. And as you said, for the retail customer, it's become very easy. Nikhil, lastly to you, in your segment, what are the technological developments that have redefined it?
So I will say that I will look at it as a manufacturing segment rather than anything, because if you are looking at finance,
Right.
I think we'll have to go by what type of industry it is rather than what specific activity the company is doing. In that sense, I'll say in the manufacturing setup, the one thing which has revolutionized is for me supply chain finance. That is something which is really changed in a big way. Vendor finance or supply chain finance has always been there for ages, but the platform concept on which it has started working has really eased out financing for the entire vendor base. And if your ecosystem is kind of strong and healthy, I think it helps the industry as a whole. So that is something which is really revolutionary. MSME funding, because of which they are, and today they can get at the best of the rates. The kind of scale that is going up. So I was just discussing with one of the persons over here. It started so slow, but today it is that each of them are doing around 40,000 crores. So I think that's something, a real size, which is really picking up. So that being the case, I think that is one which has revolutionized manufacturing industry. For coming to consumer finance and consumer retail industry that we are in for our products, I'll say that tracking of I'll look at the consumer finance side, going away from the vendor finance side. It's a very opaque area. It's an area where, there is not much clarity who finances, because at zero finance, the cost comes to the company. So tracking through serial numbers, through QR codes, through automation, seeing which ultimate dealer is financing or retailer is financing your product and what financing it is happening, getting a full visibility on that through digitization is something which I will say is sector specific, which has really benefited us.
I think transparency in the entire
Yes,
system
yes.
is something. So great to know that technology is creating a lot of paradigm shifts in all segments across all sectors. Coming to the specific questions about our financial infrastructure, because this is what we are talking about. If I have to ask, Kunal, when we talk about financial infrastructure, first of all, there are traditional infrastructure like our banking systems, our credit card payment systems, etc., ATMs. How much are they being modernized to make them future ready? Is enough being done, or more needs to be done? What is your reading?
So I think so. Let me just tell you a very simple thing. The biggest financial infrastructure for any company is how payments are made. And we all know how UPI has revolutionized. In fact, that's the best example in the globe. We are having highest number of transactions, and none of us will be hesitant to even give a small money to any vendor, or even for that matter, people are using it to pay their maids, etc. Also a small money by payments, by UPIs and this thing, and it's very swift and quick. So that is the level of kind of change. But having said that, even if you come in financial services, you come in with respect to banking, there is an immense amount of modernizations with the API transformation that is happening. So all the banks, the financial institutions have been started exposing APIs, and fintechs are at the forefront to kind of lap it up and integrate. And therefore, there is a complete mesh around, if you look at it from outside, wherein you are transacting with anybody from anywhere. And when I say anybody from anywhere, it is essentially, it can be any bank or any broker in the behind financially, but at the forefront, it can be any startup entity, right? Even in future, I don't see that if it's, be it Swiggy, Zomato, in the back end, it may be powered by DFCs of the world for a lot of services, and there are numerous amount of services that are tied up in the back end. I think so it is time that the larger India also takes cognizance of this API revolutions in terms of getting into an integrated world in future, wherein they also integrate their systems using APIs, which is kind of a standard protocol, and try and take a larger benefit. So I think so we are at the forefront. And just to also give you one more last example, Clearing corporations in India has rolled out interoperability in 2019. I was myself part of it to roll it out, and as we see in exchanges, we are kind of the best in the world in terms of interoperability, wherein we also have derivatives interoperability, which is kind of hardly existent anywhere in the world. And at the same time, we do highest amount of derivatives volume on our stock exchanges in the world. So that is the level of advancement.
So that's quite a bit. That has already happened. Anything more that you're looking at? What more needs to be done?
I think so. This is just a start. The foundation is created in terms of what can happen. Now the whole foundation will be layered by a huge amount of AI/ML that will come. That AI/ML essentially will do a lot of contextualization for customer. So earlier it used to be that everybody used to see the same news. Now the news that you will see, that they will see, and what I will see will be completely different in terms of it will become more contextual to what is relevant to me, related to my business area, my areas of interest, and everywhere the world is going to be personalized, more hyper-personalized, looking at the consumer behavior. So I think so this whole foundation that has been created will be superloaded with AI and ML, and that intermingled with the overall infrastructure that the larger Indian companies will adopt will completely change the way in which we live. Our lifestyles will also change.
Right. So AI ML for customized services to the consumer, I think is the next step now.
So every customer will be a segment,
Yeah.
and therefore you can't say it's customized to customers, but it is essentially programmed and intellectualized in the manner in the back end that the customer will feel in terms of means we are already talking like you have to think accordingly, it will already directly give you. So it does not necessarily make time, and we all have heard that Google and Alexas of the world are listening to us on an ongoing basis as we have in our pockets mobile phones, and we suddenly see an ad of what we may actually talk. So that's kind of going to happen.
That's the next step for our financial services as well. Sounds a little creepy, but I think that's good. So Jitesh, let me ask you, Kunal mentioned about fintech companies being the front face for the banking sectors. What are the kind of digital transformations you are seeing fintech are bringing in the sector and helping it make future ready as well?
Yeah. So I think I can talk about it as a consumer and as somebody who has worked in financial services to a large extent. So first decade of my career has been in financial services, and next is on the other side of the table. So think about it. I think my friend talked about UPI, QR code, talk about DigiLocker. So what you're doing the entire journey of a consumer is from an onboarding to his collections, everything has been digitized to a large extent. Now, the recent changes which they have done is the asset aggregator. We call it as Sehmati, which the government has launched. And what the most important thing, what I feel fintech have done is they have democratized learning. I mean, talk about any stockbroking organization, they are starting with onboarding a consumer through a learning program. So what they're bringing down is their reach through educational programs, through asset-light models. So they are bringing the ecosystem in a larger forum, or the reach has become much, much wider. And I recently opened a broking account, and it was opened within 10 minutes. There was no manual touch point. Everything was digitized, and I think I can wish it more. So if I have to trade next 1 hour, I think I'm already there on that.
I think I agree. It has democratized the financial sector for everyone, and as you said, ease of doing, operations is become one of the biggest contribution of fintech companies.
So the learning channels, whether you talk about Zerodha, Grow, or anybody, from your CRISIL rating to anybody, is probably a tutorial which is on YouTube now. I mean, whether if I have to do an option or a derivative training, I don't think so I need to contact somebody from a finance background.
Okay, correct. Not so good news for finance professionals. But let me come to Nikhil now. Kunal touched upon how legacy systems are getting upgraded, how fintech is making a big contribution, as Jitesh said. Two technologies that have been often talked about in finance is blockchain and cloud-based systems. Our earlier panel was also talking about it. According to you, what are the benefits and challenges of adopting these systems in our finance segment?
See, I'll start with blockchain. Blockchain, I think, if I were to compare it, it may not be a good comparison, but it's something like Africa. It's remained a promise for a long time. That's the only. It's not kind of coming to its potential. It has a huge potential, is what I will say. But somehow, I did my first POC on a blockchain in 2016. So that was a time when we tried out. We did another POC in 2019 on in an intra-group trade which we wanted to do. But still the scalability has not been to the extent it should. There are multiple reasons for that, is what I will say. While the concept is absolutely something which is relevant and which is useful, take a simple example of a trade. The most use case can be an international trade where there are so many players, and in terms of your simple paperwork which travels across, a working capital cycle will be 15 to 20 days just because of the time taken for various documents to flow across. And if that has to be converted into a blockchain, which has been attempted by many people, which a distributed ledger is there is a Bolero which is there, so all of them are doing it. But any one chain, any one player in the chain not on blockchain will kind of derail it. So there are a number of reasons why it doesn't take off, or it is not taking off to the extent it should. There are other reasons why blockchain, I think, is another use case was KYC. But then I think eKYC has come and it has worked out very well, which means that it was not required to have a blockchain for that. So I will just say blockchain is a promise. It has potential, but it is still not worked out the way it should. As far as cloud goes, I will clearly say that it's like for my company at least, it's a cloud-first strategy. We are trying to see that how we can take most of our functions on cloud. Today we have our ERP on cloud. Most of our other services are on cloud, because that's the best way to scale. That's the best way to have flexibility. And when I say scale, it means it's a hyper scale. You can just increase when you want. You can the way you want. The business model gets a lot of flexibility. And that's very important, because today I think in this uncertain world, only thing that is certain is agility. If you're agile, you are going to succeed. And if for that, if you have to change your business model, you cannot be invested in a huge technology where you can't switch anything. So that's something which cloud gives you, that flexibility. And of course, I will say the most important thing is security. While people say that, whether security is compromised or something like that, I will give high weightage to cloud security than individual security. If you just read the securities piece, I'll say that it is said by 2030, around $650 billion will be lost because of only security. That is your either downtime or cyber attacks. Right. So today there are only two types of companies, one who are attacked, one who don't know that they're attacked. Okay, and that is a reality.
We'll come back to that, the data security.
So from that angle, I think cloud is something where you are more, at least, getting the best of the things in terms of security and all. So I would give cloud much more weightage, and a blockchain for me is a promise.
Okay, fantastic to know your views about these two technologies. Another very important aspect that comes when we are talking about future proofing of our financial infrastructure is the governance part. Gaurav, let me ask you, in the regulatory, because regulatory ecosystem becomes very important when we are talking about financial infrastructure. What role do you see RBI playing in making sure that our financial infrastructure is resilient to risks?
Yeah. So, see, in the context of COVID-19 pandemic and the Ukraine war, now the Israel war, also the global banking sector events that have happened in the US, the Silicon Valley crisis, even in the Europe, the topmost focus, from an RBI perspective, would, as you said, resilience, financial resilience and stability. Now, what is the role of RBI? RBI is a custodian of financial stability. Now, as a custodian of financial stability, they have a lot of responsibilities on the plate, and I think they have been doing really well. From maintaining or setting up the interest rates, liquidity management, capital stack of the banks, audits that they have been doing. So they have been doing their part of it. When we talk about from a banks and financial institution perspective, and I think my colleague Kunal can answer better, but resilience can be from a financial perspective, operational perspective, and organizational perspective. Now, when we say financial resilience, is something when banks have sufficient capital and liquidity, to withhold or withstand any shocks. When we talk about operational resilience, that would mean banks and institutions can offer or are able to deliver critical services in the face of any disruption, like any attacks or cyber risks that are there. And then comes the organizational resilience, which means the management of the financial institutions. Are they expecting? Are they proactive? Are they looking at the uncertain events and are prepared for that? So I think these three, financial, operational, and organizational resilience, is quite important for banks and financial institutions, and RBI is doing their part of it. Even in the new wakes like the the digital lending space, fintech space, where there are a lot of fintechs coming and loan apps giving peer-to-peer sort of lending. It is an opportunity for the country, but it also poses a challenge for our regulations or regulatory, where they would have to ensure that the transactions are done in a proper, transparent, true, fair manner and transparent manner. So that's where I think the last year they came up with regulations on digital lending in September.
That's right.
And I think they have to be future ready and keep watching these emerging trends and be prepared with regulations, so that their sole aim is consumer protection and fair practices.
Right, right. I think listening to our speakers, one takeaway that I get is that technology is a big game changer for the finance sector. Whether it is our traditional financial infrastructure, which is getting modernized to make it future ready, as Kunal said, whether it is the fintech companies which are bringing in digital transformation and creating awareness among the consumer, as Jitesh spoke about, and also the promising technologies that Nikhil spoke about, that blockchain and cloud is something which is, gets big thumbs up from our speakers in terms of security, data security, and RBI, the role of RBI to make sure that there are no over-ambitious growth approach of companies at the cost of risk management. So before, our times is already up, but before I close the panel, let me ask my speakers to do some crystal ball gazing and give me one tech disruption that you foresee in the future. So Nikhil, starting from you.
I'll say CBDC, central bank digital currency.
Okay.
For me, that when it comes, and it will, it's a matter of time. When we have digital currency, I think it's going to revolutionize everything. So that is because it will change the way the business functions. It will change the way it's going to eliminate intermediaries. It will be a game changer.
Okay.
And it will take time, but it will be there.
Okay, so that's a disruption that Nikhil is looking forward to in future. What's your prediction?
I would have loved to say that I would look forward to capital account convertibility still, but while you are asking for technology, I would say that the integrated approach in which the companies have started lapping up the overall functioning, everything is going to go on mobile much more. It is still a large amount which is outside of mobile, and millennials, as they are growing up, is making that shift transformation. So I think so we have only touched the tip of iceberg.
Okay. Yeah, in fact, India has one of the youngest population, and I think the highest smartphone penetration in the country. So that is what we will see in the future. Jitesh, what's
Yeah,
your
I think
focus?
I'll speak on behalf of a CFO. No regulatory compliance. I think the entire data should be there in the ecosystem. They have left no corner for an individual salaried guy. Hopefully they will leave no corner for a business guy as well.
Okay, no regulatory landscape. Yeah, we all dream of that. Gaurav, your last word.
My friend Nikhil has said about blockchain, but I, being in real estate sector, real estate is not on smartphone, except REITs, which have been a new development. You can buy real estate from, commercial real estate through REITs. But what I'm looking forward is something like a blockchain around real estate, so that, we tokenize the asset. Contracts are transparent, there is trust.
It's already
title.
happening in Dubai. They have
Yeah, so we should look forward. I am looking forward to it, where real estate transactions could be brought about on blockchain, where there is transparency, there is trust, there is property title details available for anybody to verify. and global access on this, and market efficiency. Basically, we don't know what the neighbor is selling for, it would be great to know what the neighbor sold for before I could, give my offer on my flat.
Correct.
So market being efficiency in the market and tokenization. That's the thing that I'm looking forward on the real estate.
So great wish list of our speakers here.
CBDC I said from the finance side. I'll just say that ONDC is I think is another thing which is going to revolutionize things, and we'll wait and watch how it comes out. But the way UPI is done for payment interface, similarly I think for ONDC is going to do for business.
And I think the future does look bright the way technology developments are happening in this sector and across industries. I think the day is not far that we will be seeing all these developments also happening. I think the takeaway from this discussion is that when we are talking about future proofing of financial infrastructure, we need to strike a balance between stability, because finance sector has to be stable. As I said, over-ambitious growth at the cost of risk should not happen. But innovation is very important, because unless we also start, bringing in innovation with some due risk, as we have, data security, etc., that will keep getting addressed along the way. So we need innovation as well to keep us resilient to internal and external risks. So I think thank you to our speakers for sharing your views and suggestions, what should be done and what should happen in the future. And thanks to our audience after the lunch being so patient and listening to us. So thank you so much. Any questions? One question we have, two questions, so please.
Help them with the mic, please. Over there.
Hello. First of all, I congratulate all the panelists for this wonderful discussion, and especially Sapna for anchoring all this. So my question is for Gaurav. And something interesting was talking about real estate, because everybody else have an edge over technology and real estate is lagging far behind. But I would just want to ask, how about metaverse doing all the sales of real estate? How do you see it as a future prospect? Then everything will be clear and transparent.
Good question. So see, first to tell you about technology, I would not say that real estate is lacking in terms of technology, because when I mentioned digital twin, that's the back end of it. But front end, in the way or the experience that now can buy property, through VRs and through technology, where you could view the inside of your house, and even drone views. You can see the view from your balcony. That was not there, in earlier. So metaverse, as long as you can't, I've heard people can buy real estate in metaverse. So as long as I know how to buy land and build, houses there. That could be one part of it. But, taking that experience of, virtual, digital is important. Real estate for the longest time have been a location sort of a game, right? It's now become a location, a product, and an experience sort of a game.
So metaverse can give that experience without going there. So
Yeah, so for now also, I think even, I would say there are certain, because of the digital world, there are certain things that you need to, go and feel and experience, right? While I completely agree that you can sit at your home and visualize your house and how it's going to look, but as long as you can go, you can touch, you can feel, that's the house actually, or real estate depends, basically on. So that comfort or that reality, because what is the sample flat right now, right? You can have a sample in your digital. Still people come, because they would like to touch, they would like to experience, they would like to stand within and see it as a reality.
Obviously.
Because real estate is a dream, right? New houses are a dream. As long as you can see it as real as possible is what it is.
Yeah, for Indians, real estate still remains touch and feel kind of. The whole family has to go, the wife has to go. But we talked about metaverse. There is already happening in metaverse near Ventao Island. Architect James Law has created that entire thing where you can buy a physical property as well as the property in metaverse. You can do that.
See, as far as this touch and feel and experience kind of thing is concerned, I'm a doctor. So earlier, the doctor-patient relationship was only physical. Doctor has to be there, patient has to be there. Now it is completely digital, online consultation as well. Yeah. Probably real estate is going towards that as well.
Okay, great, great. So I think
Thank
I've been told that we do not have
Thank
more
you.
time. One question. We'll just, a quick question if we can have. let's keep it very brief.
Hello. Hello. So my question is to Nikhil. Hi, Nikhil. You spoke about supply chain vendor financing. One of the biggest challenges during COVID times was the business continuity of the vendor. The business continuity, is he going to exist or is he going to exist? Or is he going to exit? You know? So, hello. So that was one of the biggest challenges during the COVID times. As a learning of that period, have you put any matrix check in place, or is it still that you have multiple backups for a given requirement and lay your eggs in multiple baskets?
I think you can connect offline with Nikhil. He's right here with you.
Oh,
So
okay,
you can,
okay.
And let me thank our speakers right now for sharing their time and views with us on this very important topic. Thank you so much.
मुझे कहा गया था कि lunch के बाद you all are going to be clapping even louder. The hotel people guaranteed that to me. Can you please do justice to their statement? Thank you so much. Love it. Can we please have a group photograph? Dada, please. A lot of interesting conversation around metaverse. Do you want this kind of event in metaverse as well later? You never know. Would be a lot of fun. All right, we'll quickly give them some time to set up the next panel before we move forward to the next one. So the topic for the moment is risk management in the digital era and the strategies for mitigation. The session will be chaired by Mr. Tales Razvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World. He'll be joined on stage by Mr. Kabir Ahmed Shakir, Chief Financial Officer, Tata Communications Limited, Mr. Milind Joshi, Chief Financial and Strategy Officer, Maximus International Limited, and Mr. Tejas Mehta, VP Finance India, Mondelez International. Can we have the loudest cheers for this wonderful panel? Taali nahi baja rahe ho aap log, please. Let's encourage and motivate our speakers and panelists all the way more. They've taken out time just like you all. We'll request you all to kindly take it here forward. Stage is all yours, sir.
Hi, can you hear me? Is it audible? Right. So I'd like to welcome our esteemed panelists. Welcome, Mr. Tejas. Thanks for finding time and agreeing to discuss on this topic. And we have a panelist, Mr. Joshi, who's joined, and he is unwell. Despite that, he was able to make it. And Mr. Kabir Shakir, who's the CFO for Tata Communications. So we'll start with sweet things, that's Mondelez. So you wish to say anything?
No, I think thanks for having us. I work for Mondelez, as he rightly said. So, the topic is risk management in the digital era, right? And I think I always say as a finance guy, if you don't invest in risk management, whichever business you are, the business is risky.
Great. So we have been talking about future of finance since morning, and the last session was on the infrastructure building. And when we talk about infrastructure in finance, it's these days it's mostly the soft infrastructure, the IT infrastructure. And when you talk about the kind of infrastructure that is into IT, and we spoke about metaverse right now, in this digital era, the biggest concern that comes in is risk management of our data. I would request the people to come and take the seats. Moksha, can you help us out? Please, sir, take a seat. So we're talking about risk management and in the digital era and the strategies for mitigation. So to start with, I would request you to share that how do you identify the digital risks at your levels and your organizations, and what are the kind of frauds that can happen and the data breaches. So I'll start with Mr. Mehta.
Sure, thanks. So I think, this is, very much a live topic for a lot of the companies, and sure my colleagues here have the same view. I'll share a little bit of perspective from a Mondelez point of view, right? And I think there is no perfect answer in our humble opinion. I think you need to think of risk, and very simply put, what is risk? Risk is a chance of something going wrong. And hence, first you need to really figure what could go wrong. Now we are talking in the realm of digital risk. So what could go wrong in digital risk? And I think you said about frauds, data breaches, and we know a lot of them, right? So what we do in Mondelez is we have got a three-pronged approach to think about this. First is technology, second is process, and third is what we call people, culture, practice, and whatever you could call about it. And there are multiple things you would have heard in technology, in process, and in culture. But I'll share a little bit of what we can do in what we do in Mondelez is, first is never stay, I would say, constant on what you think the risk could be. So have a regular risk management approach. So the risk is going to change and your answer to that could change. So the first thing is never think the risk today is the same risk in 2 years' time. So we have a very strong enterprise risk management framework. And I think there is also, I was hearing some of the colleagues before, there is a significant effort required from the company on the enterprise risk management. So I think that is one. Second is clearly on tech process. So, any business process, you need to think of from a digital lens, what could go wrong, what not could go wrong. And I think the most important, at least in our opinion, is the culture of the people and your practices. So simple things like, OTP management, and more complex things like phishing attacks, ransomware attacks. And as a company, we have a lot of drills, right? And we think of security in a building. The only day I don't go to office is when I have the security drill. But I think we try to avoid that happening when you are doing that digital drill. So we have constant phishing emails. Our CEO will send an email with the wrong address saying, oh, make the payment, or a guy will send. So those kind of drills, we have seen a lot of benefit. And I would say the most underlying thing of all of this is constantly think of what could go wrong. You will never have all the answers, but I think there is a lot of people outside today who are willing to help. I think we spoke a little bit in the past of, people spoke about cloud and all of that. So there are a lot of people facing the same issues. So use external discussions and learn from those organizations. So that's something what we do in Mondelez, or the sweet things as you call it.
Yeah. So this actually happens that you get phishing mails for the large corporates as well. And do they end up paying that? So I had put this question to Milind. Milind, you come from a different background. Is it as sweet as him?
But it is as smooth
as smooth.
Because
okay,
I'm coming from the lubricant.
So you can share your experiences with respect to the strategies and identifying the risk and mitigation.
Sure. So on a positive note, I'll share one of my experience in my earlier stint. One of my boss used to tell me whenever I was with the one of the big four. I was associated with one of the big four, and whenever I discuss the balance sheet and I tells, sir, इसमें बहुत risk है. And he used to tell me कि Milind, risk चाय पीने में भी होता है, because we have the caffeine, right? So it's a slow poison kind of. And on the contrary, he used to say कि risk तो है but वो manage भी हो जाता है. How? छोटे से छोटा वो रिगड़ी वाला भी जो होता है या पान के गल्ले वाला होता है, उसको पता होता है कि कितने लोगों ने उससे बाई किया है and how much he is supposed to collect. The only thing is, in his case, the risk, threats, vulnerabilities, all these technical jargons are not documented. And that is what I generally believe, that most of the businesses are managing their risk. The only thing is they have not documented it. The right set of responsibilities are not defined for the particular class of employees. And that is very much important, that first of all we start identifying from the valuable assets, moving forward to all the possibility vulnerabilities which we have even within our organization, be it the IT environment, be it the business processes. And that's how we then perform some of the threat modeling and identify the threats, and then we move to the mitigation actions. But each activity has certain rules, and that's how we need to segregate the duties. And the most important part in the risk management is not to manage the risk, but rather to document the risk, that this is the roles and responsibilities of the person. If that is not done and that is not communicated, then I think the whole whatsoever exercise, be it the ERM or be it the FRM, whatsoever you do, that will go and that will be failed.
Thank you. Thank you, Milind. So we'll come to Mr. Shakir now, and what I assume at Tata Communication, you are managing large chunks of data, and starting from smaller segments and larger ones. So how do you take care of that, and what are the kind of risks that you have, the challenges that you have on a regular basis?
Yeah, thanks for that. Let me start off with just a brief intro of Tata Communications. And whenever I meet people outside, I have this flippant line to introduce myself. You use Tata Communications, you just don't know. And I say this for all of you here in the room. And why do I say that? Because 1/3 of internet traffic of the world goes through my network.
Wow.
So therefore, if you have probably made a WhatsApp call this morning or sent an email or exchanged, any form of communication with either a professional or a personal, colleague, then 1 in 3 chances you probably have gone through my network. With that also comes the responsibility that I can actually, today detect what these risks are. Let me step aside because there's a lot of finance colleagues here in the room. 20 years ago, we defined security in a physical context of my office. You put a 3-lever Godrej padlock, you put a security guard, and you slept, at your home saying that your infrastructure is secure. Then we connected, our offices, our factories, our, invoicing locations, our distributors, our vendors, and became an extended supply chain. COVID has taught us, it broke every myth. Because all of us, we worked what? 5% of the employees worked 5% of the time from home. 100% of the employees for 100% of the time for a prolonged period of 18 to 24 months worked from home, and nothing changed. Nothing changed. Yeah, we are social human beings, so our social contact, our entertainment, and all of those aspects got compromised. But from an economic productivity point of view of organizations, nothing changed. In fact, a lot of organizations started reaping benefits, in the pandemic, as a result of this. Coming to the security angle with that introduction, the security perimeter of the organization is only expanding. So 20 years ago, when it was contained in your physical premises, today a leaky chip of your third-party transporter carrying goods from one location to another location could be the conduit of someone hacking into your infrastructure and, posing a risk. So what I leave you with, irrespective of whatever business you are in, whether you are a B2B or a B2C, what we are doing is we are in the business of trust. A brand that you actually sell has a promise. Earlier, in the physical medium, you walked up to a supermarket, you picked up something, you paid in cash or in credit card, and walked away. Today, thanks to the digital medium, they have your entire history. And we talk about data privacy. People, for a chance for a lucky draw in a supermarket mall, will probably give their entire, astrological history with their name, date of birth, everything. That's data privacy for you, here in India. And as businesses who have consumers or customers, whether it is corporates, in case of Tata Communication, it's corporates, they lend their digital estate to us to manage, and some of you who are in the consumer space here, your consumers lend their, personal information to you. And it therefore becomes incumbent on us to recognize this growing security perimeter and the increased trust that is imposed on us. Combination of these two puts an enormous amount of responsibility. And I would call upon, in fact, I would say every leader, security is not the responsibility of a CISO, security is not the responsibility of a CFO. In fact, every employee of the company needs to manage, the security because it's the trust imposed on the company. But I would say, as the custodian of trust, of compliance, the first port of call actually sits with the CFO. So identifying these threats, knowing that the security perimeter constantly is changing, because if I hire a millennial today, I mean, most of the time I sit in an interview, I don't know who's interviewing whom. And they are looking at an agile working environment. They're looking at, I don't want your stupid, laptop where the hourglass moves all over the place, and because you have a procurement policy to buy the cheapest one, I'm going to buy my own device. Can I just have access to corporate net? I am not interested in 9 to 5. I would like to access the information at 7 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock in the night. I want information anywhere, anytime, anyhow. I want information the moment that is generated. I do not even want anyone to. So the demands of internally of your employees are changing. The demands of the ecosystem are changing. Your customers are changing. They are engaging with you online 24/7. So I would say, if we are, and as Tejas pointed out, if we are not managing, risks on a day-to-day basis, I'll give you an example. The moment, a geopolitical risk stems out, and if India takes a certain stance against the, Israel conflict going on as of now, the first thing that crops in our heads in Tata Communications is, what are the bad actors thinking? What are the kind of phishing attacks? What are the things that will come and hit our... So we have doubled up our resources to protect, our customers as a result of this. So every morning when we wake up, it's automatically become part of our DNA to look at the risks in the world, whether it is changing consumer behaviors or, geopolitical climate and so on and so forth. So yeah, that would be a good introduction to bring you all up to speed. I thought there was a little slumber in the room, so let me wake people up with this.
So with this, we'll do one thing, that we'll talk a little about AI analytics and how in the real life the risk assessments are being done. And how do you predict that? So what I would do is I'd club the two things, which is the collaborative approach within the organizations with CFOs, CIOs, and CISOs, and for risk governance, and clubbing it with the AI and real-time analytics. So I would start again with Mr. Mehta.
Well, again, this topic of AI, I don't think I'm equipped to answer, so please bear with me.
So you can talk about the collaboration. I think that's...
No, I'll talk about AI as well, but try not to judge me on that. That's all I would say, right? I think there's a lot of opportunity out there clearly, right? And I think I was trying to think in my mind when I was listening to my colleague here. I think the word digital and risk management, I think, is a double-edged coin actually, because honestly, the ability to manage risk today with the data and digital tools we have is actually far better than what it was 20 years ago. So I think with the risk that we are seeing on digital, I think we are forgetting that we were not able, I could not tell today what is already going wrong in my factory today just by looking at the dashboard. I had to wait for the month to close or the quarter to close and see what is happening out there. So I think while we are all worried about the risk, I think what we shouldn't miss is use the opportunity to manage the risk better. And I think in that field, I think what AI has done is phenomenal. So at least in our companies, there are two areas where I can think of where AI is significantly helping. One is in the area of safety at our plant. So we have something called as an ITF, or an integrated digital factory. I think the colleague before talked about digital twin. It's a little bit like that. So while the line is operating, there is a digital twin which is constantly monitoring security risk. And it uses past data and I think artificial intelligence to throw out what could be security risk. So I think this is something that we have seen in the food industry across many places. And I think Talise asked about collaboration across CSOs and CIOs. I think this is far beyond. And I totally agree with my colleague who said risk management is every leader's, every function leader's responsibility. Because honestly, without a CIO and a CFO, it will not move too much forward. But I think without talking to a compliance person or without talking to my health and safety person, I wouldn't also know what are all the potential risks I'm going to face, and hence as a result the financial risk or the business risk that the company can face. So I think to me, this collaboration is well beyond CFOs and CIOs. It's actually the leadership team or the team is below, but it's an enterprise, which is why the word enterprise, I love the word enterprise. It is everybody's responsibility to think of risk and manage risk. Not everybody might have the final execution ability, but I think everybody's responsibility. And hence this collaboration to me is the most crucial element. You might have the best, infrastructure, but if you have not collaborated well enough, I don't think that investment will give you the return from a risk management point of view.
Thank you. So with this, we'll move to our next panelist, that's Mr. Joshi. So your quick views on the AI and the integration.
Sure. I'll just add, first of all, on the collaboration part. I'll again go back to the earlier session when someone mentioned that CFO is like a queen, who protects the king as well as who protects to all other, all other players. So CFO is one of the front leader who is basically governing the whole risk management process with the help of the other C-suite professionals and all the CXOs. I'll not speak more about it because already he has covered most of the thing. Coming to AI and analytics, in terms of risk management, already we have seen the predictive analysis, the way in some of the softwares, the IBM has already came up with the risk management software where based on the past data, you will predict the potential risk. That is already there. Even you can train, because using the machine languages, you can train even the AI as well, where they will see that, okay, during the last 10 years, how many breakdowns you had in your operations. And accordingly, it will predict that when you need to do the breakdown maintenance or the regular maintenance. So all these things which we used to do, the manual mathematics, that is already been taken care. But I always say that AI has a certain limitations. Even if today, if you go and write in the chat GPT 3.5, you will write that, give me the industry outlook for 2024. It will tell you the one simple answer that I won't be able to do it because I have the database till September 21, right? So even AI also need a past, or it need a base, and based on that only it will give you. So basically AI will give you the risk, it will give you the mitigation strategy, but ultimately the decision is, again, it will come to the on the table of either the CFO or maybe the chief risk officer or maybe the respective front functional leaders. So AI will not take the whole job of us. The only thing it will basically expedite the whole process, and it will give the one additional edge. What he rightly said, it will give one additional edge to the entire risk management process. But the decision making will always lies on the table of the respective functional heads.
Right. Thank you, Milind. So Mr. Shakir, your quick views on this.
No, just in collaboration, just a simple word. I mean, any diverse perspective from different vantage point always enriches the conversation. So I'll stop with that. And on AI, let me give you a very interesting, not a rocket science, because you probably know it. Let me tell you, the threat, is caused by the bad actors. They use AI. So that's probably compelling enough for you to, if you're even, deliberating whether I should or I should not, the simple answer is there is so much of quantitative and qualitative information that is going on in an organization that it becomes humanly impossible for you to synthesize, and get the risks out of it through the normal process. I don't want to throw jargons here, but if you actually, if you know what a 0 day is, and I'll give you a quick 10-second definition. 0 day is nothing but the definition of an undiscovered, vulnerability in a piece of software which the even developer does not know. So the time taken between a 0 day occurrence to the potential, threat activated by a bad actor is reducing, considerably. You see that after every attack, that has come through. There is no way our existing systems and processes can keep pace, with this shortening, time cycle. And therefore, I would urge, I think somebody's in one of the other discussions that I was always asked this question, will AI replace human beings? And I give an answer saying no. Human beings who know AI and use AI will replace human beings who don't use AI, right? So that same thing applies here in risk management as well. Please use that proactively and start embedding that, right now.
Wonderful. So when it's been a, most talked about thing that is AI going to replace humans? And I always say, write the technology, why you have to compete with it. So that's one thing.
I'll just share one incident. Recently, I was in the CA conference, and there was a student as well. CA student was there, so he was asking actually. Means I took the session on the AI and analytics, and then I asked him that, boss, अभी तेरा काम तो सारा AI कर लेगा, तू क्या करेगा? And he was like के मैं AI को train करूँगा. This was his answer. That he is coming for the training and he will train to the AI. So the whole scenario, what he has rightly said, all those who will not use AI, AI will replace them.
So we'll come to the last question of this, and we'll have a quick round, rapid fire kind of thing. That how do you communicate the risk to the stakeholders? Because that's a risk, and how do you manage them in case something happens due to the data breach or any cyber threat that you have? So I'll start this way with Mr. Shakir now.
Okay, look, any strategy has this triangle. The triangle of growth, profit, and risk. Quite often we as CFOs spend enormous time on the growth and profit axis. Probably a lot more on the profit and little less on the growth. We are probably guided by our sales and marketing colleagues. And very little, on risk, because sometimes the board doesn't even want to listen to it, and there is a risk management committee which actually, looks at that perspective. I would urge all of you to give that equal weightage to growth, profit, and risk. Because these three vectors need to be optimized in an organization. And if they're not optimized and they are not balanced, then you can, maximize growth, maximize profit. But by definition, when you pull those two axes, you end up suboptimizing the third axis. So bringing that optimality in the entire thing becomes extremely important. And we are lucky. We are lucky as Tejas actually mentioned. There was piles and piles of data earlier on that we could not process. Today, we can have the cake and eat it too. We can maximize growth, we can maximize profit, and we can minimize risks and even eliminate risks, because I don't need to do sampling, anymore. I can do 100% testing because I have, enough computing power that can do that for me. I can take the help of AI to find the outliers and eliminate them even before they occur. So bringing this to the forefront and thinking that risk is a very dry topic and I'm going to put people to sleep, then probably you're not doing justice, because when that occurs, and I asked this question, there was a 15-year-old kid sitting from the comfort of a sofa in Ireland who hacked into the, TalkTalk's database of 3 million customers, and, and it was all available online. So what happens to the reputation of the company? What happens to their valuation, to their stock price when one such, incident happens? So I would say, please put risk at the core of, of your strategy thinking.
Thank you. Quick remarks, Mr. Mehta.
No, I think I think your question is how do you communicate risks, right? And I think first time in a US multinational and a large corporation. So I think lucky to say that risk is always a topic at the forefront of a lot of senior stakeholders. But I think if you look at kind of deep down, right, I think people are always thinking of risk, and I like the example he mentioned at the start of the tea wala. I'm sure he's thinking his risk as well, maybe not in a SOX form and not in that, ERM. But I think to me, the most effective way to communicate risk is show what happens when you don't manage the risk, right? So if it's an example of growth profit triangle, if you don't manage the risk, what could happen to the growth or the profit? If you're talking about cash, if you're talking about reputation, if you're talking about health and safety. So every vector, if you can switch to say, if you don't manage the risk, this is what could happen. I've always seen people getting awakened, with that. So if I say my brand reputation at risk, everybody in the room has eyes wide open, as opposed to saying, oh, we have to do a brand assessment risk. Nobody wants to look at that. But my brand will not grow. Then, oh, yes, let's start doing from tomorrow. Let's get the marketing campaign 2 days later, but let's finish the brand risk assessment. So I think if you connect to what could go wrong, I think have worked for me as a very simple way to communicate risk. And of course, in multinational global corporations listed, there are enough formal locations as well. But for everybody to think risk, I have seen this as a very effective tool.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Milind, please.
Yeah, so what I said earlier, I'll end that introductory remark. I said in the introductory remark that the most important thing in the risk management is the documentation. So documentation is like antivirus. Risk is the virus, documented risk management entire framework, that is the antivirus, but the key is communication. You need to inform each and every employee that what is their role and when to do what job. A simple example, as a part of a data protection, the three objectives, CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. For availability, we are taking the backups, but we have taken the daily backup scheduling. But many times in many organizations, it has not been checked whether these backups are taken every day or not. You might be checking it on the weekly basis, monthly basis, or the fortnightly basis, right? But it is not been, and when any catastrophic event happens, and at that point of time you see that, okay, since last 1 month, the daily backup system has been, that has been discontinued. And just because of the one simple reason that someone has switch off the main server or maybe the mainstream. A very simple thing. So these things needs to be communicated, and employees needs to be trained, and they should be made enable with the trainings and the respective tools which they need. With this, I think we are already time up. So
Thank you, Milind. Thanks for the insights, and thank you, Mr. Mehta. Thank you, Mr. Shakir. And we request you to engage with us on BW CFO World. And as we discussed, we are doing a lot of content, and we can do a lot of content together. And thanks once again for sharing your views. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Loud round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful session. Can we please have a group photograph as well? Thank you, sir. And there was a conversation about checking backups. Just want to crack a quick PJ. I might not have a software, but I check my WhatsApp backups daily. It happens at 2 a.m. at night. Thank you so much, sir. Before we move forward, I'd like to thank our partners once again, whose support has been absolutely wonderful in terms of organizing today's event. Associate partner, Resurgent India, organized by BW Business World. Event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. In the meantime, we have the panel set up and ready. Ready? Perfect. So the panel discussion, the topic for the moment is talent and skills for the new finance, navigating the capital landscape. The session will be chaired by Dr. Srinath Sridharan, Corporate Advisor and Policy Researcher. All right, so I'll repeat once again. The topic for the moment is talent and skills for the new finance, navigating the human capital landscape. The session will be chaired by Dr. Srinath Sridharan, Corporate Advisor and Policy Researcher, Mr. Deepak Goyal, Global CFO, EPL Limited, Mr. Jyoti Prakash Gadia, Managing Director, Resurgent India, Mr. Madhavan Hariharan, Group CFO and Head of Strategy, CK Birla Group, Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Chief Financial Officer, L&T Technology Services. May I please have the privilege of calling all of them on stage, please? Can we please have all our respected speakers and panelists on stage, please, for this session? Thank you, sir. Let's give it up. Loud round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen. We can do even better, I believe. We have interesting performances, a very special session by Mr. Robinson over here. And I believe I've spoken so much Hindi, Mr. Robinson must have learned Hindi a lot more than a lot of other Indians over here as well. All right, perfect. Stage is all yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So to set the context of this topic, very convoluted way of saying talent management and putting the onus on CFOs, right? As if their plate was empty, as if they're free. First you wanted them to run the balance sheet, take accountability for governance, then also M&A, also change management, also culture management, taking care of external stakeholders, I mean, whatever R's are, IR, PR, ER, whatever, ER for emergency room for what they do. Uh, and I think suddenly we come to the topic of where do you get talent from? And how do they manage that talent? And here I want to bring the complication. I think, except for him probably, we kind of tilt the average age in the room. And that's also very representative of the Indian corporate CFO community. But if you look at the rise of startups, rise of listed startups, the average age of CFOs is dropping. But very classically, if you look at the last 8 listings that happened, the CFO is at least 45 years plus of age, which means you're going back saying that I need a certain amount of maturity of understanding, experience for a good CFO to do what it takes. It's not just, everything is just not about the youth. So how do you balance the agility of or exuberance of youth? And 2, how do you bring that seriousness and maturity of what you expect in a CFO candidate? And of course, how do you identify the essential skills of what I call the GEMS community? I think we live in a GEMS world. GEMS, I write it as GEMZ. Gig economy, millennials, and Generation Z. That's the world we live in. And about 80% of Indian community will fall into the GEMS community. How do we actually build organizations that can serve them and that can also have them on board? So really challenging one, and what I'm going to ask my panel to do is this supposedly easy task of balancing innovation, fostering talent, building pipeline, strategies for upskilling and reskilling. What was originally a function of HR and learning and development suddenly is now thrust on the finance professionals to say, you know this business, you know the complexity, and why don't you train the next set of leaders for it? So it comes with its own challenge, time pressure, because their stakeholders are only increasing today. So I will open up the panel with each of them sharing their observations, and we'll come around for a quick set of question answers as well. So where do we start? Let's start with you.
Good afternoon. Very nice to be here. I think Srinath summarized it exceedingly well in terms of what is expected of a job of a CFO. I personally feel, and I've been in this field for 30 years now, I think this is the best moment for a CFO and the most challenging moment for a CFO. I think best because the kind of learning that each of us go through and our teams go through is just phenomenal. Every day is a new day, you learn something, and that has not been the case, at least when I started my career, right? So it was definitely not the case. The most challenging because of all the expectations that you mentioned, right? So a lot of expectations out there. Now, we are a group of $3 billion. We have 10 different businesses, and we have CFOs and boards across all these businesses as well. The one thing I simplify to all my team members is, all to the boards as well, to say that you are paid and hired only to do primarily 2 things, right? One, to grow the business. Second is to build resilience. Everybody understands growth, right? That is the easier part. Everybody wants to grow, create value. That part of it is clear. When it comes to resilience, I think that becomes a really difficult. The next question that comes up is, now what do you mean by resilience? What skills do I have to build to bring resilience to my business? So given the uncertainties that we have in the world today, I think resilience is absolutely, everybody will agree, is an important element in the growth. I have been personally part of businesses which have grown phenomenally, and after 5 years you turn around and you see so many holes, you write off stuff, you do all of those things, right? So building those things in a good way with good foundation is important. I personally see 3-4 essential skills that CFOs need to have. One, of course, I have to talk to the title of the conference, Future of CFO. Clearly, with technology coming in, I personally feel the art of the possible has to be understood by the CFO. Art of the possible in terms of how do you use technology, how do you aspire, how do you set your aspirations for you and the rest of the business. I think it's very important to understand what technology can do to you as a business, right? And I'm not just meaning processes, as a business, maybe as new business models, or maybe something else as well. So that's very important, and I should admit, in most cases, people pretend to know. I think it is not cool to say I don't understand technology. So a lot of people say I deal with technology, but when you really scratch the surface, you really have to go deep to understand what do you mean by that, right? My really plea would be for all of us, I would say, is to really understand technology at a depth which is very relevant for our jobs, right? That's important. That's the first one. The second one, which is not new to our times, is business sensing. I see that with technology, remote work, all of that, people are in multiple remote places. Ultimately, business happens in two places, either in the factory or in your market, right? If people are not spending enough time on these two places, I think building that skill and sensing what is happening with a customer or at the manufacturing place or wherever, whatever businesses you have, I think that's a second skill that's absolutely needed. Third is managing risks. When I mean risk, everybody understands operational risk. I have a tough time within my own businesses to say, let's focus on strategic risks. Now, when you say strategic risk, I mean, for example, maybe I have a supplier where 80% I'm dependent on, say, sourcing from one country, or it's a customer concentration risk. It could be any of those risks, but truly strategic risks, understanding that. And the last one, and I will stop with that, is clearly the art of impactful communication. I think it has nothing to do with the function, but the individual. I see that becoming lower and lower over the years. How do you use data? How do you use visualization? Ultimately, the job is to influence people, right? The art of impactful communication is a skill that needs to be honed almost on a daily basis. That is something that we really look for. Of course, we are on the journey. We never arrived. We are on the journey, but at least that would be my first summary, I would say.
So, Jyoti, before we go on to you, I mean, what you mentioned, very importantly, risk and resilience. What was originally the core function for a CFO, but today you also added the other complication, data and digital. I mean, how do you cope up with skilling oneself and constantly skilling, because you're unlearning faster than you're actually learning, and yet you're expected to deliver on the go all the time?
Thank you, Business World, and thank you all the panelists and Sir Sanat for inviting me here. I basically run a financial advisory firm. So we are a bunch of finance people, around 350 people. I think so that's what the problem area comes down to me. So whenever I'm hiring any people and whenever I'm thinking that what is the issue, so there are two types of problem statement or two types of things that we need to resolve. One is whenever you are looking at a people, what type of skill set are you looking at? What he knows or whom he knows? So we can't understand this too कि आप उसको किसके लिए hire कर रहे हैं. So what he knows, that skill set needs to be reskilled every 3 years. Whom he knows, that's where your transitions comes from. So that differentiation, that what he knows, because I come from a consulting industry, so consulting industry, each and every interpretation in income tax, each and every interpretation in SEBI laws or anything in the financial world, after some period of time, every law has got two hands. On the one hand is this, on the other hand is this. So now it boils down कि सर आप एक काम करा सकते हैं कि हमको लेफ्ट हैंड साइड वाला तो हाथ नहीं चाहिए, हमको राइट हैंड वाला हाथ चाहिए. So now, तो what you understand, that becomes there. वहाँ तक close हो गया, and thereafter now what you understand again keep on changing. So what I have seen, like we were hiring one compliance officer. So in the compliance officer we were thinking कि क्या hire करना है, तो HR लेके आए कि सब we should hire some experienced people. तो at least 15 years of experience when this JD was made. मैं बोला सर GST आया ही 3 साल हुआ है. IBBI, the insolvency has come 3 years before. Every new act, whatever that you see, there is so much of transition happened. I passed out my CCA. I don't even remember those excise and custom duty act whenever that it was passed on at that point of time. So please try and understand to what you know that keeps on getting changes, and the upgradation only comes from whom you know. So this is, I think, so this is where how you skill yourself, what you know and whom you know, that differentiation needs to be understood properly, sir.
Thank you. That was interesting. What you know and whom you know. Is there also a way that we will classify a professional company versus promoter company?
Sir, again, the promoter, whoever is there, he is only looking at all these CXOs, ki sir, whom he knows. I have never understood any promoter that he exactly come and tell you कि सर मेरे को इनकम टैक्स का रिफंड ला दीजिए. उसको कोई मतलब नहीं है कि आप कौन सा एक्ट का इंटरप्रिटेशन करके how do you interpret that act and how do you get that refund done. He only understand whether that income tax refund has come or not. He will only understand whether the company valuation has achieved 5,000 crore or not. So he is only concentrated only on one line objective that he gives to you. So that's whether it is a promoter driven company or whoever are the CXOs, they are only concerned with that. What do you understand and how do you achieve that one liner? That's whom do you know and what do you know. Again, that difference comes.
Thank you. So Rajiv, I'm going to come to you. One of the challenge today and what we aim to cover is the concept of diversity and inclusion. And your entity has both of these, and you work with global clients as well. While we are on the topic of diversity and inclusion, I must make an apology on behalf of all of us, because we actually break the diversity code, right? I mean, there's no diversity. We are a manel. We are doing man speaking here. So I think that's also the challenge and nature of these panels. Today, if you are a global entity, the lens with which you are watched, not for your output, not for your services, but also for your workforce, the way you have governance structures, also forces you to kind of employ or change your employment strategy very, very differently.
Thank you, and pleasure to be here talking to all of you. Good evening to all of you folks here. So to me, diversity and inclusion, right? And before I answer to the question, I'll step back, right? I agree to a lot of points that Madhvan talked about, right? Which is the CFO's role has gone through a plethora of change in the last maybe 5 years or even beyond that, right? To think of, I'll just take 2 examples. ESG, right? I mean, about 5 years ago, as CFOs, probably we were grappling with what is governance, and suddenly you have environment and social. Of course, we had CSR, and a lot of us used to have, the spend of 2% on different projects, and suddenly you're into impact analysis and so on and so forth, right? I will not get into the technical terms, but you're having to completely decipher ESG. And within that ESG is diversity and inclusion as well, right? Some of you may know. Now, to understand what is going on and suddenly know that a business person comes to you and say, hey Rajiv, I've got a supplier or a customer who doesn't want to work with us because you're not listed on so-and-so platform. I don't know how many of you know EcoVadis. And trust me, when that business person is having a conversation with me, I'm grappling with the fact saying, okay, what is EcoVadis? And suddenly I have to have my ESG head go and research on EcoVadis, and I do an entire program, right? By the way, just to let you know, we won a Golden Peacock Award on ESG just about last month, right? So to tell you the fact that as a CFO, you're sponsoring ESG in the organization, and you may have learned that over the last 2 years. Within ESG is diversity and inclusion. We work with a lot of customers in US, right? Being an engineering services company and of course listed in India, and also having L&T as a parentage, we are supposed to be high on governance and a lot of these things. Expectation is minimal, I can tell you that much. That's sarcastic, okay? The fact that when you're working with a US customer, the US customer has a template. That template says how many, let's say, physically challenged people do you employ? And sorry to use some of these terms because these are templates, right? How many differently abled people is exactly how they use. What is your diversity ratio? What is your inclusivity ratio? Ethnicity ratio? And suddenly you're thinking differently, saying, okay, you need to do these as well. So the contours of doing business have changed dramatically. A customer can come back saying, sorry, you're not following all this, I'm not going to shortlist you. So to your point, it is not just about thinking the basics of what it was in terms of accounting or tax or regulation. It's suddenly having you to think at a global platform when you're competing with someone. How do you make yourself at the top notch in that competition so that you're not knocked off? And there may be the final most reasons which are actually your business competence, right? And all the other becomes purely an enabler, right? So to your point on diversity and inclusion, it is not just an HR issue. It's a business issue. It's a finance issue. It is an entire board issue, right? And that's where it gets discussed. The board will often ask us, so how many women employees do you have, right? And how many differently abled employees do you have? And you're having to make a presentation telling the board, here are your aspirations, here is how you're moving, this is how you're employing differently abled people, so on and so forth. So to me, I think this is going to be truly something that the boards will have to continue to adopt. Now the fact is that until the board or the top-down management doesn't adopt this, you're not going to see the middle or the bottom layer of the management at all act upon it. So then again becomes the onus on the CFO, because a lot may have been promised at the board level. Finally, when the minutes get made, the action is on the name of the CFO, right? So that's where it is, and probably that's when I'm going to stop. Yeah.
So in the name of the CFO, Deepak, I want to bring you in here and ask you this question. The expectation in the digital world is as if almost computers and AI will do everything, and the CFOs will have it very easy by just clicking a couple of buttons and saying, I own it. And how is it putting pressure on team building exercises? Because you can't really build teams by gathering hundreds of years of man-years of experience overnight. It takes time. It takes time to train them and to get them up to speed. And yet there is a sense of, I think, urgency in the industry. One of the toughest searches I see, apart from chief digital officer, is the chief financial officers. Very difficult to train, recruit people for CFOs. And that's because there is not just a lot of choice, but I think even if there's a sense of doubt, people just don't want to take it up. They feel that I'm better off because there's also a lot of legal responsibilities that a CFO today has. So what are the challenges that you encounter in these days?
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Srinath, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the easy question. See, I think there are 2 or 3 to the question. First is the skill sets that are needed, and some of the panelists kind of touched upon that. There are, even when the world is changing, I realize that the skill sets that finance fraternity need to have can be classified in 3 broad buckets. The first is the basic skills, the foundation. And that is not changing in my view, right? It is about knowing the business cold. It is about influencing stakeholders. It is about the technical skills of accounting, the risk management, auditing, right? All of those still continue to be the foundation of being a good finance professional. You need to understand numbers, you need to know data, and you need to have the ability of transforming data into information, into insights, into actionable foresights. And that's what finance professionals are respected for. Those skill sets continue to be very, very relevant. And then you top that up with the second and third bucket. Second bucket is what Madhavan also kind of Rajiv also spoke about. My mistake, apologies. But Rajiv also spoke about which are the skill sets in this today's global world, right? Which is ESG. Sustainability was really not an expectation earlier, and now it is, right? We need to understand, not only understand sustainability, we need to drive the organization on that path today, right? We need to understand as the startups are going up and the world is changing, the global outlook, the treasury function, funding, valuations, all of that is important. And then the third part is digital. And digital is, I think, the space is evolving. AI, machine learning, blockchain, all of these are new technologies. And we need to understand it all if we want to be at the forefront of change. But it is so fluid that we don't know where to start, what skills really to kind of build. In my view, what is most important, that's what we try to do at EPL and even in my earlier organizations, is be open to the fact that we need to change. We need to reskill ourselves. We need to upskill a lot, right? And for that, once you have that mindset going that we really need to learn each of these things, then you start listening to the outside in view, talking to the experts, getting actually experts in the team meeting, and having them talk about what is happening in the world. Going and really talking to the experts who know, because see, these skill sets are not there, not available internally. Unlike finance skill sets that you can go to your mentors and seniors or juniors, these skill sets are not available inside. So you have to have a very, very high quotient of outside in view. Once you have that, I think all of these technologies are evolving. If you are open, if we are open to learning and to building those things into our daily routine, I think we will evolve. That's what I think.
So can we take comfort that CFOs are biologically born and not digitally downloaded?
I think the world is like that. I think each one of us, CFOs obviously have the um, added responsibility of making sure that the organizations are financially ahead, the security, the governance, internal controls, all of those are kind of well in place, and technology plays a very, very huge role in that. But I think as a world, we are at a place where all of us are learning. And that's what I understand as I keep talking to different people, a lot of startups, and some people are doing phenomenal, incredible stuff these days to kind of automate processes, to make sure that the payment and the fintech space is so much more agile and seamless and smooth. So, but everyone is learning, and I think we will get through this phase as well.
Sure. So, in the interest of time, I'm going to go around the panel once with a quick rapid fire. And Madhavan, coming to you, what is the toughest in amongst a wide gamut of each of your roles? What is the toughest role as a CFO today?
I mean,
A quick
toughest,
30-second
I would
round.
say, managing ambition versus capability.
Ambition versus capability. Do you see that in younger one or the
No, I
mid-level
see
man?
that everywhere. I think, including us, all of us want to be ambitious, want to be at a particular place. My entire team, group of CFOs, have great ambitions. My kids have a lot of ambition, but we have to constantly help them with building that capability as well. That's why you start seeing stress, mental health, all of those things that happen, because that constant nourishment doesn't happen. And I'll just take 30 seconds. We have about 500, 600 finance professionals across the globe. And we have been experimenting last 1 year with a course where we don't teach any finance skill set. It's a 6 months program where they go deep into themselves to really find out what they want as an individual. You will not believe the kind of impact it has had on people. It helps them significantly to choose what they want to do, right? And some of them have said, I don't want to be in finance, I think I'm the wrong job, which is fine, right? As well, you find your calling. I sincerely feel managing ambition, which we should not reduce. I think the opportunity is out there, but help build people capabilities to meet their ambition, I think is the toughest, at least from my point of view.
In my organization, I personally see there is one peculiar problem. Data is with the down the level people. We have interacted with the client, we have interacted with the regulator. The data is with the down the level people. Decision making is with the top level people. So how that data, or that, like I've interacted with one regulator or with one person, my middle level manager or my lower level manager has interacted, he will only give so much of a download to his bosses कि सर मैं गया था उसने ये बात बोला, but sir there will be communication of half an hour time, what are the things that has been discussed. There are so many other finer points that in case if that has been discussed with the top level people, his decision could have been changed. But how that proper, वो एक line communication, what is that one line effective communication or 5 line that he needs that lower level people should go and tell to the higher level people. How that understanding of that lower level people can come, and what questions should that higher level people should ask, so that the proper communication is being done. This is the problem which I face and day in and day out, sir.
So in the HR parlance, we call it typically for promotions, or depending on the level and hierarchy, where do you want to pick them, you run something called assessment centers. And the idea is very simple. In the what we call the data filter, the data inverted pyramid, you put a lot of data on top. When you filter it, you get information. But you distill it further, you actually get knowledge. And you distill it further, you get wisdom. And what you're saying is, you have an analyst with data, but you have the managing director expected to have wisdom. So which is why when you do the assessment center of who do you promote, it's not about age, qualification. It's about ability to pick the data into information, into knowledge. I think that's the biggest challenge that we have in the knowledge world today. The conventional hierarchy fail because nobody cares. I mean, I don't want to be promoted every 3 years. Today, everybody wants to be promoted every year, so you rise to the level of incompetence very quickly. So we'll have to change that game. And I think it boils down to the ambition versus capability set. So one tough problem, 30 seconds. We are already there waving hands.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I think the discussion that we are having in this panel is actually a very, very difficult thing to manage. How to manage talent in today's world where the generational gap is probably highest ever, right? And while delivering to the very differently evolving need of the organizations in this evolving world. For our success, for everyone's success, the team is the most important, right? So whether it's the first-time manager, manager of managers, or leaders, the team is the most important, and that divide, as the new generation is coming in, is kind of increasing. So learning what the expectations are, being flexible, and kind of managing a winning team, I think is a fairly interesting challenge to have.
Thank you. I mean, I think there are lots of learnings from the Indian cricket team for this. I mean, you have diversity, you have languages, you have social hierarchies, wealth hierarchies, and yet they're able to do something phenomenal because the common passion for that sport, I think, binds it. I think that's a learning for a lot of corporates as well. Rajiv, the last word.
So it's an interesting one, right? What is the most challenging thing that you face, in your role as a CFO? To me, it is really managing expectations, because you are basically addressing so many stakeholders at any given point in time, right? It's your board, it's your investors, it's your employees, it's your vendors, it's your customers. You can just go on, right? And now with ESG, you're also talking about environmental consequences. There are a lot of these expectations, and trust me, you're no superhuman to solve everyone's problem. So first, we got to be honest, we don't know all the answers, right? And many times, we don't agree upon this, and we succumb to pressures. You got to be honest, and you got to have the courage in your back to say no to what you can't do or what you don't know, right? The second truly is that in managing all of these expectations, you need to build grounds up strong values and cultures within the organization. If the bottom layer of your team is not comfortable or confident that the decisions that you make are in the best interest, they will also start to follow you, right? So it has to be bottom up in terms of building the values and the culture, because at the end of the day, when you go up, you will see that all the expectations will only get met if you have the right culture and the values, right? Last but not the least, you may fail, and you have to be honest, right? When you fail, you will have to turn back and say so, that look, I could not meet so-and-so expectation. I'll give an example. Often everyone, let's say an investor is expecting some growth, and you go and make certain guidance and promises around what you expect the year to be. Fact is, if, like the geopolitical situation you're facing, you don't know what's going to happen in the year, right? You come back and you have to cut a guidance. The investor is having an honest chat saying, basis what you mentioned, I invested in the company. Tell me, what do I do? How do I go back to my own investors, right, who believed in me? Fact is, you're having to stitch all of this together and still come back with something that's a resilient story, and I think that's a fabulous job that we as CFOs do. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a quick wrap. Risk, resilience, and reward. I mean, the blend of these makes a CEO's life interesting, complicated, and exciting from outside. Thank you for being wonderful panelists. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, great session. We'll now move quickly to an interesting keynote address. I'll quickly give them the time. All right, so we're setting up the panel. ये थोड़ा please clear कर दीजिए. Thank you. Right now we have a very special keynote address, ladies and gentlemen. The topic for the moment is pioneering finance's next frontiers. For the same, may I please have the privilege of calling up on stage Mr. Sethuratnam Ravi, Managing Partner, Ravi Rajan and Company, Chairman, TFCI, former Chairman, BSE. Can we have the loudest cheers for him, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours.
So, good evening to everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Anurag, thanks for calling me. Palak, nice to have you here. And nice to see all of you. The jury, as I was chairing it, so just to let everybody know the process, it was a good panel, lot of interaction. There were presentations and there were a lot of deliberations, and finally, of course, the winners were selected. So this process itself was a learning curve for all of us, because actually we come to know new facets of the CFO world and the young under 40 CFOs. But coming to CFOs, first of all, I would like to say that they are the fulcrum of any company. The CEO may think that he is running the business model, the MD may think whatever, but the CFO is the fulcrum, because in today's most important aspect is compliance, regulatory compliance, and multiple regulators across. You can have many regulators in one company, and with multiplicity of regulations, the biggest challenge is for the CFO is to see that compliance happens. Mostly the CEOs and CFOs have very differing views, because one is intending to grow the business and the CFO is the person who is showing regulations, compliance, etc. So there is always this I have noticed it over a period of time, that there is a very strange conflict between two agendas which are different. One to grow and at breakneck speed if possible, and other to actually put in compliances, put regulations, do governance, do board management, do shareholders management, etc., etc. So I think the CFO plays a very important role. I won't name the companies, but if you look at, you can go into the social media and just see the list of CFOs who have had problems with the regulators, principally because the CEOs or the promoters always felt that, growth is the only path, whereas they gave little importance to governance and compliance. And that is the challenge in today's context. How does a CFO regulate the company and also ensure growth? And that is why when we select a CFO, it is important for any award or for any achievement, it is important to know how much they have contributed towards the bottom line and the top line, and how much towards making this company successful while making it totally compliant. So this is the role of a CFO. And if you look at various reports, I don't want to name companies, but the CFOs, if you look at all the SFIO cases and all, and multiple fraud in multiple cases, the first person, the promoter will say, no, I didn't know anything, only the CFO knew everything. This is there. You can just Google any company. You'll find a universal practice of telling, oh, I didn't know anything. It was the CFO who knew everything. So this, putting the blame on the CFO, there is a board, there is a CEO, there is an MD, there are a set of promoters, there are auditors and everybody. So and still you come and say the CFO is the person who is responsible for all this because he was in law responsible for compliance. So that is where the CFO stands in today's context, and that is why all CFOs must ring fence themselves. And that is the key. And how do they ring fence themselves? It's not mere tick in the boxes, let me tell you clearly. You have to go beyond the tick in the boxes and see the spirit of the law and the regulations. And this is where an proficient CFO will play a very important role in guiding the company, telling them the risk factors and telling them these are the challenges that are ahead of them, and then bringing the business to be aligned with the risks. And that is the key in my view. And if you look at all the failures, including a lot of them in public domain where shareholders have disagreed, why have the shareholders disagreed? Because the promoters have thought that the shareholder money is their income. They are not accountable to them. And it is the CFO who has to show the promoter or this MD and etc. to just tell them that, see, this is a money that has to go back, there has to be a return that has to go, they have to get multiple of whatever they have invested. And that is why the CFO becomes not only the caretaker of the company, but also the stakeholders, the board and everybody. This is a general accepted practice. A good CFO can bring a lot of things to the table. You would have seen very recently few top CFOs leaving one company and going to another. And why did that happen? They were not happy here because maybe there were not too much governance, but why did they go back? Why does the promoter want the same set of CFOs, etc., etc. So why does it happen? Because the CFO, the comfort level with the promoter has with the CFO should be that he is not a person, he or she is not a person who is a deal breaker or a person who just stops the growth or retards growth, but a person who promotes growth considering all the risk factors. And this is, in my view, the most important role of a CFO. And this is what, as a chartered accountant, as an auditor of many companies, I feel the CFO plays a very important role, because the auditors also sort of align with them, they meet them, they do the accounts. The board also gets together, and the CFO and the company secretary become the focal point for all the information that is carried, the compliance that is carried. So all that, the CFO, in my view, is a balance. And that is why when we judge people under 40, we see that qualities of how they can take these companies, whichever they represent, wherever they are, to the next level through good governance and yet not sacrificing on growth. And that is the key to the whole success of a CFO. Now let us just look at, keep the CFO aside. In our country, we have multiple regulators. And let us take the present situation of the insurance industry. And you would have seen the GST that has been levied on all the insurance companies for distribution expenses. The revenue department, after 5-6 years of GST coming in, 6 years rather, suddenly decides that this has to come in, and these are revenues which have escaped income or which has not been shown as a GST input or GST, it is not taxed in GST. So what happens is, those companies which had a proper documentation, which had proper sort of trail of everything, could survive this GST notices, whereas those companies which took this thing for granted had to face a lot of problem. So the ecosystem is because of the multiple regulators and evolving acts and regulations, is a challenge, and these challenges have to be overcome by all the entrepreneurs, all the people who work for their companies, the stakeholders, the board. Everybody has to take these sort of, they have to face these onslaughts, so to say. But most important aspect is how far can we sort of protect ourselves, and that is the key in this fast moving regulations. That's the key. How do you sort of keep the business along with the regulations? And I feel that the companies which have done well, let us take the insurance industry. It's regulated by IRDA. Pension is regulated by the pension authority. So everybody is regulated, and there are a set of MIS. Banks are regulated by RBI, and see the amount of MIS that goes in. And that is why you would have seen no big banks, public sector space, nothing failed. Because the amount of regulation, including capital adequacy, at what point the capital adequacy becomes, the triggers happen. Similarly, the solvency ratio in case of an insurance company becomes important. So what I'm trying to say, if we are proactive in our approach, any promoter or CFO or anybody in the industry is proactive, they are going to be successful. Because this is the key, in my understanding, having seen many companies, auditing them, being on the board and otherwise also, and I have observed that the cost of non-compliance is very high, and it is multiple, and let me tell you, it's multiple. So my suggestion to everybody, please ensure compliance as much as it is possible. Be proactive in your compliance. Have an engaging CFO who really is proactive, doesn't sit behind and work. In listed companies, the amount of LODR guidelines, if you see what are the stipulations, they are very steep. And I think it is important and imperative for the businesses to de-risk themselves by moving ahead of the curve. So I won't take much of your time. I wanted to be brief, and I thank you all for patiently listening to me, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The loudest cheers, please. I believe we can do even better. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful insights. Fantastic stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special keynote address right now. The topic for the moment of the address is the future of finance. To introduce our very special guest, he is qualified as a chartered accountant and is a fellow of the ICAEW and ACCA. After having worked with KPMG for 6 years in audit and accounting, he started his accounting practice. During this time, he worked closely with a firm of management consultants, advising a select portfolio of clients in finance and business strategies, MAAs, and exit planning. He sold his practice to join the management team of one of his clients and held various senior positions as well during his career, including CFO, COO, and strategy director of several businesses in healthcare recruitment and an internet incubator. He is an expert in growing and scaling businesses using the 3P approach of integrating people, processes, and platforms. He started QX, his company, in the year 2003 with a small team of just 5 people. And guess what? The number has now risen to over 3,000 talented professionals across 18 countries, providing outsourced accounting, recruitment, IT, and business transformation advisory services to clients in the UK, Europe, USA, Canada, and Australia. Can we please have the loudest cheers for Mr. Chris Robinson, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, that's how we do it. And you can also say namaste as well to him. He loves that word, namaste. You can also say namaste to him.
Namaste.
Love it. Thank you, sir.
Is my mic on?
Is his mic on? Just check once again, please.
Hello? Can you
Is
hear
he
me?
audible?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I believe that's better.
Fabulous.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Well, it's wonderful to be here. As you've heard, my name's... Oh, I haven't got my clicker. There we go. Here we go. Right. As you just heard, my name's Chris Robinson. I'm the founder and chief executive of the QX Global Group. I'm from the UK, as you can tell by the accent. I'm a qualified chartered accountant, UK chartered accountant, and certified accountant. So, who are the QX Global Group? Well, the clue's in the title. We are a global group. We operate in over 15 different countries, but our back office is here in India. And we are actually the largest accountancy business that you've never heard of until today, based in Gujarat. I came to India in 2003 and set up a team of 5 accountants. Bright, young, intelligent, under 40 finance professionals. And over the next 20 years, we have grown that business to 3,500 professionals throughout the world. And here's one of them today, my glamorous assistant, a bright, young, enthusiastic accounting professional, Nimesh.
Hi, everyone.
And so just to prove how good he is, so we've gone from 5 to 3,500. So how many times is that growth?
It's 700 times.
700 times. Well, thank you, Nimesh. You know, this is the talent. This is the talent that we have. So would you like to know how we've done such impressive growth over that period? Would you like to know, Nimesh?
Yeah, definitely I would like to know.
Well, Nimesh would like to know. Would anybody else in the room like to know how we've achieved that? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm going to tell you. I have a superpower. I've got a superpower. And would you like to know what that superpower is?
Yeah.
Yes. Fantastic. Nimesh, would you like to know?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you. I can predict the future. I can predict the future. So, would you like me to teach you how to predict the future?
Yeah.
Yes. But Nimesh?
I also would like to.
You'd like to know?
Yeah.
So basically, I'm now going to teach you all how to predict the future. Now, I would say this is very, very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. So I need everybody's attention in the room. So I don't want anybody looking at your phones and playing with your phones and chatting to the people. We've got young Nimesh. He's a young man here. We don't want to put him in any danger. So I need everybody's attention. So are you all going to give us your full attention? Yes. Right. Okay. Right. Lesson 1. How to predict the future. So Nimesh, if you can come over here. You've got your, we've got a prediction device here. It's a stress ball. And if you can just check that, that is a normal, completely normal stress ball. Yeah? Nothing unusual about that at all?
Yeah, it's normal ball, I feel.
Okay, and as you can see, I've got nothing on my sleeves.
No, I didn't find anything.
Okay, right. Well, if you go over to the prediction chart. Okay. Now, is everybody ready? Now, you can all play along. Obviously, for the proof of this, Nimesh is going to write down his prediction, and I'm not going to see it. But you can play in your heads. You can do, because you might say it might be a setup. You can play along in your heads with this prediction. Okay. Are you all ready? Yes. Everybody's ready. Right, okay. I'm holding the ball out. Okay. Are you ready, Nimesh? Yeah. So I'm going to let go of the ball. What is going to happen to the ball? Write it down. All think about it in your heads. What's going to happen to the ball? Hold it in your heads. Right, are you ready? Yeah. Wow. So what did you put? Show everybody what you put on the... the ball will drop. Fantastic! Brilliant!
Thank you.
So Nimesh, come on, everybody give Nimesh a big round of applause. He just predicted the future. So ask yourselves, did you get that right? So how did you do it, Nimesh?
Simple. It's gravity.
It's gravity. It's gravity. So what you did is you applied your knowledge to a series of events. So actually, predicting the future is not a mysterious process. Forget the crystal ball. Forget the stress ball. You don't need any special supernatural skill. What you do is you use current facts. We use our financial and our logical brains. We extrapolate them together and we make educated guesses. And that is how we predict the future. And you're all financial professionals here. You all have the skill and the ability to do that. So you must start planning and you must look forward. And you practice that, the better you get at it, and you keep practicing it, you do it on a regular basis. So that's your budgets, your financial plans, everything that you do. So, I promised you I was going to explain how we grew QX from 5 to 3,500 people. So what have we got to do first? What's our lesson? We've got to get facts. So let's go back in time now. We're going in our time machine, and we're going to go back to 2003, when I came to India and set up QX. And what were the facts that were around at that point in time? Well, I came from the UK, where we had a shortage of UK accountants. And I came to India and started talking to Indian chartered accountants, bright, young, intelligent, enthusiastic Indian chartered accountants. And I realized that we spoke the same language, accountancy. And I also realized there was lots of those in India, where we had a shortage in the UK. So I thought, what will happen if I come to India and train those Indian chartered accountants how to do UK accounting? Well, let's see what happened, because I did come to India and I lived here for 3 years and I trained those 5 accountants how to do UK accounting. So let's see what happened. Well, this has been our growth rate. We started with 5, we went to 250, and again, we planned each stage and we looked forward. We did a mission 1,000, and we've grown onto 3,500. And now we have growth plans to go forward, and again, we've got a strategic plan. We're predicting the future, and we predict the future that will go on to 5,000 and 7,000. So that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to go on the future. That's what we're predicting. And now we as a team at QX are going to make that happen. So let's bring us back to the present, because we're here to talk about your future, the future of accountancy in India, the future of finance in India. So we're back at the present. So what's the process that we have to go through? We have to establish the facts. So what are the facts? What is the ground that we're working from? So the future of finance in India. So shall we do that? Shall we predict what the future is going to be? And shall we do that together? Yes. Yes? Are we all going to predict it together? Yes. Yes, fantastic. Okay, so fact number 1. As we've heard, this whole new technology that's around, there's AI, there's lots of technology, and how's that going to affect? We've heard a lot of talk in the panels, there's some great talk in the panels about all this technology and everything's got to go on. I've actually heard a lot of people saying, oh, AI is going to come in and it's going to take away our jobs. The accountancy, a lot of people aren't coming into accountancy in the West because AI is going to do all the accountancy jobs. Well, is that true? Well, let's just test that hypothesis. And again, let's jump back in our time machine and let's go back in time and see how technology has affected accountancy over time. And we're going to go back in time and we're going to go back 5,000 years. 5,000 years. And we're going to go to Babylon, the dawn of human civilization. And I have here, and we've got a picture up here. Does anybody know what this is? No. It's a clay tablet. But actually, back in Babylon, 5,000 years ago, this was the equivalent of the iPhone 15. This was the very latest in business technology. And actually what this is, and I'll translate it for you because I'm actually, as well as having a superpower, I'm fluent in ancient Babylonese. And what this actually says, this is a business transaction, actually a stock record. And it actually says there's 23,000 bushels of wheat. And they have been put on loan for 37 months. And it's signed right down here, by Kushim. And the scientists who worked this out worked out that Kushim wasn't a king or anything like that. He was an accountant. So the very first people to start using the very first business technology were accountants. And that's the first name that we used. Now, we don't use these anymore, do we? But back then, they were cutting edge. And the accountants who used these were better than all the other accountants because they recorded that transaction and then they could remember it. But we moved on from there, and we moved on and we started using paper. And then we started using computers, and we talked about a few of the other panelists here said, I remember when technology was a desktop. And then we've gone on from there and we went to paperless. We stopped using paper. So bookkeeping, we don't use books anymore, do we? It's all done by computers. And then it's gone on and now we've got cloud technology and we've got AI technology. But the thing is, in all that period of time, what's happened? What's happened to the accountancy profession? Well, there's now more accountants in the world than there's ever been. There's more accountants now today than there's ever been in the entire history of the world, right back from 5,000 years ago. So it doesn't seem to stand up as a hypothesis, does it, that it's going to get rid of accountants? So I think the actual answer, and some people have said it here on the stage today, that AI won't take your job away, but your job will be taken by somebody who is using AI as a tool. And just like if you were the person who was still using clay tablets, you would be obsolete. So please, look into technology, look into AI, use it as much as possible. So let's have another fact. And again, it's been brought up today. We live in a post-COVID world. And COVID didn't just, and the pandemic didn't just affect India, it affected the whole world. It was a global pandemic. And if you remember, we operate in 15 different countries. In every single one of them countries, we had lockdowns. It absolutely, as people have said, we thought it was going to be the end of the world, and it turned out it wasn't the end of the world. Because what happened? Everybody learns, everybody around the world, CEOs, everything, that nothing happened. Business continued. Everybody learned that people could work remotely. People could work, the whole world carried on for 2 years. Everybody was working from home. And it didn't matter where they were at home. They could have been just down the road. They could have been just over in Ahmedabad. Or they could have been over in London, or they could have been in New York, or they could have been in San Francisco, or they could have been in Australia. It really didn't matter because of all that technology that we're now using, and the fact that we're paperless, and the fact we could do Skype and we could do meetings. So suddenly, what the whole world has realized in every board is that we can all work remotely. So that's a very, very important fact. This is the new normal. Now this is, and you might be hearing about this for the first time, but there's another fact. And this is quite an important thing for you to understand if you're going to be able to predict the future. In the West, and in the UK, the US, Europe, the demographic time bomb is going off. So what do I mean by the demographic time bomb? Well, basically, do you understand the term boomer? So these are all the different generations that are around. We've got the baby boomers. You can see the people who are going a little grey. We've got the Gen Zers. I'm right on the cusp here. We've got the Gen Zers, the Gen Xers. Then we've got the millennials, and we all know about millennials. And then we've got the new Gen Zers coming up. And these are the generations that are coming into the workforce. And the fact is, this is a picture from the West. And what's happening in the West, we've got this huge amount of baby boomers. Now, they're all retiring and going out. And we've got the Gen Xers. And a lot of them are retiring and taking early retirement because of post-COVID. And then we've got the millennials and the Gen Zers. They're the people who are coming in who've got their whole work lives ahead of them. And a lot of you people under 40, you're all down there. You're in the millennial group. But what do you notice about that? You notice that these two groups, which are coming in to replace these groups, there's a lot less of these, isn't there? And that's because in the West, we haven't had enough children to replace, our birth rates have dropped right down, and we haven't had enough children to replace the baby boomers, and the Gen Xers didn't have enough children. And so that's creating a talent crunch. There isn't enough talent to come into to do the jobs that we're doing. But it's a different story here in India. Because India is going through what's known as a democratic dividend. And the democratic dividend is that it's having a huge surge in its working population. And this is the graph here. If you see, since 1990, it's gone up and it's peaking. Look how it's rising up here to 2030. A huge rise, and that's a huge surge of potential talent. And just for comparison, because our neighbourest and largest neighbour is China, look what's happening in China. They peaked back here. They're seeing a sharp decline going down here, and that's because of China's one-child policy. 2 children to 1 has halved. Now, that's been going on for 2 generations. So you've got 4 grandparents have only produced 1 child, so they quartered their generation. Huge problem that China has. It will slow down, as you see in India, but a far gentler curve. So let's just put those 2, because they're 2 big facts, and 2 big facts to get in your head. Let's just put this on a graph. And so we're just going through time here. We're catching up. So this is how each size, this is the size of the population. You see how India's growing, how China's growing, and then this is how populations are aging. Now watch how they age. Look at Europe. Look how it's aging here. Look how all of Europe now has aged by this date, 2023. Then the US is aging. So that's all those boomers and Gen Z. Look how Europe now is all aged, how US is all aged. But look at this, China. By 2040, China has got an aged workforce. And India is going through the loop again. And India still had a young, vibrant working force. So this is the big change. This is a huge opportunity that you have here in India. So we're talking about financial professionals. That was the whole of the population. So, but if we talk about finance in particular, and we really narrow down, here's a fact that is useful to us. Over the last 2 years, 300,000 accountants and auditors in the US have retired and left the industry completely. So that's how many is that?
3 lakhs.
3 lakhs. 3 lakhs have left the industry, just gone. All that experience, all that knowledge taken out of the US business. And at the same time, fewer accountants are taking the CPA exams. These are the US CPA exams. So look how this is going down. From its peak here, it's gone down here. It's actually dropped 38%. And that's the effect of that, the boomers and the Gen Xers retiring and leaving, and there not being enough people in the US, the millennials and particularly the Gen Zers, they don't want to come and become an accountant. So that's actually going down. But what's happening here in India? Well, actually, we remember demographic dividend. What's happening? This is the number of people who are taking BCom. Look how that's going up. So here, and these are in millions. So what's that in?
48 lakhs.
48 lakhs. 48 lakhs. So that is how many new BCom graduates are coming into the industry. Okay, so we've got a lot of facts there, so let's just put them down. We've got the rise of technology. We live in a post-COVID world. We've got the new norm. Everybody can work anywhere in the world. We've got the demographic time bomb that's exploding. We've got the demographic dividend coming on in India. We've got jobs, people quitting in the US and then not being replaced. And we've got more accountants than ever here in India. So, are we ready? Are we ready, do we think we have enough facts to make our prediction? Yes, yes. Yeah. Are we all there? Are we all? Yeah. So let's make our prediction. But wait a minute. There's a lot of brilliant minds here in India, isn't there? And there's a lot of visionaries. And sometimes there's people who get there and think of the idea before you. And this gentleman, I'm sure you all know him very well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, back in July, made a prediction with that knowledge. India will become the global hub for accounting and finance by 2030. So, that is the future of finance in India. I'm Chris Robinson. Thank you very much.
Just cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Photo ho jaye, sir. Special guest. Thank you so much for that wonderful knowledge, sir. We'll have your photo as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Nimesh.
Thank you so much, Chris, sir, for being with us over here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now quickly move forward to our set of awards. It's called the BW CFO World Finance 40 Under 40 Awards 2023. Just for your knowledge, the award ceremony is all set to be broadcasted live on all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and our website www.bwcfoworld.com. So please kindly join in the festivities of the evening by using the hashtag BWFinance40under40. Before moving on with the awards, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our partners for the support today. Associate Partner Resurgent India, organized by BW Business World, Event Partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, Jazba.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, Pitch. Now, I'll request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media, to kindly inaugurate this award ceremony for all of you. Let's have the loudest cheers for Dr. Batra, please. Thank you so much.
You know, let me say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of her suitors. I won't keep you long. Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. Please give Chris a big round of applause. I just want to say that Mr. Tyagarajan and Dr. S. Ravi are here. Dr. S. Ravi was the chairman of the jury. He talked about how CFOs are growth creators, keeping the compliances and the fiduciary responsibility. So I won't stand between you and Shri S. Ravi and Mr. B. Tyagarajan giving of the awards. Thank you for being here. We also have a performance for all the winners. Shubhangi Tiwari will be singing songs dedicated to the winners. So with not wasting any time, welcome to the BW CFO World 40 Under 40 Awards, and I'll give it to Shubhankar so that we dive into the awards straight away. Thank you.
All right, perfect. I believe I'm audible clearly to everyone. Perfect. So let's look forward to our winners. Before that, may I please have the privilege of calling upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra once again as an honorable presenter. May I please also have Mr. Seturatnam Ravi, Managing Partner, Ravi Rajan and Company Chairman, TFCI, former Chairman, BAC, and also Mr. Okay, thank you so much. Can we have our first winner, please? Let's give it up for Abha Pandey, ladies and gentlemen. The loudest cheers in the house for Abha Pandey. Congratulations, Abha Pandey. Let's have the loudest cheers for Abha Pandey, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. You want to use this? I'll hold it for you.
So thanks a lot, Business World, for this opportunity, and thanks a lot for acknowledging all the effort that finance professional has been doing so far. During the day, we have heard a lot of things from our eminent guests and how finance is important for any business. So it's a great pleasure to be within this finance community, the very, very learned professionals. Thanks a lot. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Thank you for inspiring people. All right, with that, we move forward to the next award, please. Can we have the next winner, please? Our next winner is Abhishek Sharma, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have the loudest cheers for Abhishek Sharma. Abhishek sir is in the house. Congratulations, sir. May the cheers keep coming. I think we can do a lot better, right? That's how we do it. Perfect. Congratulations, sir. Please, few words from your end. Oh, the photo. We all want that personalized touch, don't we? I'll hold it for you, sir. You want? No, we need it for the photo. That's the most important part. Perfect. Picture perfect moment indeed. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Some kind words from your end, please.
First and foremost, I would like to thank to the business world team as well as the jury and giving the opportunity to the entire finance community and giving a platform where the recognition can be given to the professionals. And this is the kind of a platform where we can all look at what kind of finance accounts team members can do. And when I heard the certain conversations by eminent speakers, I would feel that a CFO's roles is crucial and important, may not be in the cabin where MD and CEOs are there, but it is outside the cabin, and thanks for all the team members to recognize the same. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Love that smile on your face with the award. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to kindly get seated. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ravi sir, for joining us and being with us over here. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much, sir. Let's have the loudest cheers for Ravi sir as well, especially taking out time just for us. Thank you so much. All right. In the meantime, we have a very special performance coming up, but prior to that, it's important that we have a special AV. So let's have a look forward to the AV, please, regarding the awards.
The process of judging is very difficult, and especially when you have 150 odd entries and coming to decide 40 winners is a challenge by itself. I must thank all my co-jury panel members who were very proactive in their contribution of selecting the winners. The process of selection had various criteria, including the presentation, the role of the person, the leadership quality that the person provided, and many other factors that went into finally deciding the winners. I must congratulate the winners for having achieved what they have. I would like to also state that there were some close calls and there were a lot of deliberations as we selected the winners. I wish all other people who have made an attempt all the best. Keep trying and let BW, which has been really a pioneer in this, improve ourselves in many ways and see that how we can have more people participate in this and we give more categories and more awards to people. Thank you so much.
As a jury member of BW Business World 40 under 40 finance leaders, I have thoroughly enjoyed various presentations made by the participants. The process of selection was very democratic, objective, and transparent. The quality of application was extremely good, and I was very happy to learn about the achievements of young finance leaders. I congratulate all the winners of BW Business World 40 under 40 finance leaders. Thank you.
I was one of the jury members for selecting the best financial professional out of 90 candidates. These are also shortlisted by Business World after going through all the applications purely based on merit. We were given around a 90 out of that. We had to select best 40s. I must say the process was absolutely based on merit, no pressure from anybody. We also gave enough opportunities, equal opportunities rather, to all the candidates to make their presentation. I'm congratulating hereby all the winners, and I must congratulate Business World for taking up such a nice initiative for awarding best financial professionals so that they can come up in their profession and they are encouraged. Thank you all. Congratulations to winners once again.
It was pleasure to be part of the Business World CFO World Finance Under 40 Awards 2023. The applications this time were very, very good. We at the jury had a very tough time in selecting the best CFOs. And believe me, we could not find a single case where the rejection would be made outrightly. And with due diligence, with the interviews of the applicants, we were able to select the best CFOs. So my heartiest congratulations to all those who have won this Business World CFO Under 40 Awards. My special thanks to Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman of Business World, who is organizing such events, such awards, which promote the literacy of the best CFOs in the world. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Business World, and thank you, participants.
It was an honor for me to be part of the jury for BW CFO World Finance 40 Under 40 Awards. I've been on the other side last year and was the recipient of this award. And being on the other side as jury was a phenomenal experience. The quality of the applicants was excellent. It was very difficult for us jury members to actually, select those 40 people out of all the applications we received. So I congratulate all the winners for this award, and thank you BW for running this smooth process and having me there.
First of all, I'd like to thank BW for organizing the Finance 40 Under 40 Awards 2023. It's very important that we recognize the finance community for all the hard work they do in terms of steering their companies in today's Barney and VUCA world. The number of entries which we received this time were humongous, and I was pleasantly surprised by the sheer diversity of them. Whether it's gender, whether it's the number of industry, whether it's from small towns, big towns all over the country, that made us realize how important the finance community is. Congratulations to those who won, who came in the top 40, but also congratulations to those who couldn't make it because they were doing equally a good job. It's just that the sheer number of entries we received made the job of us as jury members very, very difficult.
I'm honored to be a jury member for the Business World 40 Under 40. This has indeed been a great experience for me. I'm especially impressed with the rigor, the discipline, and the quality of the process that's been followed by BW to select the various candidates. Being a jury member has enabled me to see up close the talent and the abilities of the new generation leaders. The quality of the candidates, I must say, has been outstanding, and so were the conversations that we had with them. I also made great friends as a part of this jury process. All in all, I must say, it's been a fantastic experience for me, and I'm very thankful to Business World for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
I'd like to congratulate Anurag ji and the entire BW CFO team for organizing such an event and recognizing the best CFOs under 40. As a jury, the job was very tough because the quality of the candidates were almost equal. Nevertheless, the jury have been able to select the best candidates, and all the best to the winners, and those who haven't made it this year. I'm sure they would aspire to become an award recipient in the next year itself. Thank you very much and all the best.
Fantastic stuff. Wonderful note indeed from our jury members. Well, a great day so far when it comes to, I believe, discussions, etc. We now have a special performance. Time for entertainment. Can you all show some energy, please, for our performer? Please, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that's how we do it. Perfect. All right, our performer right now, she's really, really special. She's a singer, vocal coach, and voice restorer. She has sung for Bollywood movies as well as web series jingles for some major brands, and has performed both as a singer and a bassist in the UK, Russia, Hong Kong, and Malaysia. Let's give it up for Shubhangi Verma, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have the loudest cheers for Shubhangi Verma, ladies and gentlemen. Shubhangi Tiwari, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry, Shubhangi Tiwari. Let's have the loudest cheers once again for Shubhangi Tiwari, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. So we'll just quickly have the stage set up for Shubhangi's performance. Just kindly give us 5 minutes before we get rolling. Thank you. Our artist today, she has taken a lot of efforts to prepare for today's performance. Can we please once again have the loudest cheers for Shubhangi, ladies and gentlemen? Shubhangi is over here in the house. Let's give her a warm welcome. All the best, Shubhangi. We're looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're having an amazing day so far. Super. So it's really an honor and privilege to be here today with you all. And I'd really like to thank Dr. Batra and Mr. Rizvi for inviting us here today. And I and my wonderful colleague here, Yash, we've been asked to serenade you with a few songs and make your evening a little musical. So the first song is dedicated to you all, very high-flying and high-achieving people. And you all make it look so effortless, so this one's for you. It's important to tune the instrument, so thank you. Can you hear us? Can you hear the guitar? I used to think that I could not go on. Life was nothing but an awful song. But now the meaning of true love, I'm waiting on the everlasting arms. If I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see you running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. See, I've been all the words are breaking down. Sometimes silence, it can be so loud.
must achieve. But first I know it starts inside of me. If I can see it, then I can be it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to it. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see you running through that open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So the next song today is actually a prayer to, for peace. There's some disturbing wars and killings and bombings going on in the world right now. And this is a prayer that things are more peaceful very, very soon, and good sense prevails, and love prevails. And there's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. In this place could be much brighter than tomorrow. If you try, you will see. In this bliss we cannot feel fear or dread. We stop existing and start living. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space to make a better place in the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. Create a world with no fear. Together we'll cry happy tears. See the nations turn their swords into plowshares. We can really get there if we care enough for the living. Make a little space to make a better place. You know the words. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. You and for me. for our children.
So moving on to the next song. You know, I think, and you would agree with me, that love really is the most important thing, most important part of the human experience. And this is another song celebrating an aspect of love.
छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिलई के मोसे नैना है मोसे नैना मोसे नैना मोसे नैना मोसे नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिलई के खुसरो निजाम के भले भले जइए खुसरो निजाम के खुसरो निजाम के भले भले जइए खुसरो निजाम के जान लुटइए मोहे सुहागन की नीरे मोसे नैना मिलई के क्या से क्या कर ली नीरे मोसे नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिलई के प्रेम भटिका मदवा पिलई के प्रेम भटिका प्रेम भटिका मदवा पिलई के रसवा पिलई के प्रेम भटिका रसवा पिलई के मतवाली कर ली नीरे मोसे नैना मिलई के छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिलई के
Thank you so much. All right. So I think we'll be back after a few more awards. All the best to the winners. Thanks.
Let's have the loudest cheers, please, for Shubhangi. I think a lot of efforts into her performances. Well done, Shubhangi. Looking forward to seeing you again after a few awards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to proceed with our remaining set of awards. In order to kindly come as honorable presenters, may I please call upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media, Mr. B. Thiagarajan, Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, and Mr. Chris Robinson, Executive Chairman and Founder, QX Global Group, on stage, please. Can we have all you three gentlemen? Thank you so much. Wonderful stuff. So let's resume with the awards, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, are we ready with our next winner? Let's have our next winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the loudest cheers for Mr. Akash Gupta. Congratulations, Akash Gupta. Wonderful stuff. What a moment. Yes, please, let's keep the clap continuing. Hi, sir. Congratulations. I'll hold it for you. Some words from your end.
Thank you, Business World team, for this platform, for encouraging finance professionals like us. I would like to thank my organization, HCL Tech, the leaders, the mentors, and the team there for always guiding me to the right path. And most importantly, my family and my wife for supporting me, for bearing with me so patiently despite the busy schedule that I keep. Thank you so much. And thanks for the lovely music.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Here's your award. Looking forward to some wonderful photos on social media as well. All right, loving the vibe. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, can we have our next winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, taaliyon ki goonj of the loudest intensity for Mr. Akshay Sharda, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Mr. Akshay Sharda. Great stuff. Request you all to kindly continue the clapping. The appreciation can keep coming in. Wonderful stuff. Congratulations once again, sir. Time for the perfect group photo. Yes, you can clap. No hesitation over there, please. Right. Sir, looking forward to some words from your end. I'll hold it for you.
Would like to thank BW team and jury. Really honored to receive this. And this is a reflection of all the hard work been put over the years. Looking forward to exciting journey ahead. Thank you very much.
So may the awards multiply by next year. All the best. Here's your award. You hold it safely. Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. On that note, I'll request the people at the console to have our next winner, please. Let's have the loudest cheers for Mr. Amay Karambelkar, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir. Love that smile on your face when you come over here for the award. Please, we may continue with that. Let's not stop the tradition of clapping and appreciating. Please. Some words from your end, sir.
After listening to the jury in the AV on the process that they went through, I'm glad that I made to the 40. Thank you, Business World, for the platform and for the jury for their time. And I would like to thank my organization, L&T, and my family for their constant support. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Wonderful stuff. Just a quick, humble request to all our winners over here.
I just for a moment said he said my family at L&T. That's what I heard. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just trying to put you into trouble. We didn't have enough money for the stand-up comedian, so. You know.
We don't need one, sir, when you all are here. The entertainment quotient is always there. The entertainment quotient is alive when Dr. Batra is there. All right, just a quick request for all our winners over here today. We have a special group photo at the end, so I'll request you all to kindly stay over there so that we can have the group photo perfectly. On that note, may I please request for our next winner, please? Let's have the loudest cheers for Mr. Amit Malani, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Amit sir. The hard work and efforts have bear fruit. Congratulations, sir. May the clapping please continue, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir. Some words from your end. I'll hold it for you. No worries. I'll hold it for you.
I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive this prestigious award. I would like to thank jury members also. And this award is not just for my past achievement, but also calls for an action to the future, as the word suggests, the future of the finance. So I accept this honor, and I commit to the BW world that I'll definitely ensure my commitment towards innovation as well as the responsible finance. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Well deserved. And I'm sure you will be fulfilling your commitment in the best way possible. Congratulations. The loudest cheers for the commitment as well, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Takes a lot. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? And the winner is Mr. Anil Suneja, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Mr. Anil. Welcome and congratulations once again. Do we have Mr. Anil over here? Yes. Congratulations, sir. We need to continue clapping when he's coming on stage, please. That's how we do it, right? Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Some words from your end, please. I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. Really humbled and honored to receive this. I may have slightly longer acknowledgement speech. Bear with me for 90 seconds. Thanks to Almighty and my father up there. Without their blessings, this would have not been possible. I think the second, behind every successful man sitting here, there is a woman behind. Right, and I'm lucky to have two in my life, my mother, Mrs. Veena Suneja, and my wife, Shikha. Without their sacrifice, without their hard work and support, this would have not been possible. Thanks to all my mentors, leaders, and all the different roles which I've done, all the leaders have really supported me out in Baxter, and all my mentors and coaches outside of Baxter as well. Thanks to my wonderful team in India as well as Southeast Asia and Asia, who has shown the power of passion and perseverance in everything we do. Thank you, Business World, for organizing such a fantastic event, and congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, sir. As they say, gratitude is the attitude. That's perfectly from your end. Inspiring stuff indeed. Congratulations once again. Once again, loud cheers, please, for that wonderful speech. Brilliant stuff. I'll request Mr. Chris to kindly take your seat. And I'll request Mr. Madhavan Hariharan, Group CFO and Head of Strategy, CK Birla Group, to kindly come up on stage as an honorable presenter, please. Let's have the loudest cheers for Mr. Madhavan, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, sir. All right, time to move forward to our next award, please. My dear audience, the loudest cheers for Mr. Animesh Agarwal, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Mr. Animesh. All the hard work has resulted into good stuff. Congratulations, sir. Talia, please, bajate rahe aap log. That's how we do it. That's how we motivate our winners for working so hard to achieve this. Brilliant stuff. Animesh sir, some words from your end, please. I'll hold it for you. Yeah, thank you.
So first of all, thank you Business World for giving us a platform to showcase our contributions and achievements. And I feel truly honored and humbled to be part of this prestigious and accomplished peer group among which I have been selected. And I'm truly grateful to my parents, my family, and my mentors, without whom I would have not been here. I just wanted to thank all of them. And I sincerely believe it's just beginning of the journey, still miles to go. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, sir. Miles to go, but a lot of miles already covered, and I'm sure it's very inspiring stuff for everyone. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much. And on that note, I'll request for our next winner, please. Mr. Ankit Maheshwari के लिए जोर से ताली बजाइए, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we do it. Yes, it's right over here. He should have a feeling like this is the most special award ceremony indeed. Yes, and we have the most special crowd as well. Congratulations, sir. Great stuff, sir. Please, some words from your end. I'll hold it for you.
Thank you, Business World team, for organizing this event, which is allowing us to share our experience and learn from finance peers. Thank you, jury, and thank you, Business World team, for selecting me. Thank you, my team. Thank you, my family. Thank you, my company, Cast24, to allowing me to win this journey. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, sir. And I love the way how our winners actually thank their families. I think they are the back-end support that we all require. So I think kudos to their families as well once again. Great stuff. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Let's give it up for Anushree Bafna, ladies and gentlemen, our first woman winner of today. So can we please clap louder? First one. Second. So sorry, second winner of the day. Congratulations. May the appreciation continue as well. I'll hold it for you. Looking forward to some words from your end.
Thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury members. I think this is a wonderful platform for recognizing the professionals, especially in the field of finance. So thanks once again. I would like to extend my thanks to my family members, especially my baby, my husband, my mother. They have been my constant support system. And also would like to thank all my mentors, my leaders, my seniors, my team members, especially Sandeep and Rashmi ma'am. They have pushed me always to achieve for greater success and greater heights. My baby and my husband are there cheering for me right now. Can I call them on the stage if you permit? Please.
Can we please have you all on stage, please? This will be the perfect family moment that we all want.
He's just 15 months, but he has been supporting my son, obviously.
Oh, the sweetest moment of the day indeed. Wow. Must be such a proud son. perfect family moment indeed. Congratulations once again. Keep inspiring people the way you are doing. Thank you so much. All right, can we please have our next winner, please? And the winner is Anvi Shah, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Anvi Shah, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations once again. Yes, this is the moment when we need to clap. When the photograph is happening, right? That's when the best smile comes out. Thank you so much. I'll hold it for you. Some words from your end, please.
So thanks Business World for this opportunity and the esteemed jury members for the recognition. It's really a humbling experience, but also motivates you to go further, put in more efforts, and obviously, innovate into this future for finance, is what have been said. I would also like to thank my family, friends, team members, colleagues, and mentors, not only for the current organization, but also all my previous organizations who've actually put the air under the wings, as we just heard from the song, for me to fly into the sky. Thank you so much.
Well, as they say, sky is the limit. In your case, there is no limit. So I'm sure you're going to be flying even higher. Wonderful stuff. Congratulations once again. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? And our next proud winner is Arindam Sarkar, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up loudly for Arindam Sarkar. Congratulations, sir. And I request you all not to stop clapping at least till the photograph happens. Yes. We can do that when it comes to showing energy, can't we? Right. Wonderful. Congratulations, sir. Some words from your end. I'll hold it for you.
Thank you, Business World, for this honor, and I would also like to thank my company, my mentors, all my colleagues and leaders for believing in me and for giving me such an opportunity. And lastly, congratulations to all the winners for today, and all the best.
Perfect stuff, short and sweet. Thank you so much. I'll repeat once again, I'll request all our winners to kindly be there in the room so that we can have the perfect group photo at the end of the event. On that note, I'll request for our next winner, please. आशुतोष पांडे, मिस्टर आशुतोष पांडे के लिए जोर से तालियां, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir. We can do this even better, huh? Yes. I love the energy over there as well when it comes to clapping. Badhai ho, sir. Congratulations. Looking forward to some words from your end, sir. Yes, of course.
Thank you, Business World, for the honor, first of all. I would like to take this opportunity to thank two special teams I've been proud of. One is my family, my wife Ayushi, my parents, my brothers, and everyone at home. And second, I would like to take this opportunity to the professional team I'm part of, our CFO, our leadership team for inculcating the behavior of constant learning, my mentor, Saket, Ronit, and last but not the least, to the entire team, because this definitely would have not been possible without their support. So thanks a lot. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, sir. May you keep inspiring the way you are doing. And I love that smile on your face. Can you please smile even more? We love that. Great stuff. On that note, I'll request you all to kindly have our next winner, please. Let's give it up for Mr. Bharat Pawan Agrawal, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Bharat sir. Yes, can we please continue clapping and appreciating? Congratulations, Bharat sir. Wonderful stuff. I'll hold it for you. Looking forward to some words from your end.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Batra. Thanks, jury. Thanks, Business World Group for this initiative, all the efforts and the recognitions. Thanks to my diversity team. Thanks to my family. I think all these people made this possible. And I congratulate all of you, all the winners here. Wish you all the best. As I said in my session earlier, as a finance leader, we have a lot to do ahead in this time. So all the best. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. May you continue inspiring people the way you are doing. Fantastic. All right. Can we please have our next winner, please, on that note? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Diptangshu Chatterjee. Congratulations, Mr. Diptangshu. Well done, great stuff. Congratulations, sir. Looking forward to some words from your end. I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. Thanks, Business World, for this platform. I'm really humbled and very much honored for this award. Obviously, it's an individual award for contribution in the field of finance, but it's obviously a team effort and teamwork. Without the team, nothing is possible. So, many thanks to our team, my HCL Technologies, finance leadership, CFO, and treasury team. My team, family, my family members, my parents, my wife and kid. Obviously, they have been a constant support throughout the years, like for many years before current organization and before that. And obviously, last but not the least, I come from the treasury and the financial market background, and this is on behalf of the treasury community and the corporate treasury community and the financial market participants across the country. Thanks, and truly, as we have seen this in this event, it's the future of finance event, and in terms of future of finance, technology, and growth driving, these would be the key roles for future finance leadership. And thank you, thanks everyone, thanks for this award. Congrats to all the winners. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. A lot has been spoken about the future of finance. I can see his future winning a lot of awards even more going forward. Great stuff. Congratulations. On that note, I'll request Mr. Thiagarajan to kindly take your seat. And I'll request Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World, to kindly come up on stage as an honorable presenter. Let's give it up for Mr. Talis Rizvi, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. On that note, can we have our next winner, please? Congratulations, Mr. Gaurav Arora. Great stuff, inspiring stuff indeed. Let's give it up for Mr. Gaurav Arora, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we may continue clapping as well. He's over here. Congratulations, sir. He's found himself in a fix with that joke. Congratulations, sir. Looking forward to some work.
Thank you. All right, I'm eternally grateful for this particular award, especially by such prestigious forum. Thank you so much, and I think all of us as finance professionals, chasing deadlines, shuffling between big contracts, big numbers. I think we always miss on the crucial parts of life where our families, our teams, and our mentors support us. That's the story of everyone out here. So big shout out to everyone who has been part of my journey, for being there, missing birthdays to anniversaries, for the deadlines, for my family, and especially Kar Dekho family, when such a pragmatic organization gives you all the liberty to experiment, disrupt, and do the changes you ever want to do as a finance professional, which are very hardly accepted, amongst the finance world. So thank you so much, everyone, and many compliments to you, Anurag, for this.
Congratulations, sir. You might have missed many birthdays and anniversaries in the process, but this is your time to celebrate with your family. Great stuff. On that note, I'll kindly request you all to kindly present our next winner, please. From one Gaurav to the other, it's time for Mr. Gaurav Malik to receive your appreciation and cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for Mr. Gaurav Malik. Congratulations, Gaurav, sir. This should not stop. Can we please continue that? Yes. This is a result of a lot of hard work and appreciation. Sir, some words from your end, please.
That's okay. Thank you, Business World, for giving me this award and also including me as a speaker in one of the panelists. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Great stuff, sir. Congratulations. On that note, I'll request for our next winner, please. Can we have our next winner, please? It's Mr. Harish Sharma, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap for Mr. Harish Sharma and give him a round of cheers. Congratulations, Harish, sir. We all talk about, winning and everything, but did you all see the swag with which he walked? I think that was fantastic. Yes. Congratulations, sir. Looking forward to some words from your end.
So thank you, BW team, for organizing this and awarding us, and we are honored with this award. And more importantly, I would like to thank the jury also to taking out time for the review of all the nominations what we did. Thank you for that. And also would like to thank my family, my friends, and most importantly my wife, which has been my support system. And this award, I would say, gives me a good good feeling and vibe that the hard work which was done over the years has been paid off and inspires me to do well in future. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, stuff. I'm sure it's going to happen, sir. Thank you so much. One thing is for sure, family is always the back-end support. Come what may, anytime. On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please? Let's give it up for Mr. Himanshu Verma, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Himanshu, sir. I believe we can clap even more. Yes, this is the moment where we need the most amount of appreciation. Yes. Congratulations, sir. Some words from your end, please.
I'd like to thank Business World for giving us the platform and the jury members for after hearing about the process that has been followed. It really matters a lot being just as the winner. Would like to definitely thank I would say HCL team, my leadership team, especially Mr. Sood, Vinny Sood, who is our treasurer, and I've seen the professional growth under him. I've been working with him for last 10 years, and he has encouraged, I would say, every team member to go out of to think out of the box, and inculcate what best you can do for the company. And apart from the mentorship team, the team members, they play a very important role. Without them, it will not be possible to carry out the task given to you. And above all, the family members, because without their support, it is not at all possible to give your, I would say, more than 100% to the, your professional task. So, and again, to the Business World team, it will motivate us further to give our 100%. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Like they say, united we stand, divided we fall. That's exactly the importance of a great team. Perfect stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Let's have the loudest Talioki goons for Jay Shri P, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Shri P on the house. Come on. Congratulations. And I request all our winners to kindly stay back for the group photo that we have planned at the end of the awards. So I'll request you all to kindly be seated and wait till the end of the awards. Congratulations, ma'am. Some words from your end.
Yeah. I would like to thank BF CFO Award for this and the jury members. I would like to dedicate this award to my family, right? The men in my family, I would say specifically, because D&I starts at home, right? You need men to basically support women to go up to this ladder, right? And for me, it starts with my father, who is in heaven now, but he's been the backbone for me to stand here. And next is my husband, who's traveled from Chennai to basically witness this, me getting this award, and thanks to him. And my biggest cheerleader is my son. Back at home, I'm sure he must be jumping with full joys. And last but not the least, my company Cognizant, who believed in me and gave me an opportunity to kind of nominate and recognize me for this award. And the mentors and the leaders who have all been behind me. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. Congratulations, winners.
Congratulations once again. I think this is exactly what we mean by equality, right? The men appreciating the women in their lives and the women the men in their lives. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations once again. I'll request all our winners once again to kindly remain and wait till the end of the awards for the perfect group photo. And on that note, I'll request for our next winner, please. Let's give it up for Mr. Kapil Arora, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Kapil, sir. Let the clapping not stop, please. Yes. Yes, please. Congratulations, sir. Some words from your end, please. I'll hold it for you. You want me to hold it?
Big thanks to the organizer, the jury member, and each and everyone who was involved in whatever way in this entire process for this kind appreciation and the honor. And I would also like to extend a great thanks to my family, where I would include my present organization, Jindal Stainless Group, all my previous companies and my colleagues and even my family members, without whom it was not possible. Thank you so much. Thanks, Atan.
Congratulations, sir. Here's your award. May you keep inspiring people the way you have been so far. Wonderful stuff. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Let's give it up for Miss Meenal Bansal, ladies and gentlemen. Meenal Bansal, के लिए जोर से तालियां. Congratulations, Meenal ma'am. Great, inspiring stuff indeed, and well deserved. Yes, this is the moment when we need the appreciation and the clapping. Yes. Congratulations. How sweet. You can come over here and click as well. You deserve to be on stage as well. I love the way he does that hand gesture as well. That's just an indication of the fact that just like his mother, he's also going to be winning some awards in the future as well. Great stuff. All the best. God bless you. Congratulations. Some words from your end, please. I'll hold it for you. I'll hold it for you. No worries.
He's more excited than me, of course. So as I can see that for most of the women now, I can see their husbands and kids are there to cheer them up. Same is with me. My son is more than excited, as you all have seen. Thank you, Business World, for making him more happy. And I believe this is all cementing the trust which is placed on financial professionals, that we are doing the right things which are helping the organizations grow well, which we are supposed to help them on. Thank you. I would like to also thank my all mentors here who have helped me in achieving whatever I'm doing right now. And of course, the family, my husband, and soon there will be another saying in India also, that behind every successful woman, there is a man who is holding camera behind for me. And they are well trained for taking the pictures, as you all can see. Thank you, Business World, again for giving the opportunity.
Congratulations, Meenal ma'am. Great stuff. I'm sure your son is going to be inspired all the way more. 10 years. उसके बाद आपको भी मिलेगा award, पक्का, I'm sure. Congratulations. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Can we have the winner, please, just for a moment? Yes, let's give it up for Nidhi Jalandas, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, the loudest cheers. And I'm going to be clapping even more the first time more for you. Congratulations, Nidhi ma'am. Congratulations, ma'am. I'll hold it for you. Looking forward to some words from you.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Business World, for this recognition. It's a matter of pride for me to receive it. Kabir is here. He has been a great leader, mentor, and guiding force for all of us at Finance in Tatacom. I would like to, dedicate this to my parents for trusting in me 23 years back and letting me step out of a small town in Assam to believe in, to make an identity for myself. I owe it to my team at Tatacom, all my leaders throughout my journey here, Nishit, Arun, Kabir, and last but not the least, my biggest cheerleaders at home, my husband who is here today, and my son. Thank you so much.
From Assam to Pan India, what a fantastic, inspiring journey. Great stuff. Loud cheers, please, once again. Can we please do that for her? Yes. Thank you so much. And on that note, may I please request for our next winner, please? Winner is Mr. Nilesh Dalvi, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up loudly for Mr. Nilesh Dalvi. Congratulations once again, Nilesh sir. The clapping, I believe, can get a little louder, please. Can it match with my voice and its intensity? Then you guys can perhaps make it a little louder. Congratulations, Nilesh sir. I'll hold it for you. Please kindly say a few words for us.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm humbled and honored by this award, and I would like to thank Business World for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank the eminent jury members for recognizing my contribution towards my company. Last 15 years have been really a great learning experience for me, and all my colleagues and previous organizations have played a great role in shaping whatever I've done till date. Specifically, the last 4 years have been really instrumental at my current organization, and for that I would like to thank our entire 19,000 plus workforce who has done a tremendous work. Despite the COVID crisis, we have been able to treble our business and profitability over last 4 years and create a lot of value for our shareholders. I would like to thank my managing director who has been my mentor and a constant support, entrusting me with lot of responsibilities and providing a constant support. Also our leadership team, and finally my family, my parents, my wife, my son, who have been a constant support in this entire journey. Thank you.
What a beautiful acceptance speech there. Sir, your award. This is the result of all the hard work. We'll have the photograph. Great stuff. Ma'am wants one picture as well. Wow. Picture worth framing indeed. Congratulations, sir. On that note, I'll request our honorable presenters to kindly take their seats. And the first time when Shubhangi performed, she promised that she's going to be back with 2x the dhamaka, 2x the entertainment. Well, this is exactly the time. Let's give it up for Shubhangi, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Shubhangi, once again. Please. Looking forward to have your presence on stage. Looking forward to some dhamakedar entertainment from your end. I believe she was fantastic. Can we please clap louder, ladies and gentlemen? Our only performance for the day. She's put in a lot of hard work and rehearsal for this. So can we please appreciate a little more? Thank you, Shubhangi.
Thank you. Hi again, everybody. Congratulations to all the awardees and everybody who was in the running as well. You're a winner as well. You know that. Just singing a couple of our favorites, and if you know the words, they're quite popular songs, so please join along to sing and even to dance if you want to. Maybe the second one, the first one's kind of mellow, so. Yash and guitars, everybody. The falling leaves drift by my window. The fallen leaves of red and gold. I see your the summer kisses
used to hold. Since you went away, the days grow long, and soon I hear old winter song. But I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves start to fall. I miss you most of all, my darling, when autumn leaves start to fall. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we serenaded you quite a lot, so we'd like to see you dance now. Have you heard of Pasuri? No? Yeah. Yeah, it's a really popular song. So sing along. Yeah. ਅਗਲਾਵਾ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਆਣ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਪਸੂੜੀ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਹਿਰ ਬਣੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਪੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਆਣਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਦਿਲ ਬਾਂਗ ਬਾਂਗ ਮੇਰਾ ਟਕਰਾਇਆ ਕਾਗਾ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਡਸ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਦੀ ਚੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਰਾਵਾਂ ਚ ਬਾਵਾਂ ਚ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੁਕਾਵਾ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਰੋਕੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਡੋਲ ਚ ਦਈਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਖਬਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਵੇ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਹਾਂ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਵੇ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਈ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੀ ਦਸਤੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਥ ਤੇਰਾ ਹੈ ਬਤੇਰਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਕਰ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਰਾਸਤਾ ਨਾ ਦਿਖਲਾਇਆ ਦਿਲ ਹਮਾਰਾ ਦੇ ਸਹਾਰਾ ਖਾਹਿਸ਼ਾਤ ਅਧੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੁਲਾਵਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਡੋਲ ਚ ਦਈਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਖਬਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਵੇ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਹਾਂ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਵੇ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ Thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. So this is our last song for the day. I think you're all looking forward to the next segment of your evening, so we'll keep it short. And again, this is a really beautiful song and a very popular song, so do feel free to join in.
Can you hear me? Awesome.
How many roads must a man walk down before you can call him a man? How many seas must the white dove sail before she can sleep in the sand? How many times must the cannonballs fly before they are forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. How many years can a mountain exist before it is washed to the sea? How many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? And how many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just doesn't see? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind.
Thank you so much. You've been amazing. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.
Great stuff. I believe we can clap even louder, right? Yes. Let's give it up for Shubhangi, ladies and gentlemen. This is a quick announcement for Mr. Prashant Shah. I believe he has dropped his card over here. So, Mr. Prashant Shah, I'll request you to kindly come and take it backstage. I'll keep it backstage for you. Yeah. Do we have Mr. Prashant Shah over here? He's going to search for the card? Oh, wonderful. I wish the card could, just walk to him, but, sadly we have not reached that level of technology. Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, so that was a great performance indeed from Shubhangi's end. Yes, yes. देखो खुद से ताली बजाते उससे ज़्यादा better तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता. Yes, हर वक्त बताना नहीं पड़े. Fantastic. We're all set to resume with our awards. For that, may I please call upon stage Mr. Chris Robinson, Executive Chairman and Founder, QX Global Group. May I please also call Ms. Tripti Kedia, Publisher and Business Head, Reality Plus, on stage, please. Yes, let's give it up for Ms. Tripti, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll also call upon stage Mr. Kabir Ahmed Shakir, Chief Financial Officer, Tata Communications Limited as well. I believe that's a typing error. It's a financial officer. All right, let's move forward to our awards. Can we have our next award, please? The next award goes to Mr. Paruchuri Srihari, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir. Can we please have you on stage? Congratulations, sir. This is the moment when we need the most amount of appreciation. Let's clap, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, request you to kindly say a few words.
Yeah, good evening all. First of all, I would like to thank Business World for giving this opportunity for all the finance professionals for showcasing their efforts all the way they have done till now, and also giving us a motivation for the next level of next path and next level of career. And also congratulations to all the winners. I would like to dedicate this award to my parents and my better half, and also all the team who have supported me, and also the mentors and the current organization and also the previous organization managements for keeping trust on me and giving me this opportunity.
Congratulations, sir. Let's have the loudest cheers for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, I'll request for our next award winner, please. Ladies and gentlemen, तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए for Mr. Piyush Makharia. Let's give it up for Mr. Piyush Makharia, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, looking all swaggered in black. Congratulations, sir. Yes, louder. एक तालियों का कंपटीशन भी कर लेंगे यहाँ पे, कौन सबसे ज़्यादा ताली बजा सकता है. We'll have a special present over there for them. Congratulations, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the Business World team for creating such a wonderful platform for all the young finance leaders to showcase their experience and recognition. Would also like to thank the jury members for their time and giving us this recognition. And last, would like to thank my organization, my work family, my wife who's here with us to cheer with me. Thank you so much. Wish everyone all the best.
I want to lead by example by clapping. Great stuff. Congratulations, sir. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Congratulations, Mr. Ritesh Haladwar. Sadly, he's not present with us over here today, but we have a special acceptance video from his end. So I'll request my friends at the console to kindly play the acceptance video, please.
To receive this award today, and I'm truly humbled by this gesture, by juries and everyone at Business World. I would say that this is not just a personal achievement, but the credit goes to an entire incredible team that I work with. Also, a credit to AgroStar for giving me this opportunity to lead this function of finance as a CFO. Also, I would say that I would like to thank my mentors, my colleagues at AgroStar who have been instrumental in this journey. And thank you, BW, for making and considering me as an eligible for this award. Thanks a lot.
Kya baat hai, great stuff. Wonderful acceptance speech, equally good background as well, I believe. Fantastic stuff. I wish there was a technology where you could hear me as well. On that note, may I please request for our next winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, तालियों की गूंज रुकनी नहीं चाहिए for Mr. Rituraj Shah. Congratulations, Rituraj Shah. Great stuff. Look at his smile from there. You can smile even broader right now. Wow. ये स्माइल के लिए और ज्यादा जोर से ताली बनता है. Let's give it up for him, please. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. The most awaited speech from your end.
Thank you. So I would just like to thank Business World for this platform, for this wonderful journey. For me, I was the winner actually when I first applied it, because honestly, when I received the email, I said, "Kaun apply karega?" And then I remember my guru's word that we should not stop trying in our life. Most of us क्या करते हैं कि कोशिश करना बंद कर देते हैं. And so all of them who did not apply for it, कृपया आप apply कीजिए, start. और इसके साथ ही, and I would also like to thank all my gurus in my life, because I remember the guru's advice and I applied for it. So I just want to say, Tasmai Guruvai Namah. I bow down to all the gurus in my life who enlightened me through the darkness. And of course my organization, The Band International, who provide the opportunity to grow. And at last, to my families, my parents, my wife and my son traveled all the way from Kathmandu. And they are with us since the morning. Someone shows my child, he is just 4 years old, and says, "Ye bachcha yahan kya kar raha hai?" And I smiled and say, "He is the future." So if it allows, I want to bring them in the stage for the one. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. You can also come, my wife. Come. Oh. Say thank you.
Thank you.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Let's pose for the perfect photo. क्या बात है, congratulations. उधर बाबा, पापा का फोटो उधर है सामने. Great stuff. And सर ने कहा अप्लाई के बारे में विदाउट मोटिवेशन. सेम मोटिवेशन सर मेरा भी था कॉलेज में अप्लाई करने के टाइम पे, बट मुझे जो कॉलेज चाहिए था मिला नहीं. आपको अवार्ड मिल गया. Congratulations sir. Great stuff. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rohan Mittal के लिए तालियों की गूंज रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, बजती रहनी चाहिए till the time he comes on stage. Can we please have Mr. Rohan Mittal on stage, please? There you go. आइए सर, जम करके आ जाइए, कोई बात नहीं, अवार्ड जीते हो आप. Yes. So we have Mr. Malkeet Singh over here, Senior Manager Yatra say over here to collect the award on behalf of Mr. Rohan Mittal. Thank you, sir, for taking out time from your schedule to be over here with us. Please share a video.
On behalf of Mr. Rohan and Yatra.com, I thank you very much for this award.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for coming over here and accepting this on his behalf. On that note, can I please request the console to have our next winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Sharad Sodhani, ladies and gentlemen. He's been sitting here patiently and clapping for almost every winner out there, so it's about being the perfect cheerleader for others as well. So we must give him the loudest round of cheers for his award as well. Congratulations, sir. Sir, some words of encouragement from your end, please.
Hi everybody. First of all, thanks to BW for organizing this event and thanks to jury member for selection. I'm humbled and honored, and I would like to thank firstly my mentors and seniors who enabled me to be a good professional, my organizations where I have worked, who has given me opportunity to take larger roles and do great stuff in my career. My team members who has supported me in all my endeavors. Last and the most important part of my life, my family, to whom I would like to dedicate this award. See, we as a finance professional work with a lot of deadlines, which we can't afford to miss, and every time when we are struggling to meet our deadline, someone in our family is waiting for us. I can't remember the number of PTMs I have missed for my kids, or the doctor's appointment I have missed for my parents, and my wife has been running around here and there in my absence. She's not here, she's in Bangalore, but definitely watching me. My kids and my parents are watching me. I would like to thank them, my entire family, and dedicate this award to them.
Congratulations, sir. You must have missed those PTMs, but I believe when the teacher asks the kids, where's your father, they can proudly say, my father was busy accepting awards. Great stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Sripath Ramanathan, ladies and gentlemen. Taliyon ki goonj for Mr. Sripath Ramanathan over here, sir. Congratulations, sir. Sir, some words of encouragement from your end, please.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's truly indeed a privilege and to be one of the winners among the top 40 under 40. This is my second award. Many thanks to Business World for organizing such a wonderful event and identifying top talents in the country. I think it's beyond an individual recognition. It's a tribute to my team, my mentors, and I would also like to thank my family. My wife and son will be watching this. Love you guys. And definitely this will motivate me to make larger contributions to the world of finance. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, sir. And just in case you missed out the visual, your family also said love you back to you. All right, I'll request Tripti ma'am to kindly take your seat. And I'll request Ms. Sapna Srivastav, editor, Reality Plus, to kindly come up on stage, please, as an honorable presenter. Hello, ma'am. I've been seeing you cheering for quite a long time. It's a pleasure having you on stage right now. Winners के लिए ताली बजा रहे हैं, player के लिए भी ताली बजा सकते हैं हम लोग, right? Yes. Thank you so much. Your clap is indeed inspiring and appreciating. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Let's give it up for Ms. Shruti Manohar Sharadia, ladies and gentlemen. Or is it Baradia? Let's give it up for Ms. Shruti, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, ma'am. Looking forward to some words from your end.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to receive this award today by a prestigious company called BW Finance, BW Business World Finance. I'm really thankful to my company Shriram Properties for believing in me and letting me through this. And I'm really glad to be one among the 40 chosen today. Congratulations to everyone who has been awarded. And also want to thank my family, especially my husband, my baby who is 18 months old, for letting me come from Bangalore to Mumbai and receiving this award. Thank you. My brother and my bhabhi is here to come and encourage me. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. I'm sure the awards are going to be multiplying every year. And I love it, huh? 15 months old babies, 18 months old babies, all of them are coming and encouraging their mother. What was I doing when I was 15 or 18 months old? I don't know. On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please? Let's give it up for Sneha Bhogani, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Miss Sneha Bhogani. She's already carrying a wonderful smile. Your clap and appreciation can even double it. Congratulations. Some words from your end, please.
I would like to thank Business World and the eminent jury for this selection process and the event organized. I would take the opportunity to thank my family, my parents, who from the beginning have told me that work hard, never think about the result. But today this award feels very rewarding and inspiring for my endeavors going ahead. I would like to thank my husband. I was actually planning to skip this event because we were out on a family trip holidaying, but he told me that no, we will have to be there, and he planned everything, and we are here. My son, who would be seeing this and would be really angry with me that I didn't get him over here because all the kids are over here, so I'm so sorry I couldn't get you here. My in-laws, my mother-in-law, who is no more with us, but she has always encouraged me. My second family, my organization, Birla Corporation Limited, my team, my senior, Mr. Mahavir Bed, and last but not the least, my CFO sir, Mr. Aditya Saraugi, who has always believed in me and has always encouraged me and given me various opportunity over these years. And lastly, all the people who have touched upon my life in some way or the other. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am, and you can always tell your son that your mama is winning the award next year as well. All right, on that note, can we please have our next winner, please? My dear audience, please have the loudest clap for Mr. Vinay Kumar Juluri, ladies and gentlemen. Vinay Kumar sir के लिए जोर से तालियां. Congratulations, sir. बधाई हो sir, congratulations. Some words from your end, please.
I would firstly like to thank you, BW World. It has been a wonderful experience. I also want to thank the jury who took the time for all of us candidates here. Congratulations to all of the winners. I would like to thank my organization, Mensa, the entire team. They have been wonderful over the last couple of years, and it's a testament to their work that I'm standing here today. I would like to thank my wife who is here, Swati. Apart from her bustling career, she finds time to the entire family, and she also has time to travel along with me here. So I think thanks to the superwoman. Thank you. And thank you all. Thank you, guys.
Sir, वो नारी है, नारी कुछ भी कर सकती है. That is what I genuinely believe. नारी शक्ति जिंदाबाद के लिए जोर से तालियां once again. Yes. क्या बात है. Great stuff. Congratulations, and on that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the loudest cheers for Mr. Ajay Kumar Goyal over here. अजय कुमार गोयल सर के लिए जोर से तालियां. Let's give it up for Mr. Ajay Kumar Goyal, ladies and gentlemen. Badai ho, sir. So this is Mr. Ankur Yadav collecting the award on behalf of Mr. Ajay Kumar Goyal. So let's give it up for Mr. Ajay Kumar Goyal. The award is being collected by Mr. Ankur Yadav on his behalf. क्या बात है, तालियां. Yes, yes, please.
Hello everyone. So on behalf of Ajay, I would like to thank Business World and the jury for the recognition and organizing such a great event. And people here on first day thought I am Ajay Goyal, but it's like I have graduated last year only. so but I got lot of insights for the sessions we had. So thank you Business World, and thank you everyone.
Congratulations once again. Great stuff. And you might have just graduated, but my God, the personality is killer. Wow. And thank you so much for taking out time from your schedule to be with us. Thank you so much for accepting it on his behalf. Thank you. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Ashutosh Taparia, ladies and gentlemen. Taliyon ki goonj. We have Mr. Utkarsh Khosla, Senior Manager from the company, who's going to be accepting the award on his behalf. Thank you so much, sir, for coming with us over here. Some acceptance speech from your end as well, please.
First of all, a round of applause to this wonderful host. He's keeping it all going so well. It's absolutely amazing. So while I'm collecting this award on behalf of Mr. Ashutosh Taparia, who couldn't be here because of an urgent personal commitment, he would like to thank all the jury members and the BW team for putting out such a beautiful event. And for me personally, it's an honor to be on this stage and amongst you guys. It's a great, very well put event. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, and the appreciation was not paid, huh? He did it genuinely. Thank you so much. And I'm going to be taking beard maintenance tips from his end as well. I love that beard. Thank you so much. Chris, sir, I'll request you to kindly take your seat. Thank you so much. You've been a fantastic inspiration. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World, to kindly come up on stage as an honorable presenter once again. Taliyon ki goonj zor se, please, for Mr. Talis. On that note, so can we please have our next winner, please? Congratulations, Snehal Patel. Fantastic stuff, sir. I was seeing you clapping and cheering. Now this is your time to enjoy the moment. क्या बात है? This is what we call teamwork. This is what we call team appreciation. Fantastic stuff. This is what we live for in our workplace. है कि नहीं? क्या बात है, sir? Your smile is as good as any Bollywood hero. Yeah, please. I was loving your smile over there as well. Your words, sir.
All right. First of all, thank you, Business World Forum. At QX, we actually believe we are one family. Some of the companies, they say it, but here we believe it. When I inform my promoters and group CEO that I won this award, in spite of their busy schedule, they said that, Snehal, we are traveling to Mumbai. Whatever it happens, we are there for you. Thank you, Chris and Frank. not only that, my team members has also traveled with me. So Nimesh and Vinit, they are also there. And Jaydev is also there to support me. Thank you, Jaydev, for that. And I would like to say thank you, first of all, to Saloni. She is a chartered accountant, but she has allowed me to drive the car at full pace, and she has run her car at very medium pace, so as to make sure that I win this award. Otherwise, she is eligible to win this kind of awards as well. Thank you, Saloni, for that. Yeah. And my lovely little daughter, Ditya, she has also traveled today, morning itself, to support me. And I would like to thank my parents because they have ensured that I educate well. I become a chartered accountant. They've worked really very hard to make sure that I earn this degree and at the same point of time have a successful career. And at last, I would like to say all the QX sites, because of them, I'm able to get these awards. And all the Deloitte guys who supported me my initial days. I worked with Deloitte, so big kudos to the Deloitte and my team members at Deloitte and the SIL group with whom I have worked. And thank you so much. And one last comment. Big round of applause for this man. Yeah. Thank you.
I still have a special punchline for him as well. He just said right now that he has been driving the car faster, but I believe in real life she is the real winner. Let's give it up for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Kya baat hai? That smile is indeed worthy of framing, right? Fantastic. Congratulations once again, sir. Congratulations to the entire family. Badai ho. And sir, एक और चीज भी बता देना. Your entire team is here. Where's the party venue? Please let us know. Later. Absolutely, sir. We're all chilling together. Thank you so much. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please? Let's give it up for Ms. Kajal Sharda, ladies and gentlemen. Talo ki goonj of the highest intensity for Ms. Kajal Sharda. So, unfortunately, we don't have her over here at the venue, but we have a special acceptance video. Can we please play that?
Thank you, BW team, for considering me for this very prestigious 40 under 40 award for my contribution in finance fraternity. I think I am very grateful. While I received this award, I would like to thank each and every person who have contributed me towards this journey, including my bosses, colleagues, my family, friends, and my kids. I think award demonstrates individuals' capability, and it's a testimony to my efforts, my struggles, which I have put in the last 18 years of my finance career. I look forward to contribute with more passion and commitment in my growth journey, and thank you again for this award.
Kya baat hai, congratulations. I'm sure she'll be hearing my congratulations sometime later at least, if not now. Just one request before we have our next winner. I'll request all our winners to kindly be seated here at the venue so that we can have the group photograph. On that note, can we please have our winner, please? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Miss Nidhi Khathuria. She's also unfortunately not here with us right now, but we have a special acceptance video from her end as well. I request my friends at the console to kindly play that.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for considering me for this award. I feel very grateful and humbled to receive this. Apologize that I couldn't be there in person. This award is possible only because of the opportunities that I've gotten in Make My Trip and my previous organizations, and for the mentors that I've had along the way who've always always helped me to push the envelope and challenge myself further, onwards and upwards from here on. And congratulations to all the winners.
Congratulations. Great stuff. तालियों की गूंज और बढ़ सकती है. बाद में वीडियो देखेगी. She might complain if we are not clapping loud. Thank you so much. On that note, can we have our final winner for the day, please? And the winner is Mr. Prabhat Agarwal, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, unfortunately, we don't have him over here. And we don't have an acceptance video as well, but I'm sure he'll be very grateful and thankful to everybody. And I wish there was a provision as well कि जो लोग आ नहीं रहे award host लेके जाए. सबसे ज़्यादा awards भी मेरे पास ही होते हैं आज. But thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a great crowd. You've been a great audience. Fantastic stuff. I'll request all the winners over here right now. Just loudly shout for yourself because you have done it. You have made it possible. Yes. That's how we finish an event, right? I request all the winners and the entire team over here to kindly come up on stage. Chris, sir, the entire team, I'll request all of you for a group photograph. Can we please have all of you on stage, please? Yeah, and we'll request you to kindly have the trophies as well. Yeah, please bring the trophies, sir. I'll request all the winners and everyone to kindly come up on stage with their trophies. This will be a group photo worth remembering. May I please request all the winners to come up on stage, please? We'll have the special group photo, which will be worth remembering. And I believe all of you have given your video bites out there as well so that they can be published on social media handles. In case you have not given, I believe we have a provision for a video bite outside in case you have not done your video bite yet. Wow, this feels like a class photograph. I'll request our photographers to kindly guide them regarding the frame, please. किसको कहाँ आगे पीछे कर दो सर आप ही बता दो. कोई छूट तो नहीं रहा है, please, very important, हाँ? हाँ. Unfortunately, this is not a college where we can give proxy for attendance. So you all are the superstars of today. This is your paparazzi. You can just look anywhere you want. Yeah, we have more photographs as well. Sir, sir. Thoda please idhar aa jaye, I'll request you. थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए सर प्लीज. आप प्लीज गाइड कर दो उनको रिगार्डिंग द फोटो. थैंक यू. Photographer today is giving Amir Khan vibes, huh? Perfectionist. It's the perfect frame. And we want all of you to smile, please. A lot of people, unfortunately, are not smiling. Can we please smile? This is indeed a moment to smile and be proud of. Yes. I'll request all of you to stay there. I'll request all of you to stay there. काम अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है. Picture अभी बाकी है. I'll request the BW team to kindly join on stage as well. BW team, please आप लोग आ जाओ stage पे. बहुत जगह है stage पे. ये स्टेज बड़ा बनाया गया इसीलिए ताकि हम सब आ सके. प्लीज. Let's have the entire BW team, and I believe we can all clap for the BW team as well. They've done a fantastic job when it comes to organizing this event. Let's give it up for Mr. Talis, Rizvi, Riti, and everybody over here in the room who have made it possible. Great stuff. I'm sorry, मैं खुद फ्रेम में आ रहा था. मैं आऊँगा बाद में आऊँगा सर. I request you all to be on stage, please. Even I want a selfie where I want to tag everybody after the show is done. I'll take the selfie from here. Please hold on to your poses. I'll have a photo with everybody over here. A group photo ho jaye show ke success ke baad. The only winners is left? Only the winners. Can we have a special photo with all the winners, please? I hope no winner is missing out on this photo. This is the group photo for winners. If there's any winner who's not here in this frame, I'll request you to kindly join the frame soonest. Smile, please. This is indeed the moment to be smiling. Yes. The proud winners of this year. Hold on to your poses. Hold on to your poses, please. Even my photo is left. We had a great day today. आप लोग ये वाला भी लेना, please, हाँ? Very important. Selfie, selfie. क्या बात है? Smile. Yes. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again to all the winners. With that, we come to an end of a successful event. This is your host, Shubhojit, signing off. I'll see you all next year.